this is it, folks. Australia can retain the Ashes today, or England can get right back in the series. Welcome to the fourth day of the third LV Test match at Headingley. A reminder, England need a further 224 more to win. Australia need 10 wickets. It was England's day yesterday, and they've given themselves an excellent chance of making it 2-1. But Australia can retain the Ashes today. They're out in their huddle in the middle, having a team talk. England are playing a game of football away to the left-hand side. The weather at Headingley today, very different from the weather from yesterday morning. It feels much more settled today, but it is overcast, and you feel these are good bowling conditions for Australia. Let's check in with Simon King at the BBC Weather Centre to see what the weather does have in store for us today. Good morning to you, Simon. Is the weather forecast a bit more straightforward today than it was yesterday?
Yes, dear oh me. Awful day yesterday, wasn't it? Those showers. I talked about that clearance between two bands of showery rain yesterday. That clearance just kind of closed up, and it just never came until later on. But anyway, today is more straightforward. Yes, you're right. It's going to be dry for most of today. There'll be some sunny spells developing as well. Showers, though, they will come in later on this afternoon. So we're talking really anywhere from 3 or 4 o'clock onward. That's when the risk of showers comes in. But those showers will be hit and miss. So no guarantees that they will hit Headingley, but there is that risk that they will be there. And they could be heavy and thundery later on this afternoon as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Hopefully we can get this wrapped up before those showers come in, Simon.
Yeah, well, there's a possibility of that, the way England bat. Thank you very much, Simon. But if Australia do get wickets, then it might delay the game, and we might be into that 3-4 o'clock shower pattern. We shall see. Anyway, so we've got a dry period, and it's okay. I mean, it does feel very settled out there. We're going to hear from Travis Head and Stuart Broad before play gets underway at 11 o'clock. We're also going to hear now from Michael Vaughan and Glenn McGrath. Good morning to you both. Would you like bowling in these conditions this morning, Glenn?
Yeah, probably. It's I think it's overhead conditions we saw last night. Probably not quite as warm, but there's a lot of moisture in the ground the way it bucketed down last night. So we saw Stuart Broad swinging it massively yesterday. So if someone like Mitchell Starc can get it swinging, so I think it is a good bowling day, definitely.
Yeah, it did lash it down in Leeds last night. We had thunder and lightning around about 10 o'clock. We had that gap to allow that dramatic session, which England won, Michael, to give themselves a chance today.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions were in England's favour yesterday. I didn't think any of us thought we were going to get hit. And then suddenly the rain stopped and England got out there with the lights on. It was dark and the ball started to move around. The ball's short to Travis Head, which is probably a debate. Did they get that right? But I think England are in a very strong position. This team are so used to chasing. In the last year, they've chased more than this target 4 times. They're almost set up for this. This is what they want. This is what they're about. They'll go about it in a one-day fashion. I think we'll have a dramatic day. There's no swing. I think England have got the capabilities of seeing off this target quite quickly. But I do feel, that moisture last night, it was heavy. There was a lot of rain that fell, and you walk across just on the side of the pitch today, and it's quite a moist ground. I think we'll know inside the first few overs. If there is swing out there, it won't be easy playing the expansive shots. If there's no swing and England will just try and hit through the line of the ball, yes, England have got it in to play some silly shots and do some funny things, but I just think this England side are so used to this. This is what they play their cricket for, to have this kind of chase. We're only into day 4. I think the pitch will be fine. I think we'll see the odd one that'll bounce, the odd one potentially that'll keep a bit low, but nothing dramatic. It's swing that'll do for England, and that's what Australia hope for this morning.
What about nerves as well, though? Because England have to win. If they don't win today, that's it.
Yeah, again, that's a really good point. But this England side are almost giving the impression that they don't play with nerves. It's just it's irrelevant what the situation. They're going to play this way. We'll see, won't we? There's still 224 more runs to get. I'll be amazed if one or two of those players aren't nervous today. I mean, they know that if they don't get over the line today and they lose and they're 3-0 down, well, I'm afraid cracks will start to appear and people will start to point the finger at many issues of the preparation, the team, the mistakes. If they can win here today on the back of them being nowhere near their best, in the field, all the chances that they've dropped, and Australia, have taken pretty much everything so far. I just look back at the momentum shift for me was those 2 wickets of Mo and Ali, to get rid of Labuschagne and Smith, to get those 2 players out so quickly. Moeen did a good job, but as a quality player on this kind of surface, the last person that you would expect to get out to would be to Moeen Ali, and that's not disrespecting his spin. It's just there was nothing there for the spinner. I think England have made a lot more mistakes this week, and if they can get over the line by doing that and get it to 2-1 to Old Trafford, we're in for a classic, I think.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Moeen himself, after he picked up those 2 wickets the other evening, he said, they were gifts. I mean, he was honest enough to accept that. Glenn, what about, the Australian approach out there, the chatter, can you get into the batters today? So, you don't want to mess this one up. This is your last chance. If you mess this one up, we won the Ashes. You see a bit of chatter like that out there today from the Australians?
Maybe you should have had a chat to them and give them a bit of advice of what to talk about. But there'd probably be a little bit of chat out there. But Australians know how the English are going to go about it, and we saw last night, I think Pat Cummins didn't bowl very well in those few overs. I think he was trying to attack a little bit too much, but they'll know there's enough in this pitch to keep them interested. Just get the ball in the right area, and you don't have to bowl aggressively to this England team because they'll bat aggressively. So, I think it's a patience game. Get enough in the right area, and they're professional. They know how to do it. They're one of the best bowling attacks in the world. They're a very good fielding side, so they'll be just saying, OK, we need to create at least 10 chances before they get to 250.
I'm just looking at the Aussies bowling now. You've got Stark, Cameron Green's having a bowl, the captain Cummins, Mitchell Marsh. If the ball does swing around, don't rule out Mitchell Marsh being a bit of a threat. We saw him bowl a good ball in the first innings to Zach Crullen. Then I was amazed he didn't bowl a few more overs. They went for Todd Murphy instead, but the ball is swinging. Not to give all those England fans listening a bit of a nervous moment, but the ball is moving around a little in practice.
Massive swing.
I've just seen one go round the corner. He went round the rugby stand at the far end. He came back into play again.
Didn't even need the keeper, did it?
No. OK, Travis Head, superb yesterday. What a fantastic innings from him, making 77 overall. He scored 59 from 60 balls. Yesterday, this is, he hit 3 sixes and 6 fours. I've been speaking to him this morning, and this is how he sees the day ahead.
Yeah, a huge day ahead. So knuckle down to what we've done really, really well over a long period of time now, and get the ball in the right air and ask questions. And looks to be a nice morning. Hopefully the ball can swing around a little bit.
Yeah, when you say a nice morning, you mean a nice morning for bowling?
Well, yeah, all the clouds are out, and there's traditionally always been what's spoken about here is the overheads, and when the sun's out, it can be nice to bat, and when the overheads come in, and we've seen that again yesterday. So nice to see some clouds around. It keeps everyone interested, and it's an exciting day for both teams.
What about 250 in the bank? I presume you'd like a few more.
Yeah, I think I said that last night. I think throughout the whole series, both teams in parts of the games would have loved 40 or 50 more runs in every innings that we've had. England would have said that at Edgbaston. We would have said it again at Lord's last week. And then this game is the same. So we've got to make it enough. I feel like we can challenge enough. And if we put the ball in the right area, the scores have been pretty similar around that. So, we'd love 300, but with 250 is the number that we need.
Talked about the overheads. What about the pitch? How's that playing?
It was hard for me to answer because I've only faced bouncers for the whole game. So, I feel like we've seen with Mitch and the guys yesterday who dismissed it, it did swing around and there was a little bit there, and when the ball was in the right area. So, important that we start well this morning. I guess with England coming hard like they had last night, it creates opportunity. If they do have to do a little bit of a flyer, it's just about making sure we can get a ball in the right area and create some pressure, and hopefully that we can create 10 opportunities.
You said you've only faced bouncers so far. You said that, perhaps slightly tongue-in-cheek, but there's been a lot there for you. But did you enjoy it out there yesterday?
Yeah, I just enjoy the battle of it and trying to work through it. It's uncomfortable. I think everyone would say that in those periods and trying to fight through them. I guess the plan for me is I don't go away from that. So trying to find a way at the moment and feel like I'm battling away and contributing in some ways. So it's just nice to contribute. I would love to get 20 or 30 more, but wasn't to be. And hopefully we've got us in a position where we can look back at yesterday and another little moment that we get us to a score and can win a game of cricket.
I mean, I don't know how much time you've had to practice between test matches, but you probably got a reasonably good indication early on in the series it was going to be a lot of short pitch bowling. Have you been able to work on that aspect of your game? Yeah,
I said again last night that I spent a little bit of time away from the game leading into the Test Championship, and it was probably the one part of my game that just I hadn't got up to speed. I felt like I was playing really well with the front foot, but just picking the ball up and length, and that comes with match practice and getting back into it. So, I didn't play particularly well at the Oval in the Test Championship when they went to that, which then lends itself to opening up to plans. So I think as the series gone on, playing it in the middle helps, but then and training it the same. So I feel like every innings I felt more comfortable at it and finding a way. And I feel like I've navigated through that really, really well.
What's it like facing Mark Wood hurling it down at 95 miles an hour?
Hopefully it's shorter spells. So I guess that's the one guy that you try to get through. I guess with that plan and that, you know that it's not going to be huge, long spells at that speed. He's going to be 3-4 overs. He bowled a couple of longer spells throughout this game with obviously Robinson going down. But you just try and battle through. He bowled exceptionally in this game, exceptionally fast as well. And I think it's been good for the series to see him back. There's been a lot of talk around when he would enter the series and when he would play. And come to what we expect from Woody.
And the final question, and the really big question, why did you shave your moustache off?
It was too long. I had tried to give it a trim, and I've only got one length on the clippers, so butchered it a little bit. But probably started it a little bit early, so it got a little bit long, got a little bit annoying. I've always gone through stages of the series where I've grown it and then got rid of it and grown it again. So see how long I can grow it for next month. But I'll be back. But one of those things.
Cheers, Travis. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Only the hard-hitting questions on Test Match Special. Travis Head shaving his bushy moustache off before this Test match. He speaks well. He's played well in this series. I mean, but he's just been bombed the whole time.
Yeah, and he'll get more of that in the next two Test matches. He played it well yesterday. He's a brilliant white ball hitter. I hit one into the stand off Mark Wood yesterday, and you even saw Ben Stokes on the boundary. He was at deep mid-wicket, and he looked at the screen, and it was like a nod of approval from the best. Stokes is the best at hitting it when the field's spread. We've seen that so many times. So, he's given it. I thought at a stage yesterday, Australia were looking like only giving England 200 to chase. When they lost those 2 wickets of Mitchell Marsh and Alex Carey, the Aussies were in a little bit of a panic, but that partnership with Todd Murphy was absolutely crucial. 250. That England are chasing. It's going to be the second highest score in the match. But Headingley is a chasing ground. It's happened so many times, not just in Test match cricket, but in 4-day cricket over the last few years. It has been a good ground to chase down total Leicestershire here early on in the season.
390,
390. So I think different bowlers. Obviously, Australian bowlers are world class, and there's a few clouds around, and it won't be easy. But England have got into a position that at the start of the week when they decided to bowl first, I've just seen on the screen actually the swing from each day. Day 1 it was 0.9, day 2 when England bat 0.6, yesterday 0.9. Let's see what the swing is, because if it is at 0.9
it should
again,
be 0.9 today, shouldn't it, you think, in these conditions?
If it's at 0.9, we could be in for a dramatic day.
Yeah, so if you want to balance it out, 0.9, 0.9, only 0.6 for Australia. So really, you could say it's going to be 1.2, but anyway, we'll see how we go. But it's going to be a bigger challenge because I think this pitch is offering a little bit more in the air. There's a little bit of variable bounce, which we saw yesterday, and quality bowling attacks. So that first hour is going to be super important. If Australia can make early breakthroughs, you never know what can happen if Duckett and Crawley can get away like they did yesterday and look positive and comfortable at the crease. They could do it reasonably quickly.
I think what's really kind of interesting is the way that Pat Cummins captains, because it's not a huge amount of runs. And I saw yesterday for the first time in the series when he bowled to Zach Crawley, cover point was up. Throughout the whole series he had cover point on the boundary. To Ben Duckett he had cover point back. I get that because he didn't leave the ball. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how Pat Cummins captains, because there will be times today that he might have to bring the field in to try and enforce the big shot. It almost said that you can have the boundary, but by doing that you might create an opportunity. When does he use Todd Murphy? Does he use him? Does he use Mitchell Marsh? All these kind of calculations comes into your mind as a captain, because when you've only got 224 to play with, one 100-run partnership, that's pretty much the game done and dusted. And he's going to have to be very, very clever with his field settings, when he forces England into the big shot, when he decides to just spread slightly, and when he uses his different combinations of bowling. I thought Mitchell Stark last night looked fantastic. He just looked in rhythm, just bounced a little bit more from the rugby stand, and there has been more bounce from the rugby stand, and we saw Wokes yesterday get a couple to bounce off a decent length. So Mitchell Stark is a big, big threat, particularly if the ball starts to swing.
Yeah, we talk about swing, also some variable bounce, Glenn, as well.
Yeah. The wickets, as Vaughan said, Mitchell Marsh bounced a bit more, Alex Carey bounced a bit more. So, a little bit of variable bounce, and you still have to run in, hit the deck, get it in the right areas. The variable bounce came from a length, just on a good length, just short of a good length. So we'll see what happens, but it should be good.
Yeah, well, we're really looking forward to it. Well, I was speaking to Stuart Broad, 16 wickets in the series so far, and he's played all 3 test matches. He's really been sort of the focal point of this England bowling unit. Well, I suggested to him that it was a great opportunity for England today.
Yeah, very much so. I think when you win the toss and bowl, that chasing 250 is something that you're targeting. So delighted to get through that little session with the bat last night, 20 minutes, and ultimately, although we didn't get a lot of cricket yesterday, it was a fantastic day for us to set this game up. So 250s, always, you've got to play well to chase a score like that, but I think this is one of the quickest outfields I've ever played on in my whole career, so I think you can sort of knock a few runs off for that. But we know how good the Aussies are as a bowling attack, but we have full belief in what we need to do today.
They've got some good overhead conditions this morning, haven't they?
Yeah, that's what Headingley does. It does serve up different conditions, and generally if you get a bit of cloud, it can move around, particularly with a newer ball, but I don't think we can see that as a negative and look too much into that. We just need to sort of pounce on any loose balls and try and play an attacking style today.
So that aggressive approach continues.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's almost having that mindset like you're playing 50 over cricket today, being busy. I think if you just stand and prod around, you can nick the ball on this pitch. So be brave and be fearless and go and get these runs.
What about you? You're the leading wicket taker in the series after 3 matches, although Pat Cummins could catch up a little bit today. How are things going?
I feel like I'm bowling nicely. I feel like I bowled quite a lot actually in the first 3 games. There's been quite a big workload, but ball's coming out really well. Particularly, I feel like I've got the new ball in a decent area. I think we've seen with these Dukes balls they're historically a bit harder to bowl with sort of after 30 overs. They lose a bit of shape, but it was good that we kept this ball swinging yesterday, because it meant that when Travis was smacking it like he was, at least there was a bit of movement to work with when the slog was on, and we could take wickets at the other end. So yeah, I feel like I'm bowling really nicely. Feel like I need a couple of days to freshen up after this one, which fortunately we've got before Old Trafford comes round. Meet up sort of next Saturday.
You said at the start of the series that you could understand it if you didn't play all the games. Do you think you're now in a position where you might well play them all?
Don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's Jimmy's had a freshen up this week, ready to bowl at the Jimmy Anderson end next week. So I don't know what the situation will be. We've obviously had a couple of niggles floating around pre-series and throughout the series. Obviously been a bowler down this week, which it was pretty heroic efforts from Mark Wood and Chris Wokes, particularly to carry the group through and get 20 wickets. So I need a bit of a recharge after this week, but fortunately we get that, and I'll make sure I'm fit and fresh and available for Old Trafford.
And what about the batting? Presumably hoping not to bat today.
I would love not to put my pads on. That would be true. Yes. We'll wait and see. We'll see what happens. But always prepare. I think everyone always prepares to do their role in the side and what's needed. But I think pretty much every day in this Ashes series so far has thrown up a few surprises, hasn't it? So that's what makes Ashes cricket so special and so addictive. Really, it's been a wonderful series to be a part of. But we certainly want to make it 2-1.
Stuart, go well. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
There we go. Stuart Broad. He's got to play at Old Trafford, Michael.
Absolutely. He's been outstanding. And they've got a break between the 3rd and 4th test. It's going to be intriguing to see which way both teams go. But he mentioned there fearless cricket. Fearless cricket for me is actually not just being gung-ho all the time. So it might come to a stage where someone has to, be brave in terms of wearing a couple and ducking a couple, just to, if there's a batter at the other end and it gets down to that kind of 7, 8, 9, and I see them all trying to swing with a batter at the other end, I personally will go down there myself and tell them off.
So fearless to me is, like he says, go out, back yourself and play the situation. So you've got to be brave enough to do that, and this first hour is going to be incredibly important.
Andy Zaltzman, you got something for us on Stuart Broad.
Yes, he's been amazingly consistent for England recently. He's taken at least 5 wickets in each of his last 7 tests. That's against South Africa at the Oval, last summer, 2 in New Zealand, and the 4 tests this summer, 1 against Ireland, 3 against Australia. No other England bowler in the history of Test cricket has had 7 consecutive tests with 5 or more wickets. Broad's taken 72 in his last 15, which is his most productive 15 test sequence of his long, illustrious career in terms of wickets taken. So he's really found a good groove, Simon.
Definitely. He's been excellent in this series. So England need 224 to win today, 224 more. Australia need 10 wickets. Perhaps England might take some encouragement from what happened at Lord's yesterday evening.
Still 2 needed from 5 balls. Here comes Jonathan. Gibson on strike. Reverse sweep. She'll get at least 1. She should get 2. And she will get 2. England have won the game. They're still in the Ashes. England win. Australia have lost a bilateral series for the first time in 6 years.
Wow, Danny Gibson, brave shot to play. Brave shot to play, but she gets the reward. It goes for 4. England win by 5 wickets. They've beaten Australia. Their Ashes campaign is still alive.
Events at Lord's last night where England's women beat Australia's women, and there's a special podcast available on BBC Sounds, highlights on the BBC iPlayer. The next match is on Wednesday. It's in Bristol. It's a one-day international, the first of 3 one-day internationals. It's at 12:45 on 5 Live Sports Extra. Phil Tufnell and Jim Maxwell are here. Good morning.
Morning, Simon.
Tuffers.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Jimbo.
How do you see it today, Tuffers?
Well, I mean, it's beautifully poised, isn't it? I fancy England. And it could be the end of the Ashes for England, or it could be the start of them, can't it, this morning? I fancy England to go out there. We know the way they're going to play. Is it going to swing a bit? Is it going to seam a little bit? You just get the feeling that if they can get off to some sort of start and chew into that 220-odd with Duckett, who played nicely yesterday, and Crawley, who played very well yesterday night, just to go out and still have 10 in the hutch, so to speak. If they get off to a good start, I fancy England, but we've said that before. There's always a twist.
There's always a twist. But, Jim, could be a grim weekend for Australian cricket. The women losing last night, the men today.
And the Wallabies being slaughtered by the Springboks yesterday.
Good morning, Jim, anyway. Good morning.
Worsfield, yes. Well, yeah, good things and bad things come in threes, I suppose. That commentator at Lord's, he sounded pretty excited, actually.
Who was it?
Looks like he's made a fine recovery. Good morning, Henry. How are you? Yeah, well, it was a great tonic for that series that England have played so well, and Australia just seemed to have gone into a cocoon or something. They're not playing their inspired, spirited, aggressive best from the sound of it. Maybe Australia just gone off the edge a little bit too. I don't know whether the sleeping sickness has spread through the side as a result of Steve Smith not being able to sleep at all, and he's had to back up from Lord's, and I think he's showing signs of some kind of frustration. That shot he played the other day, it reminded me of the first test in 2015 at Cardiff, when Michael Clarke and Smith tried to take Moeen Ali down, and Clarke smashed one straight back at Moeen, and Alistair Cook caught Smith just in there. So is there a bit of battle fatigue around? Will Cummins be able to do what he did in the first innings?
It's a good point, Jim, actually. 4th intense test match now, isn't it? And Cummins has had to bowl a lot.
That's right. And there's a bet, in inverted commas, going around that Bharat Santhalesen, who wears those very smart rainbow-coloured clothes. Barry. Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were there at Lord's, and I said to Pat, I said, you better have a crack here. Barry reckons you can play all 5 tests, and I do too, and I reckon you think the same, but you'll be wearing those clothes, won't you, if you do? He said, yeah, I'll take that on. Right, I'll do that. But there's a little bit of battle fatigue there. So they need a few early nicks to get into this game. Otherwise, England could knock off the runs very quickly, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be crucial for England, and the way they've played, and they've set their stall out, haven't they, this England side, that if they can just manage to get over the line here, I think it could be great for the series. If they falter again, people might start asking a few questions. 3-0 down, and it's all.
Well, that's it. 3-0. Ashes gone, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's when the inquests start toughest.
Well, it is.
Yeah. Well, World Series baseball, that's it. You pick up your kit and go home. You wouldn't play any more games.
No. So I think it's crucial just for England, just for their own sort of well-being, if you know what I mean, just to get this 1-1. Otherwise, everything sort of starts getting called into question, doesn't it? And we don't want to see that, because it has been thrilling stuff. We just need them to get home.
They just had a little bit of good fortune too last night. Not that Australia bowled particularly well, but there were a couple of nicks there. One that just half volley into slips, and another from Duckett over the slips. So maybe that's turning for them as well, as I try to sit back, being nice and relaxed in my impartial clothing today.
You got your Australian yellow on, Jim, haven't you?
Yes.
That's gold, mate.
Gold, and they're going to put up that damn hymn again. What's wrong with Waltzing Matilda, mate? Come on.
Well, you can hear it in the background. The crowd building up. Not every seat taken at the moment. It's one of those days when, you really want to be in your seat at 11 o'clock. You've got a ticket for today. Fantastic crowds. And well played to the crowd yesterday as well, because it could have been very easy just to say, there's not going to be any play today, and people could have gone home. I know you can go home and then come back if you live fairly near, but there's a tremendous atmosphere inside the ground last night.
Well, I mean, they squeezed a lot into that session, didn't it? It was enthralling stuff, as it has been all series. It's you never know what's going to happen. We turn up and we think we know a little bit about the game, don't we? But we're kind of proved wrong every session.
Well, we're yet to see the umpires. I can see the Australia team down by the boundary rope there. Here come the umpires. So we're about to get underway. It is dry, it is overcast, the cloud is high. There's a bit of blue sky way to the left-hand side. So what is going to happen? Does Headingley have a bit more drama in store for us, or is it going to be a bit like New Zealand last year, where England just came out here and knocked it off? One more thought from you, Tuffers, and then Jonathan Agnew's coming in.
Yeah, well, we say it every time. The morning, first half an hour is going to be crucial. Australia desperate to make a breakthrough, get a couple of wickets, and perhaps get a few jitters in that England dressing room. And what a welcome the England opening pair again. And listen to this Headingley crowd. They're on their feet already.
Takes you back 4 years.
Oh, I've got a little goosebumps there.
That is an incredible reception.
Yes.
Really is. West Stand, everyone there on their feet, flags are waving. Oh, absolutely astonishing noise. And out they go then, what they've got to do, it's up there on the board. 224 more to win. And Australia obviously need a couple of early wickets here. Where's your feelings, Tuffers?
Well,
you're always anxious, though. I'm going for a 3:45 knockoff.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I think just the way things have gone during this Test match, I fancy England have that momentum. But I've said that before. I'm not quite sure about the timing, but I just fancy us to get there.
I think whatever happens will happen quickly, because that's the way that they're playing.
Yeah.
Anyway, strap in, everybody. It's going to be a wonderful day. I hope you can have a radio or whatever you need these days to listen with you wherever you are.
Take us with you today.
The weather looks good. Certainly there we can see the city of Leeds. Those two cranes still standing, pointing at about 1 o'clock, both of them. The long arms pointing skywards, the little red lights shining from them. So Mitchell Starc's going to bowl the first over. He's down there at the far end. 27 for no wicket. Cries and shouts and yells of encouragement there coming from some part of the ground. Crawley's over his bat. There are 3 slips and a gully who's quite fine. Here's the first ball of the day. Stark's on his way. Bowls to Crawley. Forward he comes. And gets a single.
What a cheer. They're going to be cheering every run, this Headingley crowd. You just feel it.
They'll be exhausted if they carry on like that.
Yeah.
They're loving every minute. That was for 1 run.
That was just a forward defensive push.
I'm surprised he was back, actually. I mean, I think Australia have got to put some pressure on here.
Absolutely, Aggers. And this is what we've said all series, haven't we? And they've sort of got away with it for my money. Now today they're going to have to radically think, because within you could bowl 4 or 5 overs and they could have 20 or 30 just by pushing single.
And they've got for Duckett the man out. He's quite strong through there.
Yeah.
But again, there's acres of space.
Yeah.
There's a mid-off and a mid-on, and there's nobody anywhere else saving a single. There are 3 slips in that gully, though. Stark moves in, bowls. Duckett's first ball is pushed again.
Too easy.
It's pushed for a single there. And Australia have to look at this. It's just too easy to get the bat on ball and take a run.
Well, what it also is, John, and you'll know this being a bowler, and we hate it, when you bowl your best ball, which that was a nice ball, just outside off stump, bit of bounce, bit of swing, and he sort of got Duckett just prodding for one into that point. Oh, single, thanks very much. Yeah. Well, hold on a minute.
But also with
our
these
best ball's going for one.
He's got left and right-hander.
Yeah.
One's 6'5" and one's about 5'6". So the contrast is every ball.
Absolutely.
For the bowler.
Yeah.
I know he's very skillful, but
yeah.
Anyway, there's still that big gap is there. Particularly surprised that there's one there for Crawley, but his drive tends to be through extra cover. Here's Stark moving in, bowls to Crawley, who's hit on the pad. There's a pure leg before wicket.
Oh.
Given not out.
Wow. Swing.
And Australia burned a review off last night, a rather nervous-looking review too for a caught behind. But they're not going to review this, as Crawley didn't play terribly well. It was full, it did swing a little bit.
I think it
must. They all went.
Yeah, must have got a scratch on it.
Yeah, they were very eager behind the stumps. We can have a look at the replay. It did swing, and he got a big nick. Inside edge into the boot.
And there's a big gate there as well.
Oh, it wasn't a great shot, that.
No. So there is swing for Australia.
29 for no wicket, 222 more. And Stark wraps his fingers around the seam of the ball, pauses for a moment. Now he's running in that very smooth approach. Is there any bowls? And there's another one to Crawley. Tucking it away into the leg side. The man again is deep. So masses of room for these runs to be taken.
Acreage.
Yeah, isn't there? I mean, the one thing Australia definitely got to put pressure on, make scoring difficult, and of course get wickets, but they're going to have to put some pressure on these batsmen.
You can't just expect to bowl wicket deliveries all the time. You know, sometimes you've got to, as you say, create that pressure, and that brings the wicket.
A couple of maidens.
Yep.
Scoring difficult. 30 for no wicket. We're in the first over of the morning, the 4th morning. In comes Stark, bowls and Duckett. Well, he's done it again.
Well,
pushed it into that space at point for a single.
Thanks very much. Can't believe the luck here, the England batters. I mean, they're just defending and getting runs.
That's 4, isn't it? 4. Yeah. 4 ones. Morning to you.
Morning, Andy.
31 for no wicket. Still no change.
I've been in these dressing rooms in these situations. You just want a settling morning, don't you? You want a settling hour, don't you?
Yep.
Just knock it about, and then the dressing room just slightly eases.
Yep.
People not scrabbling around.
Stark, left arm over, moves in bowls, and he drives. That really is where he does drive. Out to extra cover. Didn't time that one, though. Just pushed, really. Out to wide mid off. 5 have come from the first over without breaking sweat. And I think England will be very happy with that situation. And Australia need to have a rethink. 32 for no wicket.
But something that we've seen throughout the series, the difference in dot ball percentages between the sides, but particularly at the start of innings. So looking at the first 15 overs of innings in this series so far, England have scored off 40% of deliveries they've faced, Australia just 20%. So part of that is due to, I guess, the way they're seeking to play, but also, as you were talking about, those rather passive fields that Australia are doing. They have taken more wickets in those first 15 overs through the series. So I guess it's that trade-off that both sides are looking for.
Yep. This is key for me, this fella.
Cat Cummins, who was expensive last night, he went searching rather. But he's a fine bowler, and I think he'll be a little relaxed today. It's one of those periods, again, we've talked about it before, where you have just a short period of time as a bowler, you can get it wrong. 32 for no wicket. Crawley's on 12, and Cummins runs in, bowls trim on leg stump, flicked away beautifully. Wide of mid-on. Boland gives chase, but he's beaten to it out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And they come back for 2, but that was a really pleasant shot. It was Murphy running around there from deep square leg who actually cut that off, but...
plays that well, doesn't it? It's not a leg side delivery. You don't want to be missing that, but I mean, he gets himself in a better position to play that clip off the legs, for my money, than the drive. You know, that drive is gorgeous when he connects, but it is fraught with danger.
Yep. Hence the 3 slips on the gully there. Cummins moves in now, bowls outside the off stump. Crawley lets it go by. That'll please England supporters, because there was a bit of width, then he went a little wider, and it was an inviting length. But Crawley said no thank you. They've scored 7 off the first 8 balls of the day, so they've got a nice start anyway. But that's the sort of moment, if you have bowled a couple of maidens and you push one out like that, batsman thinking, I need to score a run here, might just chase that. So that's the reason for questioning perhaps the field that's been set with all of these gaps. 34 for no wicket. Crawley on 14. Bat raised, dips at the knee as Cummins bowls to him, and again he lets that go through. And there's no stroke.
And then, of course, that's, you know, see, Pat Cummins then bowling that beautiful line and length, you know, 4th, 5th stump, and you leave. As a bowler, you think to yourself, well, I just want to make him play this, and you bowl it a little bit straighter, and it comes onto that glorious little clip through mid-wicket. It's not necessarily about... It's sometimes the things that you don't do as a batsman which foxes the bowler, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. The outfield has greened up. It absolutely hammered down.
Oh, didn't it just?
In Leeds, just after we left the ground yesterday. I mean, it really came down.
Torrent, wasn't it?
Cummins bowls, and that's driven out through extra cover. It stops, actually, well stopped. Didn't go all the way. Labuschagne was able to dive on it. And you can see, actually, by the mark it's left on his knee there, quite how damp the outfield must be, because he's got a big green smudge.
Well, apparently, Agus, someone was found in the Western Terrace.
Well, I'm hearing that. I don't want to start more rumours.
No.
But yes, apparently somebody...
Hope he had a brolly or some oilskin.
Spent the night on there. And given the rain that fell, it does seem extraordinary, but that's...
Surprised he wasn't washed away.
It did come down, didn't it? I mean, it's bouncing off the road.
Yeah.
35 for no wicket. And Cummins goes round the wicket to Duckett, who waits for him now and drives with a bit of a punch. Labuschagne again fields, preventing it going to the boundary. Another single. 36 for no wicket, and at the moment England making quite easy progress, and gets to a point where Cummins himself, or Steve Smith, I think, does quite a lot of the captaincy when Cummins is bowling, and he must feel as a batsman it's all a bit easy at the moment, just
chalking them off. Chalking them off.
36 for no wicket. Cloud high at the moment. Very varied weather forecasts doing the rounds.
Oh, don't tell me the weather's about.
Well, Cummins runs in, bowls, and another one here for Crawley. Nudged away. The man at square leg is on the boundary.
Get him off your pads, lads. Get him in singles.
And it's the end of the over, so...
Yeah, nice start.
Like 10 off first 2 overs.
Yeah, 9 scoring shots from 12 balls. Talk about 4th innings chases, and the stats for England since Stokes and McCullum took over have been excellent. They're averaging 55 runs per wicket in 4th innings of Tests. This is their 10th 4th innings since Stokes and McCullum took over last summer. Over the previous 7 years, they'd averaged just 23 runs per wicket in 4th innings, and the last 3 4th innings chases at Headingley, England 296 for 3 last year against New Zealand, the famous 362 for 9 against Australia in 2019, and West Indies successfully chased 322 for 5 in 2017. So before this innings, 980 for 17 wickets in the last 3 4th innings on this ground in Tests.
Such a fast outfield, that's part of the reason, isn't it? In comes Stark, moves in, bowls, and Crawley squeezes out a full ball, gets another single.
I mean, look how far Labuschagne's back there, John. Unless it's absolutely smashed to him at that mid-off, sort of wide mid-off.
It's a single every time.
It's almost as if they're giving singles.
It's as if they're saying to Crawley, that's your shot, you play it well, but you do often get out to it. There's a lovely big gap there. You stand up tall and you drive on the up, and we've got 3 slips waiting. It's as if they're trying to leave that gap there on purpose, but for Duckett as well.
I mean, that's not on the one for me.
No, it's not. It's not. He is quite deep there. So 3 slips and a 5th slip, really. Deep backward point, and then all the way around to a mid-off who's quite deep. Mid-on, deep square leg, long leg. Stark on his way, bowls to Duckett, who punches it up to mid-on as well. Stopped there by Captain Cummins. Tumbling to his right, it was hit quite firmly. It's a big fast bowler going down in a heap.
Oh, he's a good athlete, isn't he?
Look at the crowd, absolutely rammed in here.
Yeah.
Lovely Sunday crowd too, families. That's what's often different about the more corporate days of the first Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that sort of. But Sundays always feels like a family day.
Yeah.
And lots happens these days on Test match Sundays. It's results, drama. 38 for no wicket is the score. Stark's on his way, bowls to Duckett down the leg side, well stopped by Carey, flinging himself full length to his right.
That's been a great atmosphere, hasn't it?
Yep.
Been fabulous. Walking in, everyone, the bands are playing, and all sorts of things going on.
I didn't see Dickie Bird this morning, did you? Was he on duty out there? He's normally sort of hanging round.
Yeah.
That sort of part of the ground, just smiling and waving to everybody. he puts himself there.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody's part of the Headingley Test match, isn't
Absolutely.
it, Dickie?
Yeah.
Giving them a little smile and a wave.
Oh yeah. 38 for no wicket. Duckett's on 21. 213 more needed. Stark comes in, bowls him, thumps him on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Given not out. It was short of a length. Stark's a tall man, and I felt Carey was going slightly leg side there, but he's coming up for a conversation. And in fact, Mitchell Stark has said, "No, I'm not sure about that." He's not a tall man, of course, Duckett. So round about the flap of the pad is still in the business area for a bowler, but he did get a long way across in front of his stumps. You know, a little look at it. A scrambled seam from Stark, thumped into the thigh pad. It looked leg side toughers, don't you think?
Yeah, going down leg side and a tad high, perhaps.
Given not out. 39 for no wicket. Stark dries his hand on the back of his trousers down there at the far end. Everyone watching intently, even the stewards. Stark runs in, bowls to Crawley. Oh, there's that wide one. And he went at it this time. And fortunately for him, he missed it.
Yeah.
But that's, I suspect, part of the reason for that gap. But it was a flailing shot, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Let's have a little look at this Duckett one. Might be a bit closer than you thought. No,
umpire's call, that's all.
Where would you be? Where, if you were in this side, John, where would you be now? Would you find yourself a little corner and not really look?
You wouldn't move, and all the batting side will be in a seat, and they won't move, will they?
No, I might be in the physio's room with a towel over my head.
It's just comforting in there.
Yes, it is.
Here comes Stark, bowls outside the off stump, and there is no stroke. The end of the over. 39 for no wicket. I mean, you hear stories of players nipping to the gents. Before they get their pads or whatever it may be, and then have a big stand partnership, and you can't come out.
Does that still happen? It must still happen. I think it still.
I think they're still superstitious.
Yes, I always like to find myself, as you say, if you're going to be in that position and going to be over there for quite some time, I always like to be horizontal. You know, not comfy. And that's why the physio's better. And the physios were usually calm guys.
Yes, they are.
Friendly and very kind and caring. And they'd sort of, come on, Fed, it's all right.
All right,
we'll get there.
It is anxious.
It is smelling salt. Well, the Ashes is right on the line, and you just feel.
Yeah. Cummins round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and Duckett drives and misses. There's some bounce there for Cummins.
Good delivery.
It was a good delivery, and Duckett rather threw himself at the shot there.
Roller might just be coming off. Oh yeah, seam movement. Seam movement full and seamed away from Duckett. Good delivery.
Lovely ball.
Yeah, all bounced as well. Just went bouncing past there.
39 for no wicket. That's an even better ball because it's from round the wicket. So angled in at Duckett. He's got quite an open stance. Cummins bowls to him and he's forward, tucking that away to square leg, who's now inside. the circle, if you like. He's now saving a single.
Well, I don't know about you, but I just feel if England can get across the line here, that it might just sort of start something.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, it's better than finishing something.
Well, exactly. But, you know, I feel that the Aussies will just sort of look at themselves and then all of a sudden they start thinking to themselves, instead of, oh, well, listen, mate, we deserved those 2 wins at, you know, early on. Or perhaps we were a bit lucky and the whole mindset can change.
Cummins runs in, bowls to Duckett, who plays solidly forward there. Determined defensive shot. Almost deliberate there, getting everything behind it with a very straight bat. And Labuschagne is able to field at mid-off. So it's even the stewards, who usually are charged with
turning the other way.
looking at the crowd. There's some police officers down there, look down at third man. They're watching the cricket.
That's harsh, isn't it, when the stewards have to turn around and just look at the crowd?
Yeah.
Must be horrible. I'd have some sort of wing mirrors on my head or something, I think.
Goes Cummins, bowls, and that's pushed away for a single again. The man is deep down there. You'd have played in a game that I was reporting on many years ago now.
Yeah.
We were in Lucknow.
Yes.
India.
Yes.
Where there'd been a bit of a hoo-ha, and it's quite a traditional hoo-ha about a temple and a mosque, so politically it was very fiery. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's right.
And there was not a single spectator in this big terraced stadium.
Yeah.
But it was ringed with police officers all looking at the empty terraces.
I played in that game.
You did play in that game?
Yeah, I did.
Navjot Singh Sidhu.
That did for John Embry.
He smashed John Embry everywhere.
Yes, I remember that game.
It was a very strange game.
Loads of army personnel everywhere.
In the lifts outside the doors.
Yeah.
Even the media had them outside our bedroom doors.
Yeah.
Goes Cummins, bowls, and that's steered away down to square third man. And I have mentioned this before, so apologies, but it's the only hotel I've ever stayed at in the world that had a cattle grid at the front door.
Just in case.
They were everywhere, weren't they? Sort of roaming round.
Yes. I remember on our bus to the ground, we had a very nice chap with us and everything, and he had one of those old Sten guns, you know, like the Sten guns with the thing that comes out the side, sort of British Army, I think, First World War or Second World War, like that. And I said, thanks, mate, for looking after us and everything. Things were a bit taken like that. And I said, you've got one of those Sten guns.
Goes Cummins again, and he bowls, and that's driven straight, and it has beaten mid-on, but it hasn't timed it terribly well. Boland picks it up. It's done well actually there, and they take a single. 42 for no wicket.
And I said, that makes me feel safe, and everything like that. And he said, I don't know about that because I haven't got any bullets in it. He said, I haven't given him any bullets. So it would have been handy if he could have whacked him round the head with it, but it wouldn't have been able to do much with it.
Funny how you think of these stories. I remember we were down in the basement area of that ground.
Yeah.
It was a Saturday morning, and I was going to do Sport on 4 live with Cliff Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
Which used to be a lovely programme with that beautiful theme tune.
That's right.
So that one. So I'm down there, and there's a problem. We had it throughout that tour of being able to persuade the local telephone companies to get us on the air. And I was only on a telephone, and I'd bartered with this chap. The game before, we were out at near Delhi. In comes Stark, bowls, hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket is out. Been given out, he's reviewing it, but he does wander across in front of his stumps. And he has called for this to be reviewed, but Duckett has been given out.
I didn't hear a snick.
Review for LBW given out. TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
That's our old friend Joel Wilson as third umpire. I didn't hear a nick either, to be honest, but you did review it quite urgently.
Doesn't appear to be any bad there. Can you give me all clear just to confirm?
It's leg stump at best, I'd have thought, wouldn't you think?
It's tight. That's tight. Looks pretty adjacent to me.
Umpire's call, of course, will go against Duckett here.
We can see the
gap
base
between
of
the bat and the ball. flat line. Ball tracker when you're ready, please.
Right, here we go. He hasn't nicked it. Is this the first wicket? I can see the leg stump behind his leg.
Original decision is out.
Red.
Ball pitching in line, you're back in
He's
line,
out.
and wickets hitting. Kumar will be seeing with your original decision of out.
The first twist.
Yeah, hit the leg stump.
On screen. Signal now.
Good decision. Duckett does get across those stumps and then play into the leg side. He's missed that one. And England do lose their first wicket. The Australian supporters are up on their feet down to our right. It's 42 for 1. England need 209 more to win the match as a disappointed Duckett heads for the dressing room. Tuffers, thoughts for you? And then Dan Norcross is coming in here.
Yeah, it was one of those kind of deliveries from Mitchell Starc. It's quick, it's up there. It's almost like a bowling machine, sort of, and it sort of does you a bit for pace, and skipped onto his front pad before he could just... Oh, hello. We got Moeen Ali coming out at 3.
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, did Michael Vaughan rather prefigured this, didn't he? I think he said this might happen. Moeen Ali at 3, not Harry Brook. Well.
Come to give it a bit of a dash.
What position is that? The Dayhawk?
The Dayhawk.
What's that?
The Morning Hawk.
The Morning Hawk.
Well, I think he's come out there to play a few shots, I reckon.
What does it mean for the rest of the order? Is Bairstow back at 7, that way?
Yeah,
route 4.
I didn't like Harry Brook at 3, I must admit it.
No.
Just didn't kind of feel right.
So you think it'd be Bairstow 4, Brook 5, Stokes 6, Bairstow 7?
Yeah, it just gives us a little bit more depth. Listen, I don't mind it, actually. I don't mind that. I'd rather Moeen come out there with the flashing blade and try and get yourself 30 or 40 quickly and have Harry down at his normal position.
Dear old
on the flip side of that, if he has a dart at one early on and nicks it, Aussie's right in the game.
England are suddenly 42
for 2. Yes, we said there'd be twists.
He's been asked to open as well, hasn't he? Do you remember some years back, was it on the subcontinent? They got him to open. He's batted in most positions, it seems to me, from 1 to 8, Absolutely. Maybe 9.
1 to 9, he's batted every position.
3 slips and a gully. Starc is into him. His first delivery is down the leg side, taken by Carey. Couldn't quite catch up with it.
Well, I think he'll get a bit of chin music, Mo, because,
we got out in the first inning.
Yeah, the Aussies definitely see that there's an opening there.
Have we... I mean, we haven't had much in the way of bouncers yet. I guess while the ball is new and the conditions might favour a bit of swing.
Yeah, let's go a little bit orthodox to try and nick a couple off.
Mid-on and mid-off, deep square leg in place, as well as a deep backward point. Tension is just building again. Here comes Starc to the left-handed Moeen, who defends on the front foot, and he's underway straight away, really, with that little push into the onside. Starc fields off his own bowling. He's off the mark, and England are 43 for 1. Good delivery from Starc, wasn't it? Held at pace.
Yeah, and it's almost like it just rushed him. You know, he has that slinging action where he can just sort of scoop one onto you a bit quicker than you think.
And Duckett slightly falling over, the head a little bit outside off stump, looking to flick away through the onside.
Yeah. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, because that's usually his sort of little shot through that mid-wicket. Gets himself usually in that beautiful position. It just, as you say, just rushed him a bit.
3 slips and a gully still in place for Crawley. As Finchy gets going with his trumpet. Starc in, and Crawley, well, he guides his ball down through deep backward point. It's going to run away for 4. He's played with an angled bat all along the ground. Crawley into the 20s. He has 22, and England 47 for 1.
First boundary of the morning for Zach Crawley. Nicely played, actually, soft hands, and that was a deliberate sort of just angled the bat and tried to get it past that gully area. Didn't go after it or push out at it, so he went straight along the floor. Nicely played.
47 for 1. 204 more needed for victory. There have been few alarms this morning, but now, well, the alarm bells have now rung with the loss of that first wicket. Starc runs in from the football stand end. Crawley upright, waits and clips this into the onside to the right of mid-on and gets another single. 48 for 1, Crawley to 23. It's such a bizarre morning we've woken up to that, honestly, it's not about partisanship, it's about the future of this Ashes series.
Absolutely.
And you're so aware that today
the Ashes could be over, or they could be, in a sense, about to begin.
Absolutely, and that's what makes it so beguiling being here at...
Well, I mean, I've heard so many different predictions.
Andy was just doing some sort of like
spooky,
tales of the unexpected stars.
Repeating that at the moment. I've been watching a few of those. They're utterly preposterous. Moeen on strike, last ball of the over, defends, back up the wicket, up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the 10th over of England's innings, 48 for 1, a wicket taking over for Mitchell Starc, single the back of Ben Duckett. Andy.
What you did when you beguiled the West Indies at the Oval, wasn't it?
There you go.
Leighton Lambert, you had a
spell on you.
Zach Crawley in his 18th home test is the first of them. He's scored 20 in both innings. Just on Moeen Ali at 3, mentioned Harry Brook. Did bat a bit at 3 for Yorkshire earlier in his career with no real success. Moeen has a tremendous record in first-class cricket at number 3, albeit most of it was quite a few years ago, averaging just under 50 at number 3. And the seasons before he came into the England side, well, 2013, the year before he made his debut, 1,400 first-class runs batting at 3 for Worcestershire, average 59.
Thank you. Cummins starts a new over, 2 sips in a gully. Crawley on strike. Crawley pushes forward in defence up to mid-off. There's no run.
And not a huge amount of success when he's batted at 3 for England. Did make a rather scratchy half-century against India at the Oval in 2018, but we've seen the versatility he has. He has made hundreds at 4 and 5 for England in India, so maybe there's...
4? He's got quite a good record at 4, hasn't he?
Well, he's only played 5 innings there. He's got 100 and another 50.
Scratchy 50s are good.
Yeah.
Scratchy 50s are good.
You'd be happy with that, would you?
You can scratch all you like.
It's all a bit frantic here. Yes. Cummins is into Crawley. Crawley gets up on his toes and works the ball into the onside, up to Boland at wide mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, well, you were saying that the alarm bells were ringing after that first wicket. I don't think they'd necessarily see it like that just yet.
No, you've been very sanguine. You and Michael and Andy have been very sanguine. Yeah. I have not been sanguine. I and Eleanor Oldroyd are the opposite of sanguine. I don't know what the opposite of sanguine is.
You're a bit tense, are you?
Well, I suppose it's like I say, it's because of how important this is for the next couple of weeks.
It is.
Cummins into Crawley, who works this again up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think because we've seen 3 such incredible test matches.
Well, we have.
Varying quality, varying pitches, but the games themselves have been so exciting that you just want it. You don't want it to stop yet. And you feel that even if they have really good games, but if the Ashes have gone, it'll be a different sort of feeling.
And also those very good games which England didn't sort of get on the right side of, I kind of think they should have in some respects, and so you just want it a bit of luck, perhaps.
Cummins into Crawley. Goes after this, drives it firmly, as you could hear. Sound off the bat, but he won't get a run for it. It's fielded at mid-off. Good scrambling stop by Labuschagne. 48 for 1. He's going after a couple of these. Here is Crawley. And this is the 3rd over of Cummins' spell. I imagine 5 overs a spell we're probably looking at.
Yep. There's still a long way to go. You can't bust a gut too early. Have you got any sort of superstitions, Dan? When
a run chase?
Have you? A lot.
Too many. Here's Cummins. It's worked into the onside. It's going to go out through deep mid-wicket, and they'll just pick up a single. So, yes, breakfast has to be perfectly organised on my plate before a run chase. The sausage, beans butting up against it, keeping them away from the hash brown. This is a buffet breakfast, of course. I wouldn't do this at home. So the hash brown
That's just the start of the day, is it?
Bacon slightly to the side, angled. My fruit and my yoghurt. Just to have pineapple in it.
Okay. Shoes. Lucky underpants.
Don't have lucky underpants. Strangely enough, that's the one lucky thing I don't have.
Weird thing to eat with your breakfast, isn't it?
Do you remember last year when you were very disturbed by me asking you to buy me some underpants? Cummins is into Moeen, who plays at one outside the off stump, and there's a polite inquiry.
They've just got this ball moving a bit, the Aussie bowlers.
End of the over, 11 gone.
49
for 1. Crawley 24. Moeen has one. It is just under shape, isn't it?
It is, and a little bit of, I reckon that's a bit of nip. Yeah, just that bit of nip. There seems from this end, there's that little bit just wide of off stump. It's just doing a bit off the seam, and then coming from the football stand end, as we noticed when Chris Stokes was bowling, there's just that bit of extra bounce as well.
That did for a couple of players yesterday, didn't it? The bounce off the glove and off the
each match.
Yes. 49 for one. They started today on 27 without loss. If you're just joining us, Ben Duckett, the man to go. You can catch that wicket on the BBC website and app. We have in-play clips. And later tonight, there'll be highlights of what will be a win for one team or the other, you imagine.
Oh, yes. No draw here.
No. Today at the Test, we'll give you details shortly as Stark starts a new over into Crawley, who drives out through the covers, out to deep backward point, where Todd Murphy is stationed. And the 50 is up. 50 for one, Crawley to 25. BBC 4 at 7 o'clock tonight. Because Wimbledon's on at the moment, of course. So you'll find today at the Test more often than not at the moment on BBC 4. Phil, highlights of the women's game that took place yesterday. England winning their second game running. A series win in a way. T20 series, of course, not the Ashes win. They've still got 3 more matches they've got to win. That's available on the iPlayer. Stark into Moeen, who drives nicely through the covers. Should pick up a couple here. Fielder in pursuit. And the target to reach is now less than 200 away. They're 52 for one, England. Moeen Ali 3, Crawley 25. You, Michael, you scooped this Moeen Ali story, didn't you, last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good move. Harry Brook at number 3 in the first. I just had one chance batting there, but it just didn't look right. It didn't look comfortable at all. I think this gives England a better chance. Moeen Ali has batted 3 before. He's playing sensibly at the minute. So is Zach Crawley. He's had one big drive from Mitchell's start, but so far England are playing quite patiently.
Stark into Moeen, who gets wrapped on the pads, but it's going down the leg side. Picked up by Stark. There's no run. The other thing I like about this is that key position 3, but Moeen's not playing for his future, because he said he doesn't want to play any more Test cricket after this. He didn't really want to play Test cricket before this, but was persuaded out of retirement. So he doesn't have anything to lose, does he?
No, he doesn't. I mean, they haven't bounced him yet.
No.
It won't be long, but also there's not a great deal of swing. I thought the ball would swing around a bit more. There's not a huge amount there. The danger ball is that one that comes back to the left-hander from Stark.
Stark into Moeen, who gets gone down the leg side. Good diving take by Carey. Diving away to his right, two-handed.
Yeah, that's what he's targeting there, Stark. The similar delivery to what you got Ben Duckett with. That was just a full and straight one. Duckett just kind of fell over, probably trying to cover that 5th stump line that Australia have targeted him with. Yeah, Moeen is he's such a dangerous player. You know,
he's left-handed as well.
He times the ball beautifully when he's in. But the game's on a knife edge, you feel.
It does feel that way. It's deeply tense. My hands are sweating as Stark is in to the left-handed Moeen, who plays at one in the channel that bounces a little through to Carey, and there's no run.
Well, I think there's more bounce off length from the rugby stand end. Chris Stokes got a couple of bounce yesterday. If I would have been Pat Cummins, I think I'd have brought myself off a little bit sooner, put Boland on at this end and saved myself to bowl in the far end. I know Pete Hartley used to play with me for Yorkshire here, used to like bowling from that. He used to always, and Darren Goff, so you get more bounce coming up the slope.
So that's been the case generally, has it?
Yeah, always get a bit more bounce coming from the rugby stand end.
Stark into Moeen. Moeen just guides this back of the square on the offside. He'll pick up a single. Mitchell Marsh moves to his left from gully. End of the over, 53 for one, England. Moeen has 4, he'll keep strike. Crawley 25, England need another 198, and Stark has now bowled 4 overs in this spell. Sort of counting off the overs for their main bowlers as well.
Well, with such a good break in between the 3rd and 4th Test match, I think they'll find the energy to keep going today. They know the game's going to be done and dusted today, so they get an extra day off, plus a week. When does the next test? Does the test start on a Wednesday at Old Trafford or a Thursday? What are we talking?
Well, Wednesday and then Thursday at the Oval.
Yeah, so they've got plenty of time to get in the ice baths, plenty of massage in the next few days, so I'll just give it everything today.
Cricket coming thick and fast, women's one-day internationals. First one's on Wednesday. A must-win game for England. As Cummins starts in, right arm round the wicket. The left-handed Moeen, who pushes into the offside and will collect a single on the front foot.
It's amazing cricket because even mid-off deep, a couple of points on the boundary, they've got 4 slips awaiting the outside edge, and if you just get any bat on it, it's an easy single. Square leg on the boundary. To Zach Crawley, it's a little bit more compact because they only go for 3 slips and they put a short extra cover in place. But there's a big space on the leg side. Square leg on the boundary. Halfway, about 12 yards in front of square. Fine legs quite wide. Thirds quite wide on the boundary. So it's a little bit more compact to Zach Crawley. They're basically going to offer him the drive at the offside.
Cummins in to Crawley, the right-hander. Short. First bouncer has gone for 4 byes. Wide, perhaps. Let's see byes.
It's cut wide.
Banged in. Very high. And wide down the leg side. Didn't stand a chance, didn't Carey? Crowd loving that. Bonus 4 runs. That's sailed over his head, hasn't it?
I feel for keepers when they get those byes by the name. I mean, how should that go to the keeper?
Well, we've just seen the side on replay. And that was way over his head. You're a keeper, Andy. How would you feel about that? Cummins into Crawley. Crawley comes forward in solid defence, plays back to the bowler.
Nice.
No run.
We don't really keep stats on byes per match, so
no.
Do we know? Do you not have stats?
Well, I can find that out, but no one really looks, because some byes are clearly keeper error, some byes aren't. So
who's had the most byes in Test match cricket history?
Oh, come on.
What, over a career or over a match? Or
career. Come on.
What, byes per match?
Just
byes
career.
per over-faced?
Yeah.
I reckon it'll be in South Africa. High Veld. Cummins. Worked into the onside by Crawley. There's no run. Flying through high.
Joe Berg,
yeah. That would be an unforgiving
but
pace.
in England, the ball moves around once it goes past the batter. We saw yesterday, Johnny Bairstow was diving all over the place. The ball was swinging. So it's not easy in England. No swing for Cummins. He's bowling wobble seam, just trying to get the ball to manoeuvre around. There's been not a great deal for him yet.
Is he about to go short? He's into Crawley. Crawley defends on the front foot. Again, back past the bowler, and he's going to get a run for it. Boland had to move to his left at mid-on. Crawley to 26, England 59 for 1.
Have you ever known a batter make batting look so easy? And Zach Crawley,
he has such a low average.
Yeah, average is 28. And he faces you're talking Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins. He always looks comfortable. I never watch Zach Crawley and think you are out of form.
It's why people are invested in him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Phil Walker, the editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, was pacing up and down at Lord's because he's invested so much in him. Then he walks past a straight one. Bouncer, ducked by Moeen Ali. And there's no run. That is the end of the over. England have survived another Cummins over. They're 59 for 1. Crawley 26. Moeen has 5. More from Michael Vaughan. And then to take you through the next 20 minutes, it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, England have scored 32 this morning, just losing the 1 wicket. I think England would have taken that because I thought the ball would be swinging around a lot more. The lads are on the roof again on Cardigan Road. There's one on the roof there with a retro Manchester City jersey from back in the day, but it's been a good spot for I think there are a few students' houses along the Cardigan Road, and they've climbed onto the roof, can't get a ticket, or they can't afford a ticket. But it's always tells me that the game of cricket is popular when people are on roofs.
Yeah. Well, 2005 it happened, didn't it, at the Oval?
Yeah.
any vantage point that anyone could find. Here's Stark bowling to Crawley. Crawley drives nicely and gets a single to mid-off. He's quite deep to go away to his right-hand side as well. So one more. Everyone, it's one of those days when you normally get a single as a sort of polite applause, but today is...
very rare that you see mid-off deep for the seamers. It's almost like a spin field that they're allowing Zach Crawley to keep playing the drive, getting a single. Just changing the field a little bit here, Australia. They did have 4 catches. They've gone to 2 slips and a gully, and Osman Khawaja's going to go to a short extra cover to Moeen Ali.
60 for 1.
It's that ball that nips back that's the danger threat to Moeen Ali to start.
Moeen on 5. Boland's warming up, or has been warming up at fine leg. 2 men back on the leg side boundary. 2 slips in the gully. Here's Stark, left arm over. Into bowl to Moeen. That's down the leg side. Moeen tries to glance, misses it. It's taken by Carey away to his right-hand side. Duckett the man out this morning. LBW to Stark for 23. It was one of those, as soon as it happened, he thought, yeah, that's got to be close. It was, Duckett reviewed it, but it was hitting leg stump, getting a long way across on this overcast morning at Headingley. Australia have got the conditions that they wanted, although in the distance now we can see some patches of blue sky, and there was a suggestion from Simon King this morning that we might get some sunshine today. Moeen.
Well, England are batting, so generally that's yeah, I think they've been very clever with the clouds.
Yeah, just whistle them up, the blue sky. All right, Moeen's not happy. Stark was running in there. It's been a problem throughout the game. It's almost as if people in that Howard stand at the far end just completely oblivious to the fact that there's a cricket match going on.
Right, Simon, I'll just give them a clue. Shut that door and lock it. There's a door that the punters could walk, 15, well, probably 30 yards to the left and beyond the kind of the side screen at the other end. Just shut the 2 doors.
Yeah, there are 2 doors there. There are other doors they could go in and out of. It's above the sight screen. 2 of them above the sight screen. Stark bowls to Moeen. Good short ball. Moeen plays it really well, bending at the knees, allowing it to go past his chest. That was nicely played. And it's through to Alex Carey.
Well, what I like so far with Moeen batting at 3 is that, I think the ovation that Moeen got, I think the crowd thought he'd been sent out there to give it a throttle. He's just playing normally. And it's the right way to play because he's wearing down Mitchell Stark. Probably have seen off Pat Cummins' first spell. And he's too good a player just to go out there and, slog it. He's a quality batter.
He settles. He's 5 not out. And here goes Stark to bowl to Moeen. And Moeen pushes that away back up the offside of the pitch, and Stark fields off his own bowling. If people are switching on at 20 to 12, hearing that Moeen's in. Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. England have not lost a whole pile of wickets this morning. Moeen replacing Harry Brook at number 3. I mean, it's a remarkable situation. They've seen 1 innings of Harry Brook at 3 and said thanks, but no thanks.
Best thing for the team. Saw enough from Harry at 3 in the first innings to suggest that he's going to be vulnerable. Moeen Ali is... He's batted at 3 a little bit more than Harry Brook has in his career.
Stark bowls to Moeen. Moeen's bowled. 1 stump out of the ground. Looking for a firm push into the offside. And Stark gets his 2nd wicket of the morning. England are 60 for 2. Lovely sight for Mitchell Stark. 1 stump lying flat on the ground. Umpire Menon goes to retrieve it. Australia right back in this game.
Yeah, well, it's that ball coming back in. Mentioned it about the left hand. It's just kind of angled in. It goes a little bit further, right in between bat and pad. That's what Stark has been bowling for to the left-handers. The Aussies in the terrace are up on their feet. And now he goes for 5. England 60 for 2. Still need 191.
Well, it never felt like it was going to be a straightforward day for England when we saw the weather overhead today. Unless someone just can get in and take the game on. Joe Root comes in at number 4, England's best player.
Well, the Aussies will feel if they can get Joe in there. Anyone's vulnerable in the first 15-20 minutes. What a reception for the local lad, Joe Root. He's out to Pat Cummins in the first innings. It might force the Australian captain to bowl 1 more because Joe Root's gone out there. With the ball just nipping back into the left hands and nipping away from the right-handers. Joe Root's going to have to be very wary with that one going across him.
Well, he's had a chat with Zach Crawley, passing on some information about the conditions. I'm sure Root's been watching very closely from the England balcony.
I don't think we're that far away from blue sky.
It might not be, actually.
It's kind of moving across the clouds to our left.
Australia go, how on earth have you managed to do this if the sun does come out? At the moment, well, they're making the most of it. They picked up 2 wickets so far. Duckett LBW to start for 23, and Moeen Ali cleaned up by Stark for 5. They put the stumps back in, and Root's taken guard. 3 slips in the gully, and here is Stark to bowl to Joe Root, his first ball, and he goes out for a wide one, for a big drive, misses it through to Carey. Well, that could have been out first ball. He was looking for extra cover and 4 through extra cover, and he missed it.
Oh, I don't want to see that from the England best player. That's wide. That was exactly the same line that people have seen Johnny Bairstow get out in the first. That's his first ball. The ball's going across. And I know it's a different era and England are playing an expansive game, but I'm sure Joe would have been watching the ball coming back into the left-handers. And he knows that's going to be the threat from Mitchell Stark. That's just nerves, I reckon. Just even an experienced pro in these conditions, the pressure of the game, England have to win. Just a nervous drive. Last thing England need is a Joe Root easy dismissal. If you get a good one, you get a good one. You can't do too much about those.
Right, here's Cummins with a new over from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Zach Crawley. Goes in now, and Crawley is coming forward. They're playing that quietly away into the offside. Picks out Khawaja in the covers, and there is no run.
I thought they might have put another slip in for Zach Crawley and almost allows that to have the offside, and if he gets a single, he gets to bowl at Joe Root. He's kept the same field. Mitchell Marsh is warming up. If there's anyone that will swing it for Australia, you'd think that he might get a little bit of movement. Did bowl a great deal in the first inning.
3 overs he bowled.
Got the wicket of Crawley.
Back with Cummins. Runs in always with great purpose. Bowls to Crawley outside the off stump. Crawley drives, gets it up towards straight mid-on, deepish mid-on. Boland slides. Relay fielding, they're coming back for the second. Throw to the striker's end, just misses the stumps. Root come back for the second, leaning forward to make his ground. If that hit the stumps,
I reckon he was out.
Well, that might have been very tight.
I think he was just a bit dozy there. Marnus Labuschagne. The ball was in Boland's hand. He flicks it to Marnus Labuschagne, who'd run from mid-off. And Joe probably thought the throw wasn't coming. Then all of a sudden the throw did come. I think he might have just made it, but it was close.
Yeah, we need the replay from side on to have a look at that one. But it was very close to being a run out. Good from Labuschagne. He's a sort of hunter in the field, Labuschagne. Looking for those run-outs the whole time. He's an aggressive fielder. Cummins bowls to Crawley outside the off-stump, driven by Crawley for a single to Labuschagne's left, and again Labuschagne is onto it quickly. He's not trying to let them have an easy single, but that time he does hold on to the ball. He just sensed that if he'd thrown it, there might have been an overthrow. One more to Crawley. He goes to 30, to 63 for 2.
There's definitely more happening from the rugby stand end for the seamers. Hasn't been any real movement from Pat Cummins, has there? One ball to Ben Duckett, just went past the outside edge. Moeen played a big drive to one that moved, but not been a great deal. 3 slips in a gully away to Joe Root.
So Cummins to Root. Root moves away for a moment. I think it is a fly or something, or perhaps a wasp around him. Knocks it away. And now he settles, looks up. Does he come into pro? And then it pulls away. Just as Cummins was about to get into his delivery stride, someone moving down beneath us. You can hear the reaction from the crowd. It is incredible, actually, how people come to cricket and move so much behind the bowler's arm. Anyway, whoever it is presumably sat down now. So, effectively, this is a 7-ball over from Cummins. He's going to have to run in all that way again. He's back to his mark. Root waits. He got him out the other day, right at the start of the day. Cummins bowls to Root, and Root somehow gets that away into the onside for a single. I think there was some bat in that, and he's off the mark. Oh, no, he's not. It's a leg by. I thought I heard some wood in that. There's some nipping back. Cummins bowling down the hill, although it is not quite the hill that used to be here at Headingley. Actually, it was the double contact, wasn't it? It was the front pad into the thigh pad, the back pad as well.
He does get hit a lot there in his innings, the ball that nips back.
Anyway, a single, doesn't matter who scored it as far as England are concerned. They'll take everything today. We've had 4 byes over the keeper as well. 64 for 2. Cummins bowls to Crawley, wide of off stump, drilled into the offside. Nice looking shot from Zach Crawley, picked up by Khawaja. You feel Crawley sort of in that danger area for him. He's got to 30.
I reckon Crawley, Mitchell Marsh, Ben Stokes are the 3 batters that have made batting look quite easy on this surface so far.
And Travis Head in his way, but that was all short stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, Travis Head as well. But Zach in the first innings was playing lovely, and he got a good ball from Mitchell Marsh. This is a great chance for Zach Crawley. He's had so much investment into him by the England team. They've just backed him. They love the way that he plays. It's a great day for him to repay that faith.
Cummins bowls to him, full outside the off stump, driven by Crawley up towards Labuschagne. Last time it went to Labuschagne, they took off for a single. Well, that was a bit too close to him that time. So there's no run. That's the end of Cummins' over. So he has bowled now today 5 overs. He's the spearhead and the workhorse really in this Australia bowling lineup. He bowled more overs than anyone else in that second innings last Sunday. Only a week ago we had the drama of Lords, the drama of Headingley today. He bowled more overs than anyone else in the first innings here. I wonder whether he's going to have to take a break fairly soon. They'll want him, obviously, want him to come back later and trying to do some damage. It's one of those days when you give everything. The Ashes are on the line today for Australia. This could be the day for them.
Yeah, it's interesting overnight. I mean, everyone positive about the England side, and I'm confident that they can get the job done, but you can't forget that the Australians can win the Ashes today. They have the urn in their hand. The captain, Pat Cummins, can create a legacy on his own. Being an Ashes winning captain away from your home shore, it's never easy to do.
Right, Mitchell Stark's going to bowl another over. This will be he's bowled 5 so far. So yeah, another over for him. He's bounding in to bowl to Root. Root nudges that away into the offside. Characteristic Root stroke. They've got that blocked off now. They didn't have it blocked off at the start of the series. They're allowing him a single square of the wicket on the offside, but it's not that time.
I think it's a better field now. I mean, you're gambling that, you've only got 3 catches behind, but, I think allowing a new batter to get such an easy single to a good ball.
Well, it's tense at Headingley. 251 to win, 64 for 2, 187 more required. Joe Root just come to the crease, waits for Stark with him now, and Root chases another wideish ball, doesn't time it, looking to crash that through the offside, rather drags it up towards straight mid-off, and Marnus Labuschagne is there away to his right and picks up, and there's no run.
Mitchell Stark's got Joe Root out 8 times for 303 in Test cricket, so Root averages just under 38 against Stark. But the problem, as we mentioned in first innings, is his record against Cummins, 10 for 226 over the 28 innings that Cummins has bowled to him.
I'll just mention why I chuckle in a moment. We need to watch Stark first, going into bowl to Root, who drives for 4. Well, that was the shot that Root was, I think, trying to play the ball before, pretty close to it anyway, and it was similar to the shot he was trying to play first ball, where he drove at Stark and missed it, and they went through to the keeper. Fine stroke. Root goes to 4, and England to 68 for 2 now. We've just seen a light aircraft go over the ground with one of those banners. It was advertising a bar, so it was a bit of advertising, but it also said, well, it just said same old Aussies, so perhaps they didn't have enough room to get perhaps the rest of the message they wanted to communicate to the crowd. It doesn't really mean very much, does it? Same old Aussies. What, same old Aussies always winning? I don't know. Here's Stark to Root. Root drives at that one, gets a thick inside edge, and it runs back to Stark. Well, it's a fascinating contest, this.
I prefer the ball before, where he just let the ball come. It was a bit closer, this one's a bit wider. The previous ball, he just held his shape. He had such good balance with that foot movement. Australia know that if they can get Joe Root early, Joe's such a calming influence on the whole team.
Yeah. I think he's got a problem with his bat. It looks like he wants some tape round it. Anyway, he's going to go on with this one for now. He signalled something to the dressing room. 68 for 2.
It's got to be Stark's last over, I think.
So, wouldn't you?
Balls, yeah.
Taking 2 wickets this morning. Goes in now and bowls to Root. Short, helped on its way by Root. That's nicely played. Boland runs around the boundary. They're off for 1. They're going to come back for the second. Root is hustling back for the second. That's good running as well. Boland's throw didn't quite have enough power in it. Carey had to come towards him to take the catch. Boland slightly off balance on the fine leg boundary. 70 for 2. Root just every run, the value of it, hustling back for that second. Root goes to 6. Nice controlled pull. Seen much short stuff from start this morning. Just dropping one in there. There are 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary. Boland there and then Travis Head in front of square. Who says that the moustache will come back at some point, but he just got a bit too long for him. That's why he shaved it off. If you heard that hard-hitting interview before play today. Stark bowls wide and Root drives. Nice looking shot. Almost the best stroke he's played so far, but he's hit it right at Khawaja at point. And there is no run. So I wonder if that is Stark seen off. Figures this morning's ults.
6 overs, 2 for 23, well, 2 overs for 8 yesterday. England have scored 43 runs in the day, but only 2 boundaries off the bat. There was the 4 byes as well. So they've, as they have through the series, kept the score going with Australia with a number of boundary fielders, but only the 2 4s, but still going at just under 4 and over.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the changes now. Scott Boland's going to replace Pat Cummins. Also, Mitchell Marsh has been given the nod to replace Mitchell Stark as well from the rugby stand down. Boland's not had an impact. I know he's missed a game at Lords, and Edgbaston, the pitch was such a slow one that he didn't really have any impact. He got that Crawley a couple of times with a couple of good deliveries, but he is the kind of bowler, if there's movement out there or any kind of swing, he'll find it, but he'll want to have some kind of impact in the series. And Pat Cummins needs his kind of second string, if you like, to step up here, because they've had a decent start, Australia.
Yeah, a lot required here of Boland and Marsh. Stark and Cummins can't do it all on their own. Boland at Edgbaston took 1 for 86 in the first innings from 14 overs, then 1 for 61 from 12 overs in the second innings. An ineffective test match, especially compared to the amazing start he's made to his test career. Here he is now, bowls wide to Crawley, who tries to larrup that away through the offside and misses it. It would have been a one-day wide, that's how wide it was, but it also felt like a pretty tempting delivery to try to smash through the offside. Went past the edge.
Well, I think England have got a tactic against, but I think they want to try and unsettle him. I think they want to try and take him down, which, it's the England method. We'll find out in a few hours whether it's the right method, but what they can't do is just give Australia an easy one with a really poor stroke just at this stage.
10 overs for 35 in the first innings. No wickets, Boland. Boland bowls outside the off stump, driven powerfully by Crawley up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Well, it does look as though Crawley wants to take this on. 2 balls, he's trying to crash 1 through the offside. That was a nice powerful drive. James Woodhouse emails, it's sunny and hot in Wakefield, as I'm listening in from the garden, hoping this lovely weather soon makes it your way soon to help England's run chase. You'll just have to help me out here, Mike. Wakefield is just south, isn't it? When you come from the train in London, you go Wakefield and then Leeds, not far up the line. Boland bowls. Crawley plays more cautiously this time to a ball outside the off stump, guiding it away towards Khawaja in the covers. So you can see the blue sky that people are enjoying to the south of Leeds, but at the moment there's still cloud cover over Headingley. England are 70 for 2, 181 more runs to win the game. Possibility of some showers at 3-4 o'clock today. Sort of feels that might be the time when this game is close to being finished. Boland bowls outside the off stump, and that's slashed, edged over the gully region for 4, down to the boundary. Crawley going after it. Marsh leapt in the air, 2 hands, couldn't take it. I don't think it was touched by Marsh. He went very quickly, and it's gone away for a boundary. It was on the up from Crawley, quite wide. It was over the outstretched fingertips of Marsh.
Needed Cameron Green.
Green, Marsh is a tall man, but it might have needed Green there. Green's got that slight hamstring injury, so not risked in this test match. 74 for 2. Crawley goes to 34. Boland bowls. Crawley defends. Into the onside up towards mid-on. Listen to the crowd. There's almost more applause for that defensive shot than there was for the boundary.
They know the cricket up here. They know this game's on a knife. They know it's tight. They know a couple of mistakes from England now would make Australia favourites. If this partnership can just go for, well, if they go to lunch another hour, I think we'll all start to breathe and settle down. But you just know with the game as it is, a couple of mistakes and Australia are right in it.
Boland to Crawley. Crawley gets a single here, almost putting the bat there. The ball hitting a thick inside edge, runs away into the onside backward a square. Carey comes round to pick up, and there's one more to the total, and Crawley moves to 35. Right, commentary continues. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and on ABC in Australia. Radio 4 long-wave listeners, you are off briefly for the shipping forecast.
We talked a lot during the Baz Ballistic era about how England present opponents with unfamiliar challenges, and that's been true for Scott Boland as an individual. Mentioned his figures at Birmingham over the match: 2 for 147 from 26 at 5.6 and over. It was his 9th test. He'd never gone at more than 3.23 per over over the course of a match previously in the previous 8, and that was the only other time he'd gone for more than 3 and over in a match. So he'd never been attacked in that way. See the pitch and the conditions play a huge part in that, but this is I guess another example of that unfamiliar challenge that England's opponents face.
What did you call it? The Baz Ballistic, what was it?
Era. You consider yourself a Baz ballistician or not?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Right, Mitch Marsh is going to bowl from the rugby stand end, rugby football stand end, whatever you want to call it. The new stand there, the Howard stand. And he bowls 3 overs in the first innings. Bowls now to Crawley. Crawley gets a wide one, which he angles away towards deep backward point. Todd Murphy is there. He seems to hit it unerringly to Todd Murphy in that deep backward point area. I suppose that's why he's there. That's why he's been positioned. Alex Hartley is here. Well, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere.
It is very true. It is very true. I'm very glad this test will be over today, so I have a day off tomorrow, because then I'm going to Bristol for the women's ODIs.
Well, that's lovely for you to go down to the West Country. Marsh bowls to Root. Root comes tiptoeing down the pitch and then defends towards cover, and there's no run. That single, by the way, took Crawley to 36 and England to 76 for 2. So you were down at Lord's last night?
Yeah, cracker of a game. Cracker of a game. England won. It's the first time Australia have lost any series since 2017. So even though England need to win the 3 remaining ODIs to, I guess, win the Ashes, they've won a mini-series.
Well, that series is still alive, and so too is this one. Root waits. Marsh bowls to him, and Root angles that away, opening the face, running it down through the gully region. And Todd Murphy comes in again to pick up deep backward point, running in. So Root gets a single, takes him to 7, and England to 77 for 2. In theory, Marsh not quite the threat that you might have from Cameron Green with his extra pace and height, but he has got an Ashes 5-fer. Nipped him with one at the Oval in 2019. What was his last test before this one? He turns at the football stand end of the ground. Goes in now and bowls to Crawley. Crawley tries to force, doesn't time it, hits it hard into the surface and runs out towards cover, and there's no run. So 2 wins and a no result would also give England the Ashes, is that right?
Yes.
In the women. So 3 ODIs. Wednesday, 12:45. We're on air for that one in Bristol, and then next Sunday, and then you'll have to help me out after that. And welcome back to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners, by the way, after the shipping forecast. 77 for 2. Crawley on strike on 36. Root has 7. Crawley waits now for Marsh, bowling his first over of the second innings. And Crawley stands up and punches that away down towards the deep third boundary before. Nothing Todd Murphy could do about that one. It went very quickly off the bat. Murphy not far away, but flashed away through the gully off the bat of Zach Crawley, who moves to 40. And England to 81 for 2.
Tried to play the same shot at the ball before, but it was slightly fuller. This one slightly more back of a length. Back up on his toes, and punches the ball past backward point. And even though Todd Murphy is there, it raced to the boundary.
They do have a gully, Australia, but he's more of a fifth slip, really. Here's Marsh bowling to Crawley, drives. That's an excellent stop from Marsh. That was going for 4, straight back past him, but he bent down and knocked it towards the stumps. And Root had to get back quickly, just in case the ball was going to deflect into the stumps. And it went up to mid-on, and there's no run. Right, there we go. We've had the first hour or so of this tense 4th day's play. It's 81 for 2. Crawley has 40. Joe Root has 7. Chance for people to get up and stretch their legs and take a few deep breaths. Australia with 2 wickets, Duckett for 23, Moeen Ali for 5, but England have made some progress as well. It's 170 more to win this test match.
Yeah, Australia, they'll be pretty happy with their morning, managing to get 2 wickets. England, 81 for 2. Australia, they'll be chatting now and just keep toiling away, just keep hitting, bowling your best ball, creating pressure. You can get 1 wicket, then we're right in this game.
Here's an email from Adrian Bending in Harpington. It's an interesting point. So I've always been interested in what it feels like to be a certain number in the batting order. Once you're out there batting, do you actually keep thinking, I am a number 3, i.e. Moeen going up the order today to replace Harry Brook at 3 after 1 innings for Brook? Surely back to the conditions and the requirements of the team. Obviously a number 3 can be in as early as the first over or after a stand of 150 with an old ball. I can see the psychological disruption of changing the order, but I've always been surprised that teams don't change their batting order more. For example, if the opening stand is big, then put in a middle order batter in when you lose the first wicket to hit the old ball and keep the number 3 back for the second new ball. I think what it is, Adrian, is that players like to know, they like certainty, don't they? They like to know where they're batting.
Yeah, especially in test match cricket. I think white ball cricket now, the batting orders are much more flexible, but the conditions change. So if you grow up as an opening bat, you want to open the batting. And if you grow up as a number 5 or a number 6, and that's where you are, it is completely different to batting 3, because like Adrian just said, you can be in within the first over, and the conditions are completely different. So England will be looking for that specialist number 3, I guess, or trying to figure out their best 11, their best batting lineup. But yeah, it's the conditions and the conditions of the ball that change.
There are some curious glitches regarding batting positions in players' careers. Jeff Boycott averaged 44 at number 1, but 55 at number 2, which you think shouldn't make that much difference. Mark Taylor was the other way round. I wrote an article about this for Cricinfo years ago. David Gow, much better at 3 and 5 than 4 statistically. Ian Botham was more productive at 5 and 7 than he was at 6. When you think those positions, that shouldn't make any difference. Yeah. But maybe you do get these things that don't really mean a lot, but it clearly is. There's a sort of psychological element.
Yeah, there is, and there's a huge a huge passage of play where everyone was saying, well, why doesn't Joe Root just go up to number 3? But he doesn't want to bat number 3, he wants to bat number 4.
Right, the ground staff are off the ground, the drinks waiters are off the ground as well, otherwise known as squad members. And Boland is going to bowl. He's got Joe Root in his sights at the far end. Root fiddling with his gloves at the moment. Now he settles over his bat. 81 for 2. Game on again. And here is Boland moving in to bowl. And Root is forward and just wondering where that ball has gone, and brushes it away with his bat. Not quite the same as Harry Brook at Edgbaston, where the ball ballooned in the air, but for a moment there, Root lost sight of the ball and knocked it away from nearest stumps.
Joe Root averages 39 at 3, 52 at 4, 68 at 5, although that was mostly early in his career or in innings where he was slated to bat 4 and a night watcher came in.
Boland back to his mark. He's one of the sort of slower walkers back, Boland. Now he sets off again. Only 2 wickets to his name in the series so far. Bowls to Root outside the off stump. Root lets that one go. A good carry through. It's a nice delivery from Boland in that channel. Root equal to it, and then off towards square leg to play a shadow stroke. So no ball. Well, everything that Australia are prepared to give England today, very happy to accept.
Historically, for most decades since the Second World War, number 4 has been the highest averaging batting position, partly because teams tend to put their best players there.
Boland Past the umpire now, bowls to Root at 82 for 2. And he struck on the pads, a shout for LBW, and not out from Nitin Menon. It was quite a long way across there. It sort of had the appearance of going down the leg side, but Root had come over, trying to flick that into the leg side. Boland was really keen on it, but no review from Australia. They did burn one off last night, a catch down the leg side. Boland stops, has a quick chat with the umpires to say what was wrong with that. We're seeing it on our monitor now. A bit high, actually. Yeah, just a bit high. It might have been straight enough. And Root was forward as well, so I imagine that was going over the stumps, perhaps over leg stump. 82 for 2. Boland tries again. Bowls to Root, and Root defends that, head over it, playing towards cover. And there is no run. It's one of those moments when someone's hit on the pad, there's a big appeal. 1, 2, 3, wait for the umpire. That tense moment for everybody.
Yeah, we have had a few slow decisions as well in this test match where the umpires have really been thinking about it, so we can't presume anything until, well, I guess the DRS time has gone.
Yeah, well, that's it. Australia have had one upheld this morning. Duckett reviewing. That was hitting firmly into leg stump. Boland tries again. Moves in now and bowls to Root, and Root defends that into the onside. Boland starting well here, on target. OK, he did bowl the no ball, but he's been on target. Runs out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Crawley 40 not out. Can he do something significant today? He has played nicely. Cummins has got a problem now. Boland's walking back to the mark. Oh, there's a problem with the ball, I think. We might well get the ball changed here. I think it might be a good time to bring in Jonathan, actually. I think they're going to have a look at the ball. We might get a ball change. 82 for 2.
Yeah, there's a big bit of leather sticking out the seam of the ball, so they are going to change it. I don't know how that's happened. Maybe a bit of stitching has come loose, but yeah, a big part of the middle of the ball, where the ball is sort of sealed together, has come off the ball. Good morning, Naggers.
Yes, hello, Alex. Nice to see you. You had a good evening yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good atmosphere at Lord's.
Oh, it was brilliant. Brilliant. Another record crowd.
No, we were sitting and watching it on our phones.
I did see a picture that Ebony put on her social media of everyone crowded round.
Yes. So there is a ball change here. We've got that attaché case being brought out. There are a lot of balls in there.
Oh, he's running off with it.
Boxed, yeah. So change a ball, and Root looks around. He's played a couple of handsome shots and a couple of ugly shots so far, but he's been very busy with his running between the wickets for sure. 82 for 2. England need 169 more runs to win this match. And Boland, slightly shuffling start to his run, moves in bowls, and Root gets a thick inside edge on that. The ball bounces into his pad, and then just thoughtfully scoops the ball away for Khawaja to pick up. Coming in from cover. A conversation breaking out there. I think it was okay.
Root and Khawaja, I think.
Yes, it was. There was definitely a few words there. Because Root actually just, rather kindly, just tapped the ball away towards him there so he can pick it up. But anyway, in goes Boland again. Bowls, edged 4. Just wide of Smith. That second slip. All went very quickly and a little bit fortuitously, to be honest. That was not an opening of the face you see Joe Root doing sometimes. That was a genuine edge. And yes, it is 4 more as they shout there, but that is an edge. Landed just in front of Smith and to his right.
Yeah, he's got lucky there, Joe Root. It is a thick outside edge, and he knows as soon as he's edged it, he turns and looks at the slip straight away to see where the ball has gone. Don't think it would have carried to the slip fielder had there been someone there. It's just dropped short, but very lucky.
2 for 59 so far on this session. There's now 165 more to win. Should be well within England's grasp, but Australia fighting very hard. Marsh, a ball from the rugby stand end, but again there's movement up there. Come on, everybody, this is so frustrating. Why on earth are they moving just as the bowler starts to run in? I can see exactly who they are. They're on the front row of the middle tier there. So it doesn't seem any stewarding up there. I think that's part of the problem. 86 for 2. They've settled down. Play can continue. In comes Marsh. Bowls, and that hits him on the pad. There's some arms raised there behind the stumps. Nothing from Marsh. The ball rolls away for a leg by. 87 for 2. 87, of course, is to Australia what Nelson 111 is to us. So it's sort of an unlucky score, if you like. Yeah.
Both feet off the floor. Probably off the table as well, actually. I'll do that.
Yeah, but I think they're going to get a wicket, you see. So I think you put them on the floor.
No, it's the opposite.
Is it?
You take your feet off the floor, yeah. If you're the batting team.
In comes Marsh, moves in, bowls, and Root guides that away. There's a diving save, but an unsuccessful one in the gully. And Murphy fields, and it's another run. 88 for 2. There you are, I can put back again now.
We had Mark Robinson was our head coach. Another no ball there as well. For the Australians, Mark Robinson, our England coach, a few years ago, we were in the dugout and he said, 1-1-1, take your feet off the floor. I said, oh, shut up, Robbo, it's not a thing. He stopped being so superstitious. So I firmly put my feet on the floor. We lost a wicket and I was in the doghouse.
Happens a lot. Then comes Marsh, bowls, and that's a handsome stroke. A shot of real authority from Zach Crawley, who's hammered that through the covers. And when he plays that stroke, he plays it so well. It just comes off at a blistering pace off the bat, stands tall. A swing of the arms, and that, well, the fielder there had absolutely no chance of stopping that, either the one saving the single or indeed the man out in the deep. Wonderful shot. 93 for 2, 158 more to win. And Crawley on to 44. Marsh again runs in, bowls to him. Oh no, he's caught behind! Trying to repeat the shot. England lose their third wicket, and Crawley had a swish in the air of annoyance there. He went for it again. It was a sucker punch, really. Nice ball from Marsh. It swung away a little. It's an ambitious stroke to play. And Crawley is out for a good 44. But a disappointing way to get out, and he doesn't look pleased at all. He's marching off.
Oh, he's angry, isn't he? Very, very angry. And as soon as he nicked that ball behind, he swung his bat in anger at the crease. One of those where you probably get a polite reminder you can't do that. But he won't care at this very moment because he'll be so frustrated with himself. He played a few gorgeous shots through the covers. The ball before, probably the best of the day. And he's just tried to repeat the shot to a ball that's ever so slightly straighter. Wasn't quite there.
Well, what an opportunity and what a moment for young Harry Brook. His home ground, and he'll have the majority of the spectators here urging him on, but it was an uncomfortable first innings, and he was dropped down from number 3 for this innings. He's coming out to join Joe Root.
Do you think he batted 3, came off, went, oh, I don't fancy that again? Can I go back to where I was?
No, I think they said, mate, sorry, that wasn't great.
We'll try someone else.
It was a gamble anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
He's not a number 3.
No.
I think it's the right decision.
Crawley 44 from 55 balls with 5 fours.
And so Australia claw their way back in again. 93 for 3. Tension will rise in the dressing room.
These never straightforward, are they, these games of cricket? Both Ashes series have had their twists and turns.
So how's Harry Brook going to go here? There's 2 slips of gully, and Marsh coming up from the far end moves in, bowls to him outside the off stump, and Brook ignores it. You feel the relief there, the applause as the sun comes out. and certainly lots of blue sky around. And nothing nasty over Leeds at the moment.
Seeing that Crawley dismissal, the ball nipped away from him as well, ever so slightly.
It wasn't a half volley either. It was the length, really. It was just that little bit shorter. Drew him into the shot. 93 for 3. Then comes Marsh, moves in, bowls, and Brook's away. He's easing out off his pads and finding Travis Head out there at deep square leg. So he's away. 94 for 3. England need 157 more runs to win this match and come back into the series. What a difference it would make to the summer. I almost got Glenn McGrath agreeing that it would be a good thing if England win this match. Almost. I mean, he didn't go the whole way, but almost. He thought about it. Marsh comes in, bowls, and Root, late decision there to let that go through. And that's the end of a successful over, and the Australians down there all clapping their hands for Mitch Marsh, who's had such a good game. Runs, wickets. 94 for 3. And Boland's going to continue from this end. We've got Pat Cummins coming up having a conversation with him. Brook looked awkward against the short pitch stuff at Lord's, but then lots did. There was so much of it. But this looks to be just an orthodox field at the moment. I think the Australians feel there's enough still in this pitch that they can tempt him around about that off stump. 3 slips there with a bit of a gap between second and fourth slip. And a man on the drive at cover. Boland's on his way. Past the umpire, bowls to Brook, it's short, oh dear. That was not a nice looking pull shot at all. He's dragged it to mid-on. And Boland looked at him in a way that suggested he might have said, what, really?
It was a horrible hack, wasn't it? It was a horrible shot from Brook.
Win predictor. England 53, Australia 46, draw 1%. Where's that come from?
Yes, get rid of that.
Boland bowls, Fuller, and Brook this time gets head right over the ball, lays it down to mid-on. He's got so much going for him, Brook. That catch he took yesterday, the short leg, was a brilliant catch because actually it was Bairstow's. And twice, I was thinking about this actually in the night, twice, with a helmet on too, he's running away, the ball coming over him, as it were, over his head. Twice he looked at Bairstow to see if he was going for it or not, and still he managed to keep an eye on the ball. Boland bowls, and Brook takes his bottom hand off the handle, a bit of extra bounce. So he's running, got a helmet on, the ball's sort of almost out of his view coming from behind him. He's going to take it running away.
He stopped
twice.
He
looks twice at the keeper and still manages to keep an eye on the ball and dive and take the catch. I mean, it was a fantastic catch, though.
It was one of those where when he stopped to look at Bairstow to see if Bairstow was running for it, I was like, this is going to bounce in between them both. This is going to be, no one's going to go for it. And then that full length dive, brilliant catch.
It really was. Right, we've got a man out at deep square leg now. Depends if Boland bowls the bouncer or not. Off he goes. Bowls, no, it's full. It's punched hard to mid-off. Straight to the fielder. 94 for 3. Brook on 1. 157 more runs needed by England. But there is that man now loitering out at deep square leg with the Western Terrace behind, a teeming mass. People wandering up and down the terraces there.
I'm going to stay away from there today, I think, Haggers.
Well, yes, you sent me a photograph of that inflatable, which well, put me off my dinner, if I'm honest. 94 for 3. In goes Boland, and it's an inside edge. And Brook coming on the front foot, rolls up to mid-on.
Was your dinner meat and 2 veg, Haggers?
Well, something like that. It wasn't what I was expecting from a little message from
Well, you didn't believe me, so I had to prove it.
94 for 3, 157 more needed. In goes Boland in the sunshine, and Brook defends. Again, taking that bottom hand off the back handle. It's looking a little bit awkward at the moment. So playing himself in, he's on 1. Root has 12. It's 94 for 3, so 157 more needed.
That was the first maiden of the innings in the 21st over.
I don't think you'd fit on the Western Terrace today, frankly, Alex.
No, it's very, very busy out there, isn't it? The sun is shining, which is what we like to see.
And it's a slightly different atmosphere. I was saying earlier, Sundays, when there aren't any inflatables being tossed around, are there? Is it more of a sort of a family day today?
It's school tomorrow, isn't it? And work.
But obviously in school with Thursday, Friday. So it's a much more of a family-orientated day, I think. I can see some youngsters there on the front row having a great view. That's Marsh bowls, and there's an inside edge into Root's pad. He rolls away as Khawaja comes up to pick it up from slip. 94 for 3, and Root inspects the inside edge of his bat.
It doesn't look like his fluent self so far this morning.
One shot, isn't he?
Yeah, just a few inside edges, outside edge through the slips before. A couple of balls where he's defended, he's not sure where they've ended up, and he's frantically looking for the ball. Doesn't quite look settled.
And there's some quite specific field placings here on the offside, so Khawaja's quite close at slip. Comes Marsh, bowls, squares him up. Good delivery. Bit of movement and some bounce there. He's a tall man, Marsh. But, he's managed to negotiate the ball all right, but now he's coming up and prodding at the pitch. So Khawaja quite close. He's about 4th slip, I suppose. And then Gully is back where you'd expect him to be. I think Root plays the ball in the air through there, and he does sometimes. That shot that he plays off the back foot, which scores him a lot of runs, can sometimes fly through the air there. 94 for 3, Root's on 12. Here's Marsh moving in again, bowls to him, and another defensive stroke. Slightly on the walk. He's fielded at cover. More prodding. Root just needs to get himself in. It's a big partnership, this. Johnny Bairstow in next.
The cricket's a funny game. It will just take one shot for Joe Root to feel comfortable at the crease, whether it's a straight drive through the covers, a flick off the legs. It'll just be that one shot, and you'll see his shoulders relax.
There's Marsh, bowls as an edge, and this hasn't carried to Khawaja quite. Are they going to get a single? Well, that was heart in mouth time there. Went very quickly. Genuine edge. Good ball again from Marsh. And Khawaja flung himself to his left. Bounced again, but didn't carry. And they're able to quickly take a single. So 156 more to win.
I don't think Khawaja can get any closer in there without him having a helmet on. Whether or not that's a tactic that they look to use, Australia, because that's twice now that's happened.
Marsh comes in, bowls, a late decision from Brook there. He withdraws the bat. .95 for 3. Marsh wanders back down the slope. Beautiful afternoon now. Still threat maybe of rain later, but I'm not sure that's going to matter. 95 for 3. Here's Marsh, bowls on the leg stump, tucked away by Brook. Now they can try and get 2 here. Root has run very busily, but no, doesn't fancy that one. The raised arm, he sends Brook back again. 96 for 3. And thoughts from you, Alex, and then Dan Norcross coming here.
Yeah, Joe Root just played a couple of shots where it's just dropped short of that slip fielder. Khawaja's come closer. There probably was 2 there, but Joe Root said, now we'll just settle for 1. I'm happy at the non-strikers end for the time being, as they both prod the pitch, try and get rid of all the dust and the dirt. You all right, Dan?
No. How are you?
I'm all right. It's just a strange welcome, a dig to the arm and a little dance.
Well, I've got a lot of nervous energy pounding through me. I was faithfully told by Phil Tufnell and Michael Vaughan and Andy Zaltzman. Boland starts a new over. This first ball is driven in the air, back past the bowler for 4. Slightly risky shot, slightly uppish, but came right out of the meat of the bat, and England's 100 comes up. 100 for 3, Brook to 6. Yes, I was told by Tufnell, Vaughan and Zaltzman that England were going to stroll to victory easily by 8 or 9 wickets.
Well, they could do it by 7, it's the same thing. You don't feel that,
No,
do you?
I'm not feeling that at all, as Boland is in again to Brook, who drives. Was there an inside edge on that? It's gone flying to the left of Carey, who got a glove on it. A bye has been signalled, so that's moved quite a long way after it's hit the pitch. And England collect a run, 101 for 3. Yes, I think Root looks quite out of sorts on this pitch. I'm starting to wonder, on quicker, bouncier pitches, doesn't really get the chance to play that late dab as comfortably, which he likes, down through the backward point region. We look at that wafty, airy drive from Harry Brook. Could have gone anywhere. Root back on strike, Boland into him, and he waits for this and plays into the gully region off the front foot with an angled bat. No run accrues, 101 for 3, the target 251. I've asked Andy to look into partnership stats, because it feels to me that England haven't had much in the way of long partnerships in this series.
It's been quite bitty.
Has been bitty. I mean, one of their top 3 partnerships was between Broad and Stokes in extraordinary circumstances at Lord's, as Boland is in, right arm over. It's defended by Root and picked up at mid-off.
He's on the move as he's defending that ball there, Joe Root. I don't like the look of it. He's almost walking into the ball and then squaring himself up.
Well, this is what I mean, you see. This isn't this nice relaxing day. Oh, pop in, let's watch a bit of cricket, carnival, fun atmosphere.
It's never good. Every single Ashes game, men's and women's, has been an absolute belter.
It's agonising. Boland in with 2 slips in a gully. Root drives firmly, and it's been brilliantly stopped at mid-off, but not before Root gets through for a single. Really good diving stop from Labuschagne, who is marvellous in the field. He had to make a fair bit of ground at mid-off, and he swooped on it two-handed. Root moves to 14 with that single, and England 102 for 3. The target now comes below 150.
It's a great shot from Joe Root. An exceptional bit of fielding as well. That one goes for 4. Joe Root just relaxes ever so slightly more. So the Australians still putting pressure on.
There's a long leg and deep backward square leg. 2 slips gully, backward point. Cover's now being moved across to the onside, I think. Labuschagne's... no. I see now. Cover's being moved to a short, straight, mid-off. Labuschagne's going wider at extra cover. Boland in to Brook, who guides this, and it's splendidly stopped at gully. A wonderful diving two-handed stop by Mitchell Marsh prevents what would have been 4. And England at the end of the over, 102 for 3. Root 14, Brook has 6. Alex Hartley's making way. And as if, you're not scared enough, Glenn McGrath comes and sits next to you. OK, Andy, what do you got?
Well, England have had just 3 century partnerships in the series. Duckett and Stokes and Broad in the 4th innings at Lord's, Bairstow and Root in the 1st innings of the series at Edgbaston, and 6 other half-century partnerships, 2 others in the 90s, both featuring Ben Duckett. But Australia haven't had too many themselves, 400 partnerships. The next highest one is 81. We've seen both sides without having huge collapses, apart from the end of Australia's first innings here, and England at the end at Lord's.
Mitchell Marsh starts a new over from the football stand end. Root drives nicely, elegantly to the left of mid-off, and as a result, we'll get a run. Moves to 15, 103 for 3. Welcome, Glenn. You must be delighted with Australia's work so far today.
Yeah, g'day, Dan. G'day, everyone. It's there's enough on offer there. The pitch is still offering something for the fast bowlers. I think a vital ball change there. That one wasn't doing a great deal, and then this ball seems to be carrying through a little bit more. A little bit of swing as well. And Mitchell Marsh bowling from the Howard stand end or the rugby stand end gets a little bit variable bounce. Some just bounce a little bit more.
Marsh in, Brook waits and pushes a defensive, back foot defensive shot back to Marsh, who's having a great game.
Yeah, so sort of in the balance, you'd say England's got the upper hand at the moment. But if Australia could pick up another 1-2 wickets before lunch, they'd be pretty happy with the situation. So still in the balance to a degree. And I thought Aggers might have been on because I have a bit of a bone to pick for him because there's an ugly rumour going around.
Marsh into Brook, who taps this ball into the onside. They get a single out towards deep square leg. 104 for 3, Brook to 7. What's this?
Yeah, no, I think Aggers said that I was hoping for an English win to keep the series live.
I think you were, weren't you? I mean, I think that's exactly what you wanted.
Oh, no, I always want it to be close and competitive.
Close and competitive 5-0. I know, I heard you say that. Yeah.
So, no. That should be a good... this whole series every day's been special, hasn't it? And you want to keep it alive, I guess, from an English perspective, but...
from a cricket perspective, for cricket to be the winner. Root on strike, and he clips this away into the onside. It'll be another single, though. There's a well-placed Travis Head out on the boundary. Just saunters in to collect. 105 for 3, Root to 16.
Yeah, well, cricket's always a winner, isn't it, Dan? So...
Yeah. I think also people are being very sanguine about the match definitely ending today. If the rain comes at the time that it has been variously forecast at around 3 o'clock perhaps, then the rate that Australia are taking wickets and the rate England are scoring runs, it wouldn't quite end at that point. As Marsh is into Brook, who punches off the back foot behind square on the offside down to deep backward point and gets another single. How many singles in this over? Is that the 4th? Yes. 106 for 3, Brook to 8. But these two have struggled a little with the pace of this pitch, I'd say, Glenn, these two batters.
Yeah, just the pace, the bounce, a little bit of movement in the air. So you look at someone like Harry Brook, who wants to go out there, dominate, play his shots. Australia needs to remain patient, get it through there and just see what Brook is going to do. See if he's good enough, mentally strong enough to get through it.
Last ball of the over, and Root drives, but he can't beat cover. Good stop. Prevents a run at the end of the over. 4 singles from it. 24 overs gone. England 106 for 3. Root 16. Brook 8. Andy.
Yeah, in this match, England are yet to have a 50 partnership, but only one single-figure partnership. So Australia have kept chipping away. And outside the Head Marsh stand of 155 in the first innings, the next highest stand is just 57 so far.
What was that between? Was that...
That was Labuschagne and Awaja at the start of Australia's second innings. So
before Labuschagne's brain fade.
The bowlers have constantly had a chance throughout this game, as was the case at Edgbaston.
Really good cricket wicket, isn't it? I mean, it's lovely when what happens quickly off the pitch. As Boland starts a new over, and Brook drives elegantly through the offside for 4. A sumptuous shot, a little full, a little wide, and Brook lent on that, gets the double figures, moves to 12, 110 for 3, went all the way along the ground, out through extra cover.
Yeah, very good shot there from Harry Brook. It's about picking the right delivery to play the shot too. That's where I think he's just got a little bit of work to do, but when he does pick the right one, he looks very elegant.
That was a sweet timer of the ball. England 110 for 3. Boland starts up again. Brook waits and then drives flashily through cover point for 4. A little bit more width, not quite as full. And it went squarer as a result. And those are 2 commanding shots from Harry Brook. England 114 for 3.
I actually thought it was fuller.
Did you?
It was quite full and wide and drove it off the leg.
You're right.
So, yeah, Harry Brook's not going to miss out on those ones. That was a bit of a juicy wide half volley. And Just need to Brook, just need to get it just on that good length.
Bring those slips into play.
Round about the 4th, 5th stump, off stump as they call it.
It's forced a field change here.
Yep.
And the short straight mid-off has now gone back to a sort of short cover. And a deep backward point's been set in. As Boland comes in. And Brook defends into the ground, and it's not too far away from his stumps, dribbles towards the slips.
Yeah, I wonder if Harry Brook was listening in to you commenting about the rain at 3 o'clock, going along quite steadily, then all of a sudden, bang, bang, two boundaries.
Well, that's the thing, as it gets closer, we just don't know how this game's going to pan out, of course, but nerves are going to come into it. For Australia, if they lose this game, they've got 2 more bites of the cherry. England, this is their only chance to get back in. Well, it's their first chance, but they have to win. Boland's in, and this has been hacked at, really, by Brook. Horrible-looking shot, and it goes along the ground up to mid-off with almost a horizontal bat hack to a wide-ish full ball.
And that's what I was talking about before. For such a quality batsman with so much talent and potential, it's just about choosing which one to play the shot at. He's only a young fellow. He's got plenty of time to learn. He's got a very healthy average test level.
Well, it's great he's playing test cricket, isn't it, as Boland is in. And Brook defends into the offside. There's no run. I mean, in England, we have all sorts of existential crises about talented players not playing red ball cricket, like Tom Banton. Will Smeed, I don't think he's played a single first-class game, and yet it's been picked up by T20 leagues. So when you see somebody who's such a talented ball striker who wants to play test cricket, there are a couple at Surrey, Will Jackson, Jamie Smith as well, the players that clearly enjoy playing red ball cricket. You want to nurture them. Last ball of the over coming up. Boland into Brook, and Brook guides this into a gap through the gully region down to deep backward point, gets a single, will keep strike. He has 17, Root has 16, England 115 for 3, 136 more required for England to win. I feel this place is very tense today. Occasionally they're bubbling up with excitement, but they're sort of cheering every run.
Yeah, it's a stage of the game now where 1 or 2 wickets can make a big difference if they can push through and keep the scoreboard ticking over and get that tally down to 100 runs or less. Start feeling a little bit more comfortable. But we've got a bowling change.
Stark is back into the attack. He picked up 2 wickets earlier today. Those of Duckett and Moeen. Moeen bowled spectacularly. Duckett, LBW, and failed to get it overturned on review. You can see both those wickets on the BBC website, BBC Sport website and app. And of course, today at the Test will be details will be coming later. But on the iPlayer, you can certainly see the highlights.
But there's been a talk about rain coming in later. Look around. Unless it's coming from behind us, it looks like a beautiful day.
Well, appearances can be deceptive in Yorkshire. And Stark is in, starting a new over to Brook, who flashes at this through extra cover for 4. That was wide and full, and Brook's going after it. I don't think Stark will mind too much, because he knows that if he can just get that length right, on this occasion it was just too full. It's really, really full. And Brook has smashed it to the left of the short cover of the front foot. But if he gets that length, that's that little bit further back, if he's got Brook in driving mode, that could bring the slips and gully into play.
A little bit of a warm-up ball there for Mitchell Stark.
119 for 3. Stark into Brook. Brook drives at this exactly in that, of that length that we were talking about, and then smiles. A similar length to the ball that got rid of Zach Crawley, goes through to the keeper.
But cricket's an amazing game, isn't it? It just never ceases to amaze me. The ball before absolutely smashes out of the middle of the bat. Next ball plays and completely misses it.
It wasn't a massively dissimilar ball, was it? A little. I mean, the length was a bit brought back. Stark's looking dangerous. Didn't see much in the way of swing from that ball, though. as he comes in now from the football stand end. And Brook defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler. The target 251. England not quite halfway there yet.
Yeah, Australia not quite halfway either.
No.
Not even
Still
a third of the way.
No, but they've got 3 top order batters out there. So that's worth a little bit more, isn't it?
Moeen sort of more middle, though.
I think it counts.
Counts.
I would say you're sort of 38% of the way there, maybe.
38.
Rather than 30.
So these two, 50, 55.
Or you get one of them, and then you move into 50% territory, don't you? Stark into Brook. That's defended off the back foot, actually. Just dribbles out into the covers where Khawaja fields. There's no run. On 19 for 3. These are nice. There should be nice conditions to bat in. There's not really much in the way of wind. Tremendous seeing with the sun mostly out.
Just having a look at the flags off to our left, and they're just dangling. So there's hardly any breeze out there whatsoever.
Just a reminder, if you're thinking about lunch, it's at 1:15 today because we're making up overs from after yesterday's deluge. Stark into Brook. Brook defends on the front foot, pushes the ball straight up to mid-off. No thought of a run. It's a lot of rain overnight, wasn't there?
Oh, I saw it down.
Oh, yes, I saw. All right, I heard a hen party performing Singing in the Rain outside our hotel last night. It was absolutely throwing it down, which might have just slowed the outfield down a little bit. Not been quite as quick as it has on previous days. Stark's at the top of his mark. Last ball of the over. Brook waits. As he's in now, left arm over. And Brook just dabs this into the offside, back to the square, down to deep backward point. He'll get a single, he'll retain the strike again. Root hasn't faced for a while here. Brook to 22, England 120 for 3. So half an hour to go till lunch. England have added 93 runs in 21 overs. Going at 4.5 and over, and it doesn't feel like baseball.
No, they've been a little bit more conservative today. There's been a lot of singles, a lot of rotating the strike. Quite controlled. The odd waft at a ball that's probably not there. So there's enough to keep these Australian bowlers interested. And now we have another change. Pat Cummins coming back on.
Here we go. This is a configuration that started the day. You'd imagine the two most likely wicket takers for Australia. Although Mitchell Marsh has bowled well. Scott Boland's bowled tidily enough. But Cummins, well, he's picked up 6 wickets in that first innings and feels crucial. Brooks on strike at the start of the over as Cummins runs in, right arm over, and Brook just dabs this down to deep backward point. Might get 2 here, or might get more. No, he will just get the 2. His fielder moves round to his left, and Brook advances to 24, England to 122 for 3.
Yeah, just fractionally short there, allowed Brook to get on the back foot and just sort of guide it down behind square. I think it's important with the length here. Someone like Brook, if you can just keep it on that length, just on outside off stump, just keep it there ball after ball. I'm not sure he has the patience to see it through.
Cummins in, and Brook is edging, and it lands just in front of Carey, and indeed in front of first slip. That was close, and that's exactly what you're talking about, Glenn.
Yeah, that one was probably a little bit fuller, but I'm not sure what happened there because that was a genuine edge.
Having a little look at this again. Yeah, it's a big edge. He's pushed away from his body, and it's bounced. Actually, Carey went for it because he had to, but he couldn't quite reach it. It carried to sort of where Carey would have been if he could have got his glove there, just about, but it's bounced in front of first slip. Cummins into Brook. Brook lets this go through the keeper, no run. England are 4 runs away from halfway. And when that happens, do you notice you'll hear the trumpeter? He'll play Living on a Prayer.
Fair enough.
You're halfway there, assuming they get there.
And then if we get if Australia gets the 5th wicket, will he play that as well?
No, you have to bring your own trumpeter.
Have to bring their own
Yes,
trumpeter.
I'm afraid so.
Can you go and borrow it if there's an Australian trumpeter in the crowd?
It's funny, isn't it? There isn't much of a tradition of Australians singing a great deal in crowds or of music. Cummins into Brook. Brook pulls out towards deep square leg, where there is a man situated, Todd Murphy, and picks up a single.
Yeah, it's the first short ball of the day. I was expecting a couple more to Harry Brook just to test him out. It just wasn't high enough. Sort of just got up around that sort of midriff, chest high. Need to get a little bit higher.
And he took out the umpire.
Yeah, Damasceno there, he was jumping for cover.
Quite nimble, I thought. Quite a good job. Brings Root on strike for the first time in about 11 minutes, I think. As Cummins is in to him. Root down the leg side, can't catch up with it. Good tumbling take from Carey.
That one sort of swung in, but a little bit too much. Just couldn't control it. Yeah, Pat Cummins probably hasn't been at his best this second innings. The first innings bowled exceptionally well. He's such a quality bowler. We expect such high standards. Now, if you get him on song through that area, put the pressure on the batsman.
Here he comes to complete the over. Root on strike. And Root drives through the offside for 4. A really lovely shot. Easy move into the ball. Great transfer of weight. That wasn't a long half volley. That was slightly on the up. But that takes England beyond halfway. 127 for 3. Root has 20. Brook has 25. And where's Finchy the trumpeter? Come on. I've just set him up.
I'm listening.
It's not happening.
Oh, I can hear something.
I'm not sure that was quite it. Andy.
For those who like to follow the win-vis, England are back up to 70%. They started the day at 75%. When Crawley was out, they were down to 53%. But this partnership now 34 in 7.5 overs has taken the balance of power back to close to what it was at the start of the day.
Thank you, Andy. Stark, though, and Cummins are bowling in tandem in this lead up to lunch. Brook on strike. And Brook chops at this ball, goes into the, gully region. A really good effort by Mitchell Marsh to prevent a run as he sprawls to his right. There you go. There we go.
Bit of Bon Jovi.
Yeah. They're quite popular in the Antipodes, I find.
Yeah, no,
Bon Jovi.
I've heard them live, and it was a little bit further west from here, out towards Manchester.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, no, they're...
You're a fan?
I am.
There's something about Antipodean fast bowlers in Bon Jovi. Ian O'Brien, the Kiwi speedster, he was a big fan of Bon Jovi, or Bon Jovi, as they're very occasionally called. Stark into Brook, who dabbles at a ball outside the off stump. A horrible-looking shot. Could so easily have got a little edge to that, then it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think he was trying to run that down to sort of third as well, but it was just far too close to him.
Oh, I mean, you can understand why. There's a deep backward point, but he's pretty square. But it's a shot that comes with advanced peril.
So another, 22 minutes to lunch. Important little period here for both teams.
Stark into Brook, who guides this to that deep backward point, a little bit to his left, actually. And he's coming back for the second, and he will get there. 2 more to Brook. He advances to 27, England 129 for 3, the target a further 122 runs away. Henry's up to mischief. What's going on over here?
I'm not sure.
Henry Moran is in our box. He's got more train miles than any commentator in world cricket at the moment. He's been going back and forth.
Yeah, down in London last night. He's quite happy with himself this morning, actually.
Watch England's women win. You can see that on the iPlayer. The Stark is in. And Brook is turned round slightly, but defends back up the wicket to mid-off. And there's a bonus podcast on BBC Sounds. Just content just pours out of us.
Just never ends, does it?
I mean, yesterday, I don't know how many podcasts we made yesterday, and there was no cricket on for 5 hours. We're like a machine, a factory of content. Not in a bad sense, not like a bot farm, but in a good sense. There'll be more to come. County Championship matches start tomorrow, all of those live on the BBC. Stark in, Brook drives, but without timing. Gets it to the right of extra cover, to the left of mid-off, but can't get a run. Just hit it a little too firmly. 129 for 3. Yes, County Championship. If this game does end tomorrow, your radio cricket does not end here. No siree, Bob. You can get straight back on the horse with 4 days of live County Championship action. It'll take you up to Thursday, and then on Saturday, it's finals day, featuring, 4 southern teams, including Surrey, of course, Essex, Hampshire, and Essex. Did I say Essex twice? I can't remember. I might have done.
Was that intentional?
No. Stark into Brook, who defends and goes into the ground, and momentarily was wondering if it's going to come back onto his stumps, but it didn't. Somerset's the team I missed out. Sorry, Somerset. So 28 overs gone. England 129 for 3. 20 minutes to go until lunch. Brook 27, Root 20. A relative moment of calm has broken out in this test match, but I don't know how much longer it can last. Thoughts from you, Glenn? And then to take you up to the lunch break, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, no. England have gone along to 129 quite comfortably this morning. They lost to those 3 pretty big wickets. I'd say they're slightly in front. If Australia could somehow find a way to jag one of these before lunch, I think they'd be pretty happy. And I guess you're putting the rumour out there that I want England to win.
No, I said you, I almost managed to persuade you. It's the closest I've ever known it, but then of course you inevitably withdrew. Anyway, I like the way that Brooks come out and played. Much more natural number 5 than he was in the first innings up to number 3. He just played some nice shots here. 129 for 3. Root on 20, Cummins on his way, moves in, bowls to him, covers up, pushes into the offside. Easy single there. Ball rolls away in the sunshine. Down to deep third man. And Root just seems happy to give the youngster his head here and let him take the strike, play the shots. 130 for 3, so 121 more needed. It was 224 when we started. Because of yesterday, I should mention the lunch is actually a little later today. Lunch is at 1:15. So if you're listening in Australia, about 17 minutes from now is the break. Cummins on his way, bowls, and Brook covers up very determinedly there, head right over the ball. It's fielded at mid-on. 130 for 3.
Yeah, England today have rotated the strike really well. I'm not sure there's been many maiden overs today, Andy. Just the one.
What did you make of those early fields with the men back square? I mean, there was easy singles, weren't they, just to get it going. I was surprised by that.
I think Australia have set those fields to start with, and they feel they've been successful.
They seem to get England away to a bit of a start. Cummins on his way again, bowls, and Wood plays out quite late. Brook rather out to a point. And now a deep square leg goes back, so just a thought here for Brook. Is he going to get something hostile from Cummins? So someone there catching a deep square leg is also Stark way down there in the shadows, down at fine leg, and Cummins very deliberately here, just moving that field a couple of yards. He's not really moving him. He's just saying to Harry Brook, hey, look who's out there. Expect a short one, or he might have a bluff. And Brooks look over his shoulder there. He's seen the man. What's Cummins going to bowl? Full or short? In he goes, bowls full. It is the bluff, and he's driven hard into his left hand. And Labuschagne's able to retrieve that from mid-off. The classic bluff there from the fast bowler. Set the field, wave at him a bit. Make sure the batsman absolutely knows that there's a chance here of getting a short ball, get him set on the back foot and then pitch it up.
I wouldn't have mind him giving a short ball. There's only been one real short ball today and it wasn't that short. And I think Harry Brook seems a little bit compulsive sometimes.
Root on strike, in goes Cummins, bowls. He bowls short and he's caught down the leg side, is he? He is, the fingers up. Root is out. Just before lunch. Wasn't much of a ball from Cummins, it was just short really, aimed down the leg side. Root had a little flirt at it and it's probably off the glove. Whatever it is, doesn't really matter. He walked off, he knew he was out. And that's the 4th wicket. And now you just see those smiles come back onto the faces of the Australians out there. It wasn't a great ball, wasn't a great shot. These things happen sometimes. Good catch from Carey, though.
Yeah, just when you think one team's starting to get an edge in this test, and it's been like that the whole series, something happens to change the balance, and Australia really needed that wicket. This partnership was growing, only 120 more runs to get. It brings Ben Stokes, England captain, to the wicket and England's saviour.
Well, listen to this. It's Ben Stokes. Walks out on the scene of his heroics here 4 years ago, and I'm sure many here who are on their feet in the Western Stand were here that day. It's not quite as precarious a position as it was then, but even so, England need 120 more to win, and they've got 6 wickets left.
Still no 50 partnerships for England in this match. This innings 42, 18, 33 and 38, so chipping away but never quite getting on top once they've started building a partnership. Joe Root 21 from 33 balls, but he'd only faced 3 of the previous 28 balls before he was out, which can disrupt a player's rhythm, I guess.
Yeah, he just seemed to be happy to give the strike to Brook, didn't he? So, yeah, it was just a bit of a strangle, not a great shot, not a great ball. These things happen sometimes. Root out for 21. So, Ben Stokes, what have you got for us today? He's only got 14 minutes to go until lunch. So, a nice time for Australians to get him in. Gosh, what they would give to have him out before the break. 2 slips and a very fine gully. Stokes' first ball. Cummins bowls to him. An absolute silence around the ground. He's off the mark straight away. Flicking it through a straight mid-wicket. The ball's going to win. Off the mark. First ball with a boundary through mid-wicket, Tuffers.
Oh, what a shot as well from the England skipper. Sort of leg stump half volley, really, but dealt with beautifully by Ben Stokes. All timing, balance and poise at the crease. And just put it away lovely. But that wicket of Joe Root would have just given the Aussies some more hope. 120 odd, still a few runs to get.
Yep.
As you say, can't seem to string just together a sort of a calm passage of play and perhaps a 50 partnership or something just to settle nerves. It's going to be another edge.
It always is.
It's always. Well, it never always is.
Yeah.
It's not always. It was when I played. We used to get beat in 3 days.
No, I mean,
I was never on the edge of my seat.
The drama and the tension.
I know.
It's never a smooth ride.
No, it's not.
Whichever team you're following. Brook is on 28. He's played nicely so far. And Stark is on his way to him. He's there now and bowls. And Brook defends it. The ball rolls away to mid-off.
It's going to be a case of who just holds the nerve a bit, I think, isn't it? You know, can you get a partnership together? If you're the Australian bowlers, can you just keep hitting those good lines and lengths and putting pressure off and not bowling loose deliveries?
That win predictor. I mean, Joe Root gets out. And the last time I was here, England were 52% and Australia were 48%, I think. But Joe Root gets out and England suddenly go to 63%. Draw still hanging on in there at 1%.
Yes.
135 for 4. Stark bowls, nicely played by Brook on the front foot. There's no run.
They had gone up to 72% before Root was out, so that's knocked it down again. I think I'll be keeping track of it all day. Fluctuating.
Have you got a win statistics there, Andy?
Just make a little note every few overs.
Yeah. Making a lot of work of yourself there.
A lady in the crowd, I see they're keeping very calm by doing some knitting.
Yeah, oh, no, lovely. That's what I need. I might take that up then on the run chase.
Just relax and
just churn out a few scarves and hats. And
she's sitting there very happy with a big floppy hat on. In comes Stark, bowls. Oh, now what's happened here? Carey dived for that, dropped it. Has that been squeezed into the ground? We'll see what the umpire gives. It was wide of the off stump. Brook went to drive it. Nothing from the umpire. So did it go into the ground as he played the shot? It was a very full ball outside the off stump. It's possible it's hit into the ground or that he's been dropped.
Oh,
difficult to tell from that one. But that might have been a very easy catch that's gone down. I want to see a different angle, really. What do you think? Has he squeezed that into the ground, or is it...
Well, you would have thought he sort of squeezed it into the ground. I wasn't sure. If it was, that was catchable height for Carey.
That was a straightforward chance. But I haven't, to be honest, seen a definitive replay of that. It was very full. He's either squeezed it into the ground, in which case obviously it's not a chance, or it's just come off the bottom area of the bat and gone straight to Carey, who just moving to his right has dropped it. They've taken two, and they are runs. In comes Stark again, and he bowls, and that's thrashed away. Last gully is in the air, but it went at a furious pace. And down to third man for 4.
Slashing cover drive from Harry Brook. As I say, Stark looking for the sort of the tempter wide of the off stump and just slid off the face and rocketed over Mitch Marsh at gully. I mean, it could have gone straight to him.
Anywhere.
Could have
gone. It's exciting. I mean, this is how Brook played in Pakistan. He just takes it on. He's so much better at 5 than at 3.
Yes,
you know,
I don't think
that was not the right move.
No, but that might be the shortest spell at 3 for anyone, I think.
Here comes Stark. Bowls to Brook. Into the leg side he goes. Go for a quick single. They'll get there as well. Cummins a little deep.
You feel just get it under the 100. Get it on the 100 and there's another little milestone chalked off.
Well, it is. And often the last 30, 40 runs can come quite quickly because the batting side loosens up a bit and the fielding team.
I think that was a drop, you know, John.
I didn't see that one. Let's have a look. Ultra edge.
Oh, no.
It's gone into the ground just after the bat.
He's edged it and then the ball's hit the ground. He didn't trap it into the ground. Yeah, it's a strange one.
Yeah.
I think it was signalled as buys, though. Oddly.
Oh, well, he's got that wrong as well.
It was late signalling. I was watching him. 109 more to win for England. They've got 6 wickets left. A few nerves down there in that lower order.
Oh dear, I'd still be lying on my physio's bed.
Stokes is taking strike. He's on 4. Stark's on his way, and he bowls to Stokes, who flicks that into the leg side. Picks up a single. And I think what we can expect from Stokes is just a very steady pace.
Yeah.
And only things get desperate, at least switch modes, but...
Well, I think he'll play for Harry Brook. Harry Brook seems to have the bit between his teeth, so he has the ability to just chop and change so wonderfully, Ben Stokes, doesn't he? So I think you're right. I think he's just going to be the calming influence out there. And when perhaps the Hawk and a few of the other guys come in down the order, he might be thinking to himself, I might have to give it a bit of a dart. But while Harry Brook's having a flash at everything...
I wonder if memories come flooding back for Stokes. I mean, there's lots of similarities about this. I mean, the weather, for a start. That day 4 years ago, do you remember? The
glorious.
Bright sunshine.
Yeah.
Headingley was packed like it is today. Many of the bowlers are the same. I wonder if he just has his little flashbacks out there of that incredible innings that he played that day. Cummins runs in, bowls, and Stokes head right over the ball. Just pats back a very full-length ball.
Yes, that's right. That just shows a bit of his temperament, as you say, just coming up to lunch as well. England don't want to lose her.
So no ball.
Oh, that's that. They chalk another one off. Yep. You don't want to lose one now just before lunch, but that was quite a long half volley.
Yep.
And he's just sort of got right behind it, as you say, head over the ball, and didn't want anything to do with it. So I think that's his mode at the moment.
Yep. Down go the slips. Cummins runs away from us and bowls, and Stokes ignores that one. It's outside the off stump. And goes away for a little stroll, looks towards the crowd over to the left, and the hotel that's converted on match days into hospitality boxes with balconies. You can sit outside. 143 for 4. Cummins looks at the ball, gives it a rub. Stokes is in position again. And Cummins begins his approach. In he goes now, bowls, and Stokes again. So watches that go harmlessly by outside the off stump. 108 more needed.
Who we got? We got Johnny then. Won't see. Forgot about. Oh, Woody got a fantastic 26.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of depth there.
There is.
You know, if you're needing to eke out a little 30-run partnership from somewhere, the tail can do that pretty comfortably. The Hawk, and then.
I think the Hawk's been retired.
Has he? Yeah.
He's had his wings clipped. He wasn't even padded up last night.
He's just called the Knight.
Yeah. Cummins bowls. Oh, nasty short balls. Fended away off his body by Stokes. He picks up a run down there in the distance. 145 for 4. You found a very good stat overnight, didn't you, about Stuart Broad?
Oh.
And every time I give you you found it, so you should announce it.
But you mentioned it before play. For 7 games in a row, he's taken 5 or more wickets. The first England bowler ever to achieve that 7 consecutive tests with 5+ wickets. 15 games in a row, he's taken at least 3, and it's the second time he's had 15 matches with 3 or more wickets, and no other bowler's ever done that in Test history. 2 separate runs of 15 3-wicket.
If you're taking 5 wickets a test, you're doing well. Malcolm Marshall didn't even do that.
Cummins bowls. There's a little dabble, a horrid dabble outside the off stump.
What shot?
And he's missed it, but there's actually Cummins is saying, "You sure he missed it?" It was a horrible shot. It really was. That was just a get-out shot. And I don't think Cummins is getting much support there from behind. I'm just inquiring, you sure he didn't edge it?
That's a bit of luck. I mean, no feet, trapped in the crease, sort of just short of a length delivery, which he just waffed the bat out, which all he could do is get caught at.
Yeah, it was a really horrible shot. He's actually missed it by quite a way looking at the replay there.
Cool.
I wonder what Stokes says after something like that. He's leaning on his bat.
I think keep going, mate. I don't think that they don't get involved.
Cummins runs in, bowls very full, and Brook squeezes that out, pitching right in the block hole there. Jam the bat down, Khawaja Fields. We've got 3 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, have a little chat, do a bit of gardening. How many balls left in this over? Oh, just the one.
One, so probably one more over.
Absolutely.
I think England can get it down to 100 or fewer for the afternoon. They're 106 at the moment.
Double digits is always nice.
It is.
Because then you're just looking at a 50 partnership when you break 100.
Yeah. What if I give the spinner an over before the break? In goes Cummins, bowls, worked into the leg side. Boland's after it. They take a single. So that's 105 needed. And there's an over to go before the lunch break. And I wonder if I might give the spinner just an over, just a bit of a change of pace. You often see it before a break.
Oh, you're spot on. You're spot on, John.
Yeah, it's coming on.
Good captaincy.
But we'll see.
Yeah. But if you're going to do this, you've got to have a couple men round the bat.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you don't just bring the spinner on and put them all on the boundary. You've got to create pressure, perhaps in an outfield.
So Todd Murphy hasn't bowled in this innings so far.
Batted nicely.
Yeah, he did.
He's batted well, hasn't he, for a couple of days. That was a crucial... could be a crucial sort of 20 or 30 put on there with Travis Head.
So they're taking some time here to set the field. I'd imagine that... Well, I don't know. I don't know how Brook will play, but I think he would just see it out for lunch, wouldn't he? Be what... You're hardly saying anything anymore, do you? Because it's... And it sounds so old-fashioned, the thought of just seeing it out, having lunch and then coming back.
He likes to bop the spinner.
He does.
He's got a man back.
There's a long on, a deep square leg.
Don't sweep, because they'll be in play.
There's a short leg and there's a slip. It's also quite interesting. A man out on the deep point boundary, presumed for a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
He's not going to play that, is he? Last over before lunch. Murphy comes in, bowls, and he's on the front foot. The ball runs away into the offside, and there's no run.
He has a great ability, Harry Brook, to the spinners, from what I've sort of seen of him over a very short Test career. It's just to pick up length of the spinner, isn't it? Just rock back and bop it over mid-wicket, even when you think it's a good length ball. Did that in Pakistan on some very flat wickets.
Murphy bowls around the wicket, is on the back foot, hitting out hard through the offside for 4.
Oh, that's good ball, yes.
Good shot, wasn't a great ball. Dragged it down and gave a little bit of width there. It's 101 more to win.
You're right, though, Johnny. He looks to just sit in his crease to the spinner, doesn't he? He can hit from the crease so well, cross-back shots, or then just hit through mid-wicket.
150 up. Four balls to go. Then comes Murphy. Bowls, and he's done it again, but this time to the fielder at backward point. So it's just 1 run, and Stokes will come down with 100 more to win. Exactly.
Exactly.
Sail down, Tuffers. You're not even playing.
I know.
What it must have been like.
I was terrible. I admit it. When the fast bowlers are on, I couldn't watch.
Oh, no.
When we were chasing, I couldn't watch. It's just, it means so much, doesn't it? Grown men, women, we all are.
Yes.
And you get so involved in it.
3 balls left. In goes Murphy. Bowls, and Stokes pokes that round the corner.
Here we
take
go.
a single. 99. You got your double digits. Still don't know where that thing gets 1% draw from.
Rain for the next 3 days,
Wow.
2 days. England need 99 more to win.
It was 75% on the win predictor at the start of play. 75% now.
2 balls left until lunch. And Brook has... Oh, he hit that hard.
What
a shot that was.
Ball before...
Two balls before lunch. He's played a horizontal batted drive against the spin. It was a furious hit. Khawaja did well to field that.
Yeah, he's hit it straight at him. That's unlucky. A foot either side, that's 4. Coming over the wicket now.
Here's the last ball, and then it's lunch. Here comes Murphy bowls. It's tucked away into the leg side. Brook takes 1. The umpire hands Murphy his cap, and the players begin the walk back to the dressing rooms for lunch. It's 153 for 4. And Harry Brook has played, I must say, a terrific innings here. He's 40 not out. He's faced 54 balls and hit 6 fours. And the young man has just come out in a high-pressure situation.
Not caring at all.
No, he just looks... This is water off a duck's back.
Seems like it, doesn't it? I mean, just the kind of England needed, because Australia got themselves into a good position there. When they got Joe Root, they would have been cock-a-hoop. That was the danger man. And Harry Brook, as you say, I think has just got England's noses in front for me at lunch.
Yeah. Well, they have to be. I mean, whether they get there or not remains to be seen.
Yeah.
But, you know, they want 98 to win with 6 wickets left.
Well, yes.
That should be...
I'm factoring in other things here, though, perhaps what Quick Viz doesn't do. But, yeah, for my money, England is the dressing room to be in.
Crawley 44, Duckett 23. Ali promoted to 3 in place of Brook. Made 5. He got a cracking ball, I must say. Full and fast. And Root, he played one authoritative shot, but actually played quite a lot of shots that didn't look to be at his best today. And then he was caught down the leg side. I mean, a little swish at Cummins for 21, but Brook 40 from 54 balls, and Stokes playing very calmly there. Bairstow, Wokes, Wood,
Ollie
Robinson
looking all right.
Broad.
Yeah, I think just enough.
Sure you'd like to be in that dressing room, Tuffers?
Yes, I would. I'd like to be in that dressing
Actually,
room.
one of those?
Yes, I'll be in that England dressing room for my money. But the Australians will be thinking, just come on. Yep. We've had a little feet up, a little rub down, and a bit of a go faster juice, and then come steaming in after lunch and try and knock a couple over. They're right back in it.
Yeah. Stark took 2 wickets today. Yes, today. Marsh 1, Cummins 1.
And I think Crawley were disappointed with how he got out. He played a beautiful cover drive the ball before, and then the one that got him out was just a little shorter. It just a bit nipped.
Yeah.
Hence the edge.
That sort of 44 seems to be his all around that. He looks glorious till he gets to that score, and then perhaps just makes a little misjudgment. But hey ho.
It's cakes time, everybody. We have been so spoilt this Test match, and I've just got some notes here to thank everybody, and some amazing warm pork pies as well. I mean, really, it's been one of those. But I do like this one. This is from Ben. Sedgwick under-13s cricket team.
Oh, lovely.
Dear TMS commentators, in my food tech lesson at school, did you have one of those when you were at school? No, we didn't either. I had to design and make a cake based on my hobby, so I made a cake in the shape of a cricket ball. Lovely. Everyone who tried it said it was delicious, so I thought that I would make one for you too, and I hope you like it. Yeah. Ben, it has still not been carved up. We're waiting till after lunch to do it, but that is lovely. Half a cricket ball with a seam.
I reckon that's a kookaburra.
You think?
Yeah.
With that seam? Emma Richardson from Garforth, chocolate Guinness cake.
Oh, chocolate Guinness.
Yeah, little asterisk, other stouts are available. I can't tell you how much I love TMS. I've always wanted to send you a cake, and I was finally brave enough for it. Headingley today, we're not on the Western Terrace. I didn't want to get hit like Alex was the other day. Enjoy the cake and keep up the good work. Thank you, Emma from Garforth.
Those chocolate fingers won't last long. They're my favourite.
It's amazing. Seb Price, hope you enjoy these cherry bakewells that have been baked by Eric Wood, is that right? Who's the daughter of one of my wife's oldest friends, baked on their farm near Retford. Best regards, Seb Price. Good luck message, please, to Retford Cricket Club Development 11 for their game today against Sheffield Transport Cricket Club. Oh. That sounds like a roll your sleeves up match, doesn't it? So, yeah, all the very best to all of you. And there are many others. We've been swamped, and it's lovely. Thank you so much. Just that lovely communication and contact between us who are lucky to sit here, and
the cakes are back,
and all our listeners. Thank you very much indeed. I've got the Australians below me in a huddle. I've got an email here from Tanya. It said, my dad is David Brennan Roper. He was always a huge fan of your programme. He played cricket from a young age and has been a lifelong fan of the game. But tragically, Dad has been fighting cancer, was doing so well, showing steely determination. But it breaks my heart to say he's now in a hospice, and we've been told he's only got a few days left. He doesn't speak much, can't move, but what keeps him going is listening to Aggers and the team on TMS. You're bringing a small smile to his face when he hasn't got anything left to fight for. And as his daughter, I'll be forever grateful to you all. I can't tell you how much that means. Well, our thoughts are very much with you, Tanya, and of course your family. And I do hope that your dad, David, is listening. And that he obviously witnesses and relishes an England win today. But our very best wishes go to you and your dad and your whole family. So we're ready to go here. Final session of the game? Has to be, I'd imagine. And Dan Norcross is going to set us up.
Thank you, Aggers. England need 98 more runs to win. They have 6 wickets in hand to do it. They don't need a miracle. They just need to go steadily. The pace they're currently going, they would get there in around about, you reckon, about Michael Vaughan, about 21, 22 overs?
Afternoon, everyone. 20 overs. Scott Boland's going to start from...
he was warming up. He was warming up earlier.
Well, what they've done, they've gone with 3 slips and they've put a third on the boundary quite wide and a kind of an extra cover on the boundary. So it's clear they're going to just dangle the carrot to Harry Brook and say, go on, keep driving. I thought they might have come out and gone for the short theory to Harry Brook. They're going to dangle the carrot and try and offer Harry the drive. I will pretty much guarantee he'll try and take the drive on.
Oh, I think that's going to happen. So here we go. Boland with the first ball after lunch from the Kirkstall Lane end. And Brook pushes the ball into that massive space in the offside square of the wicket. He's thinking of second. No, it's not there. And Stokes has to get back into his ground already. Nervy moments. 97 to win. Brook has 41. I've got a bit of a bone to pick with you, Michael Vaughan. Over breakfast this morning. Oh, this will be easy. There's nothing to worry about.
Al Zoltz was in the same...
Yes, all right. Well, I've had a go at him as well.
Well, I'm still very calm and confident. I just think when you start looking at overs to bat, and England are scoring at over 4.5, 20 overs of batting. That's all it is.
There's
no way this team is going to make life easy for us. It's not going to happen.
It's just about getting over the line. Didn't say how they were going to get over the line.
Well, I think you actually said about 7-wicket win. But
well, I thought that, but then I came and I saw the clouds. I thought it's going to be tricky, but you know, the conditions that they've had to bat in the last hour or so have been perfect. The sun's been shining. There's a few clouds arriving now. It's hot. Just done a hit for the highlight show down on the side of the pitch, and it's boiling down there.
England's captain Ben Stokes is on strike. How heroic is he going to have to be today as Boland starts in around the wicket. Jimmy comes down the wicket and exposes his stumps. The ball narrowly misses them. He's on the walk already.
Well, he's doing that for two reasons. He obviously favours that leg side, and also if it hits him on the pad, he won't be out LBW. I think Boland saw it. Ooh, it only just goes over leg stump.
Top of leg stump.
Well, if they get Ben Stokes out in the next 10 minutes, I'll probably change my demeanour. At the minute, I'm very calm. Whenever he's out there, I always have a calmness about me.
2 slips and a gully in place and a ring field as Boland is into Stokes, who defends solidly on the front foot up to mid-on, where Cummins fields.
Mitchell Stark is the threat. Has he got a few more overs left in?
How many has he bowled, please, Andy, today?
Stretching off down at fine leg, so you think it will be Mitchell Stark.
He bowled 9 in the morning session, 6 at the start, then 3 before lunch.
So a sort of 3-4 over burst, you think?
Yeah,
if it doesn't happen, then you want to save him potentially for when they do get the tail in.
Yeah, I mean, to the left-handed Ben Stokes, we saw him get Duckett and Moan with balls that kind of came back in. I think that's a real threat to left-handers.
Boland staying round the wicket to Stokes. Stokes clips this away, fine. Will it get it at the boundary? It doesn't. Well, a brilliant piece of fielding. They're going to have a look at this. Stark sprawling to his left in the shadows underneath the football stand end. They've come through for 2, but they will now do a boundary check because he was very close to that boundary sponge. So it's not easy to see on our monitor.
Yeah, it's brilliant. You can just see the ball hit.
You can, I can't. Yeah. I'm relying on you.
Well, I think it's a ball.
I think my eyes are glazing over. They're having another look.
Yeah, he saved it. He just kind of powers it back with his 2 hands. He kind of manoeuvres away from the rope, and then his hands go into the rope. So brilliant fielding.
Glenn's appealing for the catch there, isn't he? 156 for 4. Stokes to 9. Boland in. And Stokes defends firmly on the front foot up to mid-off. There's no run. What's Stokes' approach going to be here, Michael? Are we going to see the Stokes that starts carefully and watchfully, like he has done in all his best innings really to date, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he'll keep trying to get his legs out the line of the ball, and he'll try and favour the little flicks onto the leg side. Try and target that mid-wicket region to bowling around the wicket, I would think. I don't think he's thinking through the offside. I mean, that's where the danger is, because all the slips are there.
Boland into him again. And this strikes him on the pad. Well, is it the pad? Is it the hip? He's in pain. It's another Ben Stokes in pain moment, and he's now doubled up in some agony with his head on the ground, his knees on the ground, on his haunches, been given a little pat on the back by various Australians. He still hasn't moved.
I would say.
Can't tell you precisely where he's been hit. The physio's coming on.
In terms of a pain barometer, Ben Stokes is still down. This must be...
Do we think it's a midships?
I think it's bounced and hit him on the hip, like the hip bone. No, he's up.
He's up, yes.
On his feet.
And he seems to be ignoring the physio who's just arrived.
Well, he'll carry on without any question, but when you see Stokes go down, I think it's just bounced and hit him on the hip bone.
Well, Boland will do that. He gets a bit of lift. The physio's not actually going to do anything for him. He's just come out to check he's all right. Still down on his haunches. A familiar sight.
It's only Ben Stokes can have the physio, and he didn't call for the physio. The physio charges out and he doesn't even speak to him.
Let's see. Oh, no, that's the midships.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
It's close to the hip bone.
It was, yes. It was in between 2 hip bones. Equidistant, one might say.
Bullseye.
Correct.
He hasn't changed his...
No. It's not a bumble moment.
There's no tests required for that one, is there?
I think that's why the physio was ushered off.
A new rule, a concussion replacement and a
Well, Stark's into the attack. Let's move on. It is Stark, as you
fielders
suggest.
on the offside boundary to Brook.
For the drive again. 2 slips and a gully in place. Stark up the hill to drive. Oh, he drives nicely up to mid-on, but straight to the fielder on a couple of bounces.
What's he had? 1 bouncer? Harry, has he had
one? Yeah.
Bouncer? He pulled one.
Not many at all today. There's one that went for 4 buys from Cummins, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but otherwise, they've been pretty full.
95 more runs, and Australia going at over 4.5. So I do think, to Harry Brook in particular, now he's set. He's 41. Bowling a few short ones and maybe setting the trap.
Yep, it's very different from England's approach yesterday at the moment. But they've got the bowlers who can swing it at pace. Here is Stark. And Brook cuts at this and gets it through backward point down to Todd Murphy. And they'll pick up 1 run, 157 for 4. 94 more needed to win Brook to 42.
Yeah, this is a key spell for Australia. Stark has a very good record against Stokes and next man in Johnny Bairstow. He's got Stokes out 7 times for 160. Bairstow, he's got 10 times for 161.
Well, he'll try and angle it into Ben Stokes. Actually, when Ben first came to the crease just before lunch, he went over to kind of off stump and whipped one through mid-wicket to get off the mark, and it was straight. Certainly wouldn't have wanted to have missed that one. Brought the field up to Ben Stokes as well. 3 slips, backward point, short on the 1.
Yep, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Backward point, there's a gap through extra cover. Stark into Stokes. Stokes defends into the onside, straight to Khawaja in that short mid-wicket position. And 57 for 4. Sort of the emblem of this summer has been a grimacing Stokes, hasn't it? If he's not got a problem with his buttock, he's got a problem with his knee, and now a problem with his midrips. At the moment, he's still there. Just in the second over after lunch, crucial spell.
Win predictor, England 77%, Australia 22%. The draw, 1%.
Well, rain. In case they go a bit too slowly and rain comes. It's not impossible. Stark into Stokes. Stokes flashes a drive through extra cover. That's going to run up to the boundary. That was an elegant shot from Stokes. Wide outside the off stump. He got it to the right of mid-off, to the left of the cover point. A shot of authority, moves into double figures. He has 13. 90 more to win, England 161 for 4.
Yeah, tremendous drive. It's a nice juicy one to get from Mitchell Stark with this field. It's wide of off stump, all the fielders up to try and squeeze Ben Stokes. He's just got that presence and that body language. When he walked out, he just coolly strolls out there. He's got his shoulders back. It's like, this is me.
And it's a situation that he's encountered a few times before. Stark's into him down the leg side. Big appeal for caught behind. The Australians given him. Oh, umpire's given him, and Stokes is walking off. He's not referring this. He must have got a little tickle down the leg side. And Australia have got the big wicket of Ben Stokes in the second over after lunch. Well, he's shaking his head as he walks off. Stark's got his man again. And England are 161 for 5, and the game is afoot once more.
Well, you can't believe it. Just a little bit of shape in. It's a little feather. And Stokes doesn't review it, so he knew straight away. Start with his third. All the left-handers have gone to Mitchell Stark. Yeah. Bit of panic now.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Well, now that target looks a long way away, and now those 30 or 40 runs that Travis Head managed to manufacture with those big sixes yesterday, you start to wonder if they're going to be the difference between the two teams as Bairstow strides out. He's not had the best series with the bat since taking the gloves. Good first innings of the series, but now, in combination with Harry Brook, these are the last, specialist batters, if you like. After that, Chris Wokes, and then a pretty fragile tail. So this is a key partnership in this match coming up.
Yeah, and one more wicket away from certainly the bouncer barrage or come to Chris Russell, we know what they're going to do. They'll just try and take it on, and it's obviously a very risky approach. Johnny Bairstow's got a great chance here because, as you said, Dan, he's not had a great series. He'll be the first to admit that. He's missed a few opportunities. He's not had a great game, but 90 runs. Go and be not out at the end and win England the game. It's a great chance for him. Not going to be easy against particularly Mitchell Starc, who's a real threat. Got the tamper out. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yep, the tamper.
Tamper's out.
Tamper's out. That's to bang down the bowler's foot marks. Just to be clear, it was a little tickle down the leg side that did for Stokes. It always looks like an ugly way to get out. It wasn't a short ball, it was quite full, and he was looking just to flick it away fine through fine leg with Stokes. And up went umpire Dharmasena's finger pretty quickly. His bat was a long way in front of his pads, and there's a very clear inside edge when we look at ultra edge. That's why he didn't refer it.
Quite a few leg side.
Yeah.
Catches. I mean, there's been a couple dropped as well, but Joe Root's been done down the leg side, and now Ben Stokes.
Right, well, Australia, you might argue, might even be on top here now. I wonder what Win Predictor says now. As Starc is in, Bairstow's first delivery is left alone through to the keeper. What is it saying?
59% England.
Oh,
41 Australia.
Doesn't
at
feel
lunch,
like that.
At lunch it was 75%. I think it had gone up to 78 just before that wicket.
Well, a big wicket of Stokes. He's a man who plays the situation so well. We talked about it yesterday when we did a little feature on him. And on this occasion, he's just up a little feather through to the keeper. End of the Mitchell Starc over. That means he'll be staying on for sure.
I've just seen Johnny Bairstow, last ball, he left it. And he was about to leave his crease without looking behind him again. Ooh. And he just stopped and went, oh, no, just have a look.
Show some respect for the line. Boland's going to continue. But he had 2 overs off lunch when we go 15 minutes. So much has happened. Boland into Brook. And Brook pushes into the offside, finds a gap, and therefore finds a single just on the front foot. He moves to 43.
Yeah, there'll be
62 for 5.
There'll be a different feel for Johnny Bairstow because Boland will come a bit straighter.
Trying to bring Bold into play.
Yeah, I think Bold and LBW is what teams generally try and target Johnny Bairstow with. That's why the field's coming up on the offside. Mid-wicket's coming up into the circle on the 1.
He's got an extraordinary record of being bowled, doesn't he, Andy? I think he's been bowled at Lords more than anybody else.
Ever?
Yes. In Test matches. Yeah, I dare say. Middlesex player might be. Boland in, and that's defended into the onside by Bairstow up to mid-on.
I reckon Boland's the perfect style bowler for someone like Bairstow as soon as he goes out there because he's so accurate and he kind of does angle it into the right-handers. Always brings the batters forward.
Bairstow's another one who often plays his best innings by going quite slowly to start with. Oh, this is tense now. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a long leg. Bairstow drives up to mid-off though, can't beat the fielder, Labuschagne.
It's at times like this that you start thinking of the bowlers who did all the work to bowl Australia out twice, and then you're coming down to the business end of the game, and it might be the bowlers that need to do the work again.
Yes. Well, they're a complaining bunch as a rule, aren't they?
Yeah,
they don't ever forget.
Yeah, I think they've sometimes got a little bit to complain about.
Boland into Bairstow, who defends the ball that pops on him slightly, back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. 89 more to win, 5 wickets for Australia. Australia win, of course, they will retain the Ashes and win a series in England for the first time since 2001. England desperate to defy them. Brook's been there a while now. Win predictor's gone up to 60%. Is that the single? Boland in. Bairstow pulls into the onside. Can't beat Murphy at mid-wicket.
I don't like that.
No run.
I don't like that, Dan.
Neither do I.
No, I'm not too sure that's a shot to be playing when you've just gone out there. Boland just nipping the ball back. It's Johnny Bairstow high up on his bat.
It's on the splice. Could have gone anywhere. There's going to be a lot of pacing about going on, I think, today.
It's good from Cummins because he's putting the squeeze on, saying to Johnny Bairstow, go on, play the big shot. But all the field is in.
Here's Boland, right arm over the wicket. Bairstow, he gets a thick inside edge that runs fine for 4. That was so close to the off stump. It could have been another bowled for Bairstow. Instead, he's off the mark. And 85 needed for England to win at the end of the over. 166 for 5. Brook has 43. Bairstow 4. Goodness me.
It's that ball that nips back. It's an inside. It goes well past the stumps. Almost, probably 2 or 3 more sets. It went a long way away from the stumps, but it's certainly the way that we've seen Johnny get bowled before.
He didn't get a big piece of it, did he, really? I mean, it's still very inside edgy. They're bowling to a plan here.
Yeah, they're bowling to a plan to Harry Brook as well, because they've opened that offside and they'll keep throwing the ball wide to him, saying, go on then, keep driving. Keep dabbing at wide deliveries. That's why those 3 slips are there.
Stark starts a new over. Left arm over the wicket to Brook. Brook drives firmly. Will he beat mid-off? Not quite. Labuschagne sprawls to his right, but can't prevent the single. Brook to 44. 167 for 5. 84 more needed to win.
I reckon Marnus Labuschagne has saved about 15 runs today at mid-off. He's been diving all over the place.
He's a brilliant mid-off, and it's rare, isn't it, to put such a good fielder in that position, isn't it? I mean, you see England frequently have slightly less mobile fielders there, all big old fast bowlers.
Well, I think it's a good tactic against this England side who all like to play the big, and he always goes a bit deeper because England play the ball, quite hard, yeah.
Stark comes in once more. This time to Bairstow. Bairstow drives straight back past the bowler. Will get a run as Labuschagne has to move to his right to field at mid-off. Moves to 5. 168 for 5.
I'm surprised that Mitchell Stark hasn't tried around the wicket to Harry Brook. We've seen him do that quite often in the past. Kind of wide angle that he can create and get a little bit of away shape.
What are people doing at home here? Are they staying stuck on their seat? Or once Stokes got out, you're now moving position and going into a different seat. It's Sunday, it's not a work day. Where are you? What are you doing? Stark is into Brook. Brook drives, square of the wicket, out towards the boundary. Won't quite get there. Murphy moves to his right to field from backward point. But they collect another couple. And Brook moves to 46. 170 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking comfortable with the 2 fielders out there because he's just letting the ball come and just gliding it. I thought just before lunch he was playing quite hard hands and played a couple of good ones, but he played a couple of iffy ones as well. But since lunch, he's just been letting the ball come and just gliding it into the offside. He's going to try around the wicket.
Don't give them tips here, Michael.
Well, they didn't listen to us, are they?
Slips coming out. Still a lot of space in the offside. Only Labuschagne saving 1, and he's at wide mid-off. 1 slip and a sort of 4th slip, mid-wicket, mid-on. Start with this new angle to Brook. And Brook drives again. He'll get another single. And with that, we have news from Andy Zoltzman.
Yeah, he's reached 1,000 runs in Test cricket. Harry Brook in just his 10th match. Only the 11th player in Test history to reach 1,000 runs in their first 10 Tests.
How many days? I think it's about 322.
It's a bit less than that, actually. He made his debut September last year. In terms of balls faced, the quickest, 1,058 balls faced ahead of Tim Southey. Conveniently put up on the TV for us.
He's from these parts, of course.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
1,058 balls.
It's absurd. Stark into Bairstow. Oh, bowled him! Drag back! Oh, my word. Stark gets another one and Bairstow's gone in hideous fashion. Driving at a ball outside the off stump and he's dragged it back onto middle and off. And his rather wretched game has now come to a conclusion, and England's hopes in this Ashes are hanging by a gossamer thin thread. They need 80 more. They have just 4 wickets in hand, and they're down to the bowlers.
It's a really bad shot. It's that big drive again. Wide of off stump. Inside edge onto the stumps, but it's a really bad shot. Just loses his shape, trying to hit it too hard. Johnny Bairstow, I mentioned he had that great opportunity to do something special. Well, he's gone for 5. He's had a difficult week. Been a real testing week for Johnny. It's quiet in here now. Chris Woakes will come out there. We know what he's going to get. We know what he's going to try and do. And it is down to the bowlers with a bit of Harry Brook. Australia, what they'll do to Harry now is they'll just say, there you go, ones, we'll bowl at the other end.
And that is now the problem for England, because Australia have got an end to bowl at. Now, we know Woakes is a perfectly capable batter. He put on a terrific partnership with Jos Buttler against Pakistan at Old Trafford in the COVID year, 2020.
What's
one of the
best Winvis? Where are we, Andy?
Winvis, England 53, Australia 46.
Well, that's nonsense, isn't it?
Right. Winvis is... Winvis still at lunch?
It might. Sometimes it takes a little while to update after a ball, so I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that wasn't a great shot from Bairstow. And you can see why he did it. It was wide of the off stump. It was tempting. He said he just got out there.
Ben Stokes, that's just unfortunate. That is unfortunate. But Johnny's shot, he got out in the first innings playing the same shot, wide of the off stump. It's just not a good cricket shot.
1 ball left in this over.
Well, they're not going short. They're going to go full. They're going to try and snick him off. 3 slips, cover point. Well, the extra cover's gone on the boundary. 3rd's quite wide on the boundary, so they're not bothered if Woakes gets a single.
Stark, his first delivery to Woakes. And Woakes drives at a ball way outside the off stump. What am I seeing out there? Madness and lunacy. End of the over. 80 needed to win. 4 wickets for Australia. Bairstow gone. Woakes at the crease. I'm getting out of here. It's too painful. Is it Simon Mann? It is. More from you, Michael.
Well, Scotty Boland's last ball to Johnny Bairstow has just been put on television. There was an inside edge on that occasion. Well, to Mitchell Stark, the inside edge. The angle from over the wicket. The inside edge went straight back onto the stumps. Then Chris Woakes comes out first ball and tries to launch one through extra cover with 2 fielders on the cover boundary.
Well, it's been Australia's session since lunch. Speaking to Stuart Broad before play today, you might have heard the interview. I said to him, "You're hoping not to bat today, Stuart?" He said, "I'm hoping not to put my pads on." Right, but he's putting them on now. 6 down. Harry Brook looks over his left shoulder. There are 2 slips in the gully, and then just about everyone else is back. So there's a single on offer. Here is Boland. Bowling outside the off stump, guided away, and they do take the single. Mitch Marsh runs after it from the gully, but he can't get there because it's going down towards deep backward point. So Brook will take 1, and a lot of the onus will be on Chris Woakes. So they're just giving a single here to Brook, and then that means that England's number 8 has got to come up with something. Well, he's got a Test match century. In the first innings, though, he was sorted out by the short ball. They got into him a bit with that short ball.
And that's the England needs 79, and at the minute they're going to continue to bowl full, try and get the outside edges, the inside edges onto the stumps, the LBW. So they're bringing all the dismissals into the equation. But if a partnership develop, they've always got that short through that they can go to.
Mark Wood, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson to come for England. 79 to win, 4 wickets left. Here is Boland, into bowl to Woakes, and Woakes plays that firmly up towards mid-off, and there's no run. This is roughly where we were last weekend at this time. I think it was, wasn't it? Was it about this when Ben Stokes was out? 70 or 80 needed, from memory. Out for 100, where was he? 301 for 7. And then they needed 370. Yeah, we're roughly in the same place, aren't we? In fact, England...
Yeah, but there was no
fewer last weekend.
Yeah.
But they didn't have such a strong tail. I say strong. I mean, they have a few more options in the tail.
Yeah, and they also didn't have a batter in at the other end. Harry Brooks in. I think that's That's a little bit.
Well, they had it when Stokes was in. That's what I mean. Here's Boland bowling, and Woakes tries to push that away into the offside. It runs onto the pitch, and Boland ignores it. And allows one of his colleagues to step forward to pick it up. Until Stokes got out. That's what I mean. They needed about 70 to win with 4 wickets left with Stokes in.
If Harry Brook gets out anytime soon, I just don't see how they'll tell they'll muster up another 50 or 60.
Yeah, and the dismissals are. Well, a couple of them have been unfortunate, really. The Joe Root one, it was an unfortunate one. Caught down the leg side, trying to pull a ball. The ball was just a bit too close to him, and he gloved it through. And Stokes caught down the leg side as well. Boland bowls, Woakes defends. I saw a tweet from Joanne Vickers, who I think is that Ben Jos Buttler's sister? I think that's right. I may be wrong on that, but she said, I was walking the dog listening to the cricket on TMS, as is evidently the man walking 50 yards in front of me, because we both threw our arms up in horror at the exact moment that Root was out.
Yeah, he was both Joe Root and Ben Stokes have been a little bit unfortunate, but Zach Crawley played a big shot. Johnny Bairstow's just played a huge shot. He's just come to the crease.
Boland bowls to Woakes, who gives himself some room and angles that away, but it's very well stopped in the gully. And there's no run. Mitch Marsh away to his right-hand side, doing a very good Cameron Green impression there.
Well, you just see Woakes today, he's just giving himself a bit of space to try and work it down to that vacant gap. So this is the England way. They feel that the best way to play out there is to just look to score all the time. They feel that players like Woakes, if he's just hanging around, he'll just get out anyway. So I think when the ball's being pitched up, he's absolutely fine. I think he's a good player when it's pitched up. I worry about Woakes when it's bouncing at him.
Australia pausing for a moment to send a fielder back onto the deep cover boundary, which must mean we're approaching the end of the over. Indeed we are. There is 1 ball left, so they really want to bowl at Woakes. Here's Boland bowling full, and Woakes gets a thickish outside edge on that, the leading edge along the ground towards mid-off, and takes the single. Well, I'll just take the single. It means that Harry Brook is probably not going to get much of the bowling. This is the point, isn't it? That the player at the other end is going to have to do a lot of the work here. And unless Brook goes for the high-risk strategy, which is when he gets on strike, tries to hoof it out of the ground, a bit like Travis Head was doing yesterday, because everyone's going to be back. So he's really only going to have 1 available to him, unless he can hit some boundaries or some sixes, which is not going to be easy. And I said, that's the high-risk strategy. So it's over to Chris Woakes, really, to perhaps pick up 1 or 2 boundaries when the field is up. Australia will have a few in and a few out. Got 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point. There's a fine leg. So, I mean, there are some boundary options, but that's easier said than done against Mitchell Stark. Actually, another one's going out now from mid-wicket to deep square. Debbie Green emails, in answer to your question where people are listening, we are currently stuck on the M27 in traffic due to a vehicle fire. I feel your pain, Debbie. I'm sure lots of people listening feel that as well. We, as Keith and Debs, are on their way home from Holes in Lyme Regis to East Sussex and are shifting uncomfortably in our Land Rover seats with every ball and wicket lost. Even the dog is tense. Here's Stark over the wicket to bowl to Woakes, who slides that away down towards deep third. That's gone away for 4. Well, he's going to have to do this, Chris Woakes, you feel. He's going to have to find the odd boundary here and there.
He's dangerous. He is a dangerous player. Which you mentioned about his innings against Pakistan. He favours that offside. He really likes hitting the ball through the offside. I mean, that's a bit fortunate. He flies off the outside edge. Again, I thought Mitchell Stark might come around the wicket to him. Just like to kind of give himself a bit of space to hit through the offside around the wicket. Just kind of make it a little bit more difficult for him.
Woakes to 5. 177 for 6. England needs 74 more to win. Stark bowls to Woakes. Woakes gives himself some room, tries to hit that through the offside. The ball seems to follow him a bit, and he gets a thickish inside edge, and it rolls out towards mid-wicket, and Stark leaps across to stop it. And Andy Zaltzman's getting tense as well. As a little yelp there as that Woakes played that stroke. Everyone needs to just calm down.
I mentioned Stark's fine record against Stokes and Bairstow, now improved. 19 times he's got them out between them for just 327 runs. So those 2 average 17 against Stark. He's got Woakes out 4 times for 66 in tests. Just a little on Bairstow's recent form when picked as keeper, which I'll come to after this. They're just moving the field.
Yeah, just sorting out the field. What are they doing here? They're going to a slip. and a force slip, and then a deepish gully, almost like short third, really, sort of inside a one-day circle. Mitch Marsh, you can see why he's there, because you can easily see Wokes slicing one away, as he did earlier in the over. If he's going for those big drives, he's giving himself some room to hit it through the offside, which is his strength. Stark bowls to Wokes, and Wokes drives a flashing drive, and he misses it, and it's past the edge and through to Carey. Chris Ryan says he's listening on a plane over the Atlantic, and the cabin keep asking me why I'm wincing. Everything crossed.
See the pilot. Focus on your job, Chris.
Yeah.
Bairstow's last 14 tests when selected as keeper, averaging just 17.7 now with 2 half-centuries. That goes back to August 2018. When not as keeper last year, 11 tests, averaged 61 with 600s.
Yeah. Well, it's not been easy for him, and his comeback to the game, that long injury layoff. Stark, fourth ball of the over, bowls to Wokes way down the leg side. Wokes sort of shapes to glance it, but it was too far away from him, really, and Carey went across to take it. 177.46. 74 to win and make it 2-1. Australia 4 away from the Ashes. Well, I think most people who came to Headingley today thought there would be some twists and turns. It didn't feel like an easy knock-off day for England. Overhead conditions at the start, and we've got more overheads now. It's filling in a bit. We had some sunshine for a while. It's still quite bright, but there's that forecast of potential showers at 3-4 o'clock today. Wokes waits. 2 balls left in the over now. Brook leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Stark moves in, bowls to Wokes, who drives down towards deep third. They're through for a single. Murphy away to his left from deep backward point, hurls it in to Alex Carey. 1 more to the total. So Wokes is at the non-striker's end with 1 ball left in the over. 178.46. Harry Brook, he wants to face the bowling here, but in a way Australia just denying him that. So let's make that point. It really is about what Chris Wokes can do. Brook needs to stay in and, in a way, bide his time, take the singles that are on offer. And there is a single actually on offer to him on the offside at the moment, because the field is back on the offside. Mid-on is there, mid-wicket, mid-off, a slip and a gully. Stark to complete the over. Bowls to Brook. Brook gets a short ball, absolutely no chance of playing that one, really. It was so high and wide down the leg side, and the theory there, of course, is to keep Wokes on strike for the next over. So Brook not facing very much at the moment. 178 for 6. Brook's on 48, and Alex Hartley's here.
Well, this is where we see how mature Harry Brook is, isn't it? We see how mature he is. What we saw that maturity in Pakistan when we were playing on those flat wickets out there, and he batted incredibly well. But this is the nitty-gritty, isn't it? The Ashes on the line. He's the only batter really left, the out-and-out batter left. This is where we'll see what he's really about.
Yeah, this is a huge test in his burgeoning test match career. He's over 1,000 runs inside 10 test matches. He's made a fabulous start. But, yeah, pressure game for him. He's got the experience of Chris Wokes at the other end. 73 to win. And here is Boland. 2 slips and a gully. The field up. Bowls to Wokes. Wokes plays firmly into the onside, up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Pat Cummins. How many overs has Stark bowled today?
Today he has bowled 12, in which he's taken 4 for 51. 6 at the start, 3 just before lunch, then the 1 over from Murphy, then 3 after lunch. So essentially 2 spells of sick, but with the lunch in between.
There was a no ball as well. Yeah, England very happy for that to happen. Keep overstepping, anything, whatever you want to do. Overstepping, buys down the leg side. That'll be gratefully received. Boland bowls, clipped away by Wokes through mid-wicket. Runs from here, 2, possibly 4. It's going out towards the rope. It hits the rope. Fielder deep square leg, had to run round. Cummins was at mid-on. He couldn't get there. It was a firm push through mid-wicket from Chris Wokes. He goes to 10. 183 for 6. And just underlining that point, with the field up, he's probably got to hit some boundaries. And he's done it so far. He's hit 2. Lynn Taylor's listening on the beach in the south of France.
Nice.
Just heard the fall of Bairstow's wicket, hiding under the parasol, head in hands. She says, stick in there, England, please. Well, they are doing so. 68 to win, 4 wickets left. Here's Boland bowling to Wokes. Wokes plays a calm defensive shot.
into the offside, up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Remind people of that fine innings Wokes played at Manchester in the 4th innings chase against Pakistan. England chasing 277. Wokes came in at number 7 that day at 117 for 5, still 160 needed, and he and Josh Buttler took England to the verge of victory. Butler was out before the end then. Broad. Wokes finished 84 not out from 120 balls.
Yeah, it was a fabulous game of cricket that played in front of absolutely no one. People watching and listening during COVID. It's really riveting game of cricket like this one. Boland to Wokes, short. Wokes goes for the uppercut, misses it. Well, you can understand that stroke. The field is up on the offside, and if you could have got it over, that would have been 4 free runs. Dennis Kirby's walking up and down Edinburgh's Princes Street, listening to it all, getting some funny looks, as I'm not sure anyone else here has tuned in.
I'll just start tapping people on the shoulder saying there's an exciting game of cricket, get it on. Get it on BBC Sounds.
Well, it's Headingley again, isn't it? How does it do it? Great place to play. Boland to Wokes. Wokes calm in defence, up towards mid-off. You can hear the applause. It's been a real feature of the day, not just every run applauded, but sometimes defensive shots as well. And often defensive shots after big booming boundaries.
Good cricket.
Well, yeah, people saying, yeah, it's all very well blasting one for 4, but I want to show that you've got your thinking head on as well. Wokes on 10. 2 balls left in this over. Boland sets off, bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. 2 slips in the gully, and there is a deep third now. Boland bowls, Wokes defends again into the onside. Boland across to pick up. David Smith has just moved to Italy a couple of weeks ago. He's putting together his furniture in 37-degree heat and listening to the cricket. 2 reasons for sweating. Yeah, it's that sort of afternoon.
It is. Headingley's getting a reputation, isn't it? A reputation of absolute nail-biters.
Well, we've been coming here for years and years, and it's rare that you don't get some drama at Headingley. It's the nature of the overhead conditions, the pitch, fast outfield. Boland to Wokes. Wokes gets one down the leg side off his hip for 4. Down towards fine leg. Another boundary in the over from Chris Wokes. 3 4s now. 187 for 6. 64 to win.
And the most important thing now, Brook is on strike. He's finally going to face a few deliveries here. That ball angling down the leg side, he's actually punched it before.
Come off his glove, isn't it?
Yeah, punched it down to fine leg, really fine as well. 8 off the over for England.
Yeah, well, you say Brook's going to face some balls now. I presume Australia are going to push the field right back, but they might have a couple of close catches. So does he just take I presume he just takes the single off the first ball and watches from the non-striker's end again. That seems to me the way to go, especially with Wokes playing like he is at the moment. He's just getting into his innings, and he is capable of knocking a few around. Right, let's have a look at this field. 2 slips in the gully. Mid-off is deep, mid-on is deep, and then everyone else back. Here's Stark round the wicket to bowl. It's not Stark, it's Cummins into the attack. Bowls to Brook, who's back and playing that back down the onside of the pitch, and Cummins picks up. Michael Vaughan was saying earlier on TV downstairs, TV highlights tonight, BBC 2, 7 o'clock, that he thought Cummins should bowl from the football stand end because he thinks there's some variable bounce. So he's convinced himself to do that. I suppose it's who does he bowl? He's got Stark, he's got himself, he's got Boland. Those are his sort of 3 safe options, if you like. Marsh, well, he picked up a wicket earlier. He's got the off spinner as well. Not sure. Here's Cummins bowling to Brook, and Brook dabs that away in the air, I think past Marsh. Lost the flight of the ball for a moment. It's another single down towards deep third. Murphy is there with the throw. 188 for 6, and there we go. Brook taking another single. 49. Sheila Wolf is in Warwickshire, trapped in a garden room by torrential rain. Well, don't send that over to us. Where's that, Warwickshire? That's quite a way, isn't it? Thankfully, I came here after lunch with red wine. I may have to finish the bottle to calm my nerves. Purely medicinal, she says, naturally.
Oh, save us a glass, Sheila. I might need one after today.
63 to win. Now Chris Wokes. And the field is a bit deeper now for Wokes. He's earned that right in a way. So he can push one as well if he wants to. Lots of spaces. There's a gully in and a square leg and an extra cover, and everyone else on the boundary. Short from Cummings, presumably. Goes in now and bowls to Wokes. There we go. Australia onto the short ploy now. Wokes ignores it. Goes over his left shoulder down the leg side, taken by Carey. And this was the problem for Wokes in the first innings, that when they banged it in short, he struggled. He was flapping at it a bit. He hit 1-6 out towards deep mid-wicket. So what does he do here? Cummins has said, right, I've had enough of pitching it up to Chris Wokes now. He's hit a few boundaries. We're going to have to go short to him and hope he perishes in the deep. 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. 1 at deep backward point, 1 at deep third. Cummins moves in and bowls to Wokes. And Wokes, he gets lucky there. Thick edge over the slip cordon, over Mitchell Marsh, down towards deep third, picked up by Boland. And he is through for a single. He played that defensively. It was awkward. It was off the shoulder of the bat, possibly the glove, but it did not go to hand. 189 for 6. 62 more required.
Come right off the shoulder of the bat there for Chris Wokes, and just ballooned and just dropped short of Boland. It's a good tactic from Cummins, because Wokes can get himself into some peculiar positions.
2 balls left in the over. Harry Brook on strike on 49. Cummins bowls to him. Brook defends back up the pitch, picked up by Cummins, and there is no run. Tom and Sheridan are cycling across America listening to us, just mending a puncture number 3 of the day, listening to the programme. It says making everything better in the middle of the Texan desert. That's roasting hot, isn't it?
That's lovely, though.
Who's the guy doing furniture? Is it in Italy? 37 degrees? I'm surprised if Texas is just as hot.
Do worry about cycling with headphones in, though. You shouldn't be doing that.
Last ball of the over. Cummins bowls. Brook pulls. And he's hit that well. It's going out towards deep mid-wicket. At least 2. Fielder runs round to his left-hand side. Brook jogs back for the second. That's his second half-century of the series. His highest score of the series. Needs a few more here if England are to win this match. 60 to win. 191 for 6 at the end of the over. 67 balls for Harry Brook's half-century. He's joining in front of his home crowd.
6 fours in those 67 balls. It's his 9th 50-plus score in just 10 tests. 400s amongst those. As I mentioned earlier on, the quickest player to 1,000 runs in test in terms of balls faced, and one of only 11 to do so within their first 10 test matches.
Well, what a game we've got. Jonathan Agnew's coming in after a few more thoughts from you, Alex.
Yeah, Harry Brook, another 50 in this Ashes series, but 50's not enough here for Harry Brook. He needs to kick on, stay out there. England still needs 60 more runs to win, and Brook probably going to be key for that.
Yeah, he absolutely is. What a brilliant finish again. 191 for 6. And Boland is on his way to bowl to Wokes, who's got 15 now, and he drives nicely there up to mid-off's left hand, so he can take a single. A bit of a fumble there as well from the fielder. Doesn't go unmissed by the crowd. Just put a bit of pressure on the fielders, who are feeling it as well. You know, they look up at that board. 59 now needed to win. 4 wickets left. And Harry Brook has played brilliantly. There's 1 or 2 little loose dabbles, but you forgive him that. He's played some absolutely brilliant shots, and he seems to have such clarity of thought. And we saw that in Pakistan. He's just not fazed by anything at all. And I mentioned that catch they took yesterday at short leg again. It was brilliant. 192 for 6. In goes Boland, bowls to him. He wants a single there. He's thinking about 2. I'm not sure he'll get them or not. Quadra comes in. No, he gets 1. Really good, sensible play again. He's got the men back. And this is what we've been talking about with some of the earlier in the series about England's batting. Once you've got the men back, just play. And there's a nice, easy single. 193 for 6. Brook to 52 now. Everyone gripped there on the western terrace. Sitting there in the sunshine, lots of caps and hats on, we can see, short-sleeve shirts and so on. And in comes Boland and bowls. There's an inside edge for Wokes. Again, runs into the gap. They take 1. Wokes wants a second. Oh, crikey, we almost had almost reliving 2019 there with Jack Leach. But he got back in his ground. There's no need for the run out. He set off for the second. Brook wasn't even looking at him. 194 for 6. They have a conversation. Wokes was going.
I actually think Boland blocked the view of the two batters out in the middle there, because Chris Wokes turned and went, and so did Harry Brook, but couldn't see Chris Wokes because Boland was in the way. So Brook stopped running, and Wokes just carried on.
These little things happen, don't they? 57 to win. Boland down the hill, moves in bowls, and that's solidly defended by Brook. It's the full defensive shot that receives a warm hand. A very small beach ball bobbing up and down the terraces there. Not much of one, that one. Might just be semi-inflated, maybe. Geoffrey Boycott's in the house.
Didn't see him waving at his fans today like I did on day one.
No, he's making a few notes there about something I can see on a notepad. Boland bowls outside the off stump, another inside edge. But it's another single, though, because the field is on the boundary. 195 for 6. 56 more runs needed. Great finish. Feel for those batsmen waiting down there, waiting to go in next. Mark Wood, Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad.
He'd be nervous. He would be very nervous. Ashes on the line, keep the Ashes alive.
Pacing about, people sitting in the same seats. Wokes 17. These two put on 24 now. And there's two slips. There's a third man. There's a deep backward point. Wokes on strike, on 17. Boland runs in, bowls to him down the leg side. Carey gets a glove tip, but not much. And that runs away for 4. Leg buys. He almost got there. There's little moments like that you wonder how significant it might be. It's such a short boundary that Stark couldn't get there to cut it off. And England go to 199 for 6. And roared on by the crowd.
Well, there's been a few that have gone down fine of Carey, and there's not much Carey can do about it. But you can't have that fielder much finer, to be completely honest, because if you do bowl a short ball and England take it on, you want them slightly squarer. But that's just the line of the bowler there. Leg buys. It's the bowler's fault. Nothing Alex Carey could do about it.
Well, England have lost wickets at regular intervals today. They've also managed to keep the runs flowing. 36 overs today. They've scored 5 or more in 22 of those 36 overs. The partnerships in this innings: 42, 18, 33, 38, 30, 10. Now 28 unbroken. Still no 50 partnership in the match for England.
Yeah, I saw that if England win this Test match and don't get a 50 partnership, it's the first time since 2000 against the West Indies.
Sort of gesturing from Smith there, who sort of stepped into a captaincy role again. Brook on strike. Cummins bowls to him, is forward, and that's, I think, what Smith was saying. He doesn't want that fielder deep because it's another easy single for Brook. 200 comes up. Wow, listen to that. You couldn't ask for a more passionate crowd than this. $200 for 6. 51 more runs are needed. Wokes has 17. He looks around the field, a bit surprised by what he sees because most of them are on the boundary. Cummins comes in, bowls to him. It's short, it bounces in the air, goes, he's safe. It is ballooned up there, bounced off the shoulder of the bat. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. And actually, had they had the man in there at the point fielding we talked about, that would probably have been caught. But that's not the tactic that Australia are going for. They're going for that short ball at Wokes. It does pay, though, to have a close catcher or two when you do that.
Yeah, he's looking to knock the ball into the leg side there and a thick outside edge.
50 to win. 4 wickets left. Brook on 54. Still 2 slips there. Cummins comes in, bowls to him, and he drives. Nice looking shot that. Down the ground to mid-off. Might have taken a single there if they'd really wanted to, but He's happy to be on strike at the moment and maybe just protect Woakes from the short pitch bowling. 50 to win, 201 for 6. The sun behind cloud at the moment, but there's blue sky coming our way. It's illuminating Leeds at the moment. 201 for 6. Brook on 54. Cummins bowls to him. Oh, it's an ugly shot. Trying to pull a ball there that wasn't nearly short enough. That could have gone, well, either clean bowled him or off the bottom edge into his stumps. That wasn't a nice shot at all, and he's doing a bit of gardening there. Carey couldn't take it cleanly. What he's trying to do there is in no real position for the pull shot. Carey's worn a nasty one on the fingers and in the ribs.
It was like a shot of a 4-year-old in the back garden trying to hit the ball into the onside. It wasn't great.
No.
There was no technique.
Brook on 54. Field comes in. There's 2 balls to go in the over, or at least the cover fielder comes in. Cummins from the far end bowls to Brook, who does get the single this time up to mid-off, the one that we thought he missed earlier in the over. He takes it now and brings Woakes down on strike with 1 ball to go in the over. I was just watching Brook there. He seemed to stretch off his right leg. There he is again now, look. It looks like calf, but he's actually doing it on both legs, so maybe it's just something that he feels he should be doing rather than there's a problem. But keep your eye out for that sort of thing.
The win predictor at the start of the day was 75%. At lunch it was 75%. Now it's 76% in England's favour. So we might as well have just skipped out the first few hours of play.
Yeah.
Just fast forward.
Has it gone? It hasn't really gone sort of all over the place. It's not been a roller coaster ride for the WinViz calculator, has it? 202 for 6. There is that short leg now. So Woakes knows where this will be. Sway out of the way. Duck. Unless it's the bluff, of course. Cummins bowls it. It was the bluff. And pitched up and sort of dragged into the leg side. They might have taken a single, but they don't. Brook remains on strike. 49 more to win. At 202 for 6. Dan Fish is on the beach in Torremolinos with a lot of confused Spanish people wondering why I'm swearing at Bairstow getting out. Don't ruin my holidays, especially as I'm at Old Trafford next week. There you go. Wherever you're listening, hope you're enjoying it. It's a bit like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Back to where we were 4 years ago, and all those incredible videos that we had. And people were watching. There was one I'll never forget. I think it was a beach in Cornwall where someone was just had their video camera out and the winning runs were hit and they recorded the moment, and from nowhere amongst the dunes all these groups of people just suddenly leapt in the air. You know, it was great. It was great. And it was actually possibly even better. They'd all actually been listening together, all gathered. But then we had those as well, of course, cricket clubs. So abandoned play for a while. So it does feel a bit like that again. Although, of course, they're substituting Ben Stokes for Harry Brook at the moment. He's 55. Can he see England over the line? You need 49 more. And Cummins, again, is making a bowling change with Mitch Marsh coming on to bowl from our end of the ground, so the Kirkstall lane. And he's bowling to Brook with a third man, deep point. One saving the single in the offside. Mid-off's quite deep. There's a mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg. In goes Marsh over the wicket and bowls. That's tucked away by Brook, but straight to Boland, who's fielding at mid-on, and that Barmy Army roar is really deafening. But quite brief by their standards.
Probably tired in the mid-afternoon sun.
Yeah, just pacing themselves.
Saving their energy for when it matters.
Yeah. Goes Marsh, little towel poking out behind his trousers there as he runs away from us and bowls to Brook. And again, repeats the shot. And pitched around about middle stump, played carefully to Boland. And There's no run. Mike Gormley, like hundreds of lay clerks, choral scholars and choristers across the country. I'm going to miss the climax of this match while fulfilling my duties, singing at choral evensong, Bristol Cathedral.
You must have it on tape, surely.
I think so. In goes Marsh. And bowls, and that's tucked away into the offside, going for a quick single. Through they go for one. Surely you can tuck a radio up your cassock, can't you? That's all you've got to do. Asking an awful lot. 203 for 6. Woke's on strike, is on 18. Field comes in. I don't want him pushing and running and getting away. It looks as if they're going to bowl in a more orthodox manner here as well. Still a deep square leg just out there, but the field more set here for off-stump channel bowling rather than deliberately short. But we shall see. 203 for 6. Woke's on 18. These two have put on 32 now. Priceless runs. Marsh runs in, bowls, and Woke just leans forward and plays a perfect defensive stroke back to the bowler. Tosses it away. Labuschagne gets to work on it. Fielding at cover. Boisterous over there to our right. But stewards still mainly just watching the cricket. Leaning there at the exits and watching. Chap dressed as a banana is standing up and waving. There he goes.
You should be able to spot him.
Here goes Marsh. Bowls. Oh, he leans into a drive but doesn't time it. Marsh feels that as he follows through. They're scoring at a reasonable rate. What's the actual rate they've gone at today? 4?
Well, the overall innings rate is 4.75. Just a little less than that today. They were 27 or 5 overnight.
It's Marsh, thick set. Runs in, bowls, and is driven hard but straight to the fielder there. Short extra cover. Ends the over at 203 for 6. Brook 56, Woke's 18. So that magic number is 48. David Cumming. I spent a fantastic 8 years in Leeds. Got great memories of hearing the cricket from my house when I lived in Headingley. I lived in Australia for the past 5 years. I'm travelling around the country and I'm listening from my rooftop tent in Darwin, trying not to wake the campsite with the drama. I'm sure many of them are listening as well. A rooftop tent sounds rather exciting.
If I'm picturing squash in a tent, to be honest, a rooftop tent.
It's hot in Darwin, though.
It is hot in Darwin.
Would not have been a rooftop tent in one of Darwin's storms.
Well, that freaks me out a little bit with the snakes and the spiders and it's going to get in your tent.
Beautiful town, actually.
I don't think I've ever been that far north.
We landed and the pilot had said, welcome to Darwin, everybody. And if anyone's interested, I'll be having a late beer down on the beach somewhere down by the harbour or something. I'll see you down there. Parked the plane up and...
invited the whole plane?
Yeah, we went down. It was rather nice, actually. There's a barbecue. Captain was there. Not sure where he was flying to next day, but he was in bed early enough. But he announced where he was going to be for a tinny. 203 for 6. Now, Brook on 56. In comes Cummins, and he bowls short, hooks it in the air, but safe. Bounces twice before Travis Head throws the ball back again. Doesn't absolutely control that one, but maybe just as well that it didn't feel as if that was going to make it all the way for 6. And he could have holed out. It was the sort of top portion of the bat, really.
Well, I actually think if he got it out the middle of the bat, he'd have gone straight to the fielder out there.
Might have done, yeah. I think they might have been a bit fortunate there. That's the longest boundary out there to the left. So Cummins is going short again. We're going to have the short leg. And that's a floating fielder there. It's a fine gully. Cummins runs in, bowls to Wokes, and he's played a beautiful little shot there. He's tucked it round off his hip. That's well fielded by Boland below us. So he only gets one for that, but he did play it very well. He got inside, and rather than try and hook the ball or pull it, he's just got on top and played it down very nicely. And Boland had to move very briskly to his right to field it. 205 for 6. Wokes 19. 46 more needed now. And Brook twiddles his bat, keeps an eye on these 3 fielders out here in this trap. Square leg, long leg, fine leg. 205 for 6. Cummins on his way, bowls to Brook, works into the leg side, wants a single. Wokes set off, and then Brook changes his mind. It's fielded at mid-on by Labuschagne. Glenn McGrath's back.
G'day, Agers. G'day, everyone. Exciting, isn't it?
Like Groundhog Day for you as well?
Another game of cricket, another day, another game of cricket. And for this series, every single day has had something special. Is there any twists and turns left in today's play?
Oh, yes, inevitably. Cummins runs in and he bowls, and that's driven nicely up to mid-off, just to his left, so they can take a single. Mark Fenton to follow up the report from Bristol Cathedral. I was conducting choral evensong at Exeter Cathedral in 2019, just as the Headingley Thriller was reaching a climax. I had to get one of the singers to give me a signal with the result during the second lesson. Sounds like the way to go. Get these little systems in place, be organised.
You remember 4 years ago, very right on the edge of our seats, you and myself, and well, Alistair Cooks, he's snuck off today to go and
he's got to play tomorrow. Yeah. We could have had, yes, the 3 of us reunited on here. Here's Cummins, bowls short. Now he does go for the pull shot this time, getting well inside the line of it. Sort of paddles it round the corner. And the throw comes whistling in from Smith. Just as Wokes there was suggesting he might be interested in a second run. 207 for 6. A magic number 44.
Yeah, funny old game. We've had 2 strangles down leg side. And then 4 or 5 have popped up in the air recently. Falls safely. But Chris Wokes there, by the time he finished playing that, he was behind the stumps on the offside. I think he was. I wouldn't mind seeing Harry Brook cop another couple of bounces. So they haven't given him too much of good short stuff.
Here's Cummins, might get one now, I think. Yes, he does, and it's swatted away into the leg side for 4. Between the 2 fielders, he took it on. He felt he was due. 40 to win. 211 for 6. Brook 62. Wokes 20. A wonderful atmosphere at Headingley as England fight to keep the Ashes alive. More from Glenn McGrath and then Dan Norcross.
Yeah, not the best short ball there. Would have preferred to see that either at Brook or a little bit outside off. The previous one, good bouncer that Cummins bowled. He hit it in the air just to drop short of the guy deep square. But 40 runs, Dan, on the edge of your seat, mate. Nerves, how's the nerves?
Shot to pieces. When I did the first session after lunch, I was forced to use the green headphones because Agger's had the red ones on, and I got 2 wickets for Australia.
I've got the yellow.
I'm on the reds.
So you think I should put the red? You're on the reds or the blues?
I'm on the reds.
Reds?
Yes.
Oh, the blues are here.
Yeah. Andy.
80 runs needed when these 2 come together. They've got half of them now in just 8.1 overs. The Winvis has gone up from 53 to 85 in England's favour.
Wokes on strike, start of a new over. Marsh into him, he drives nicely, square on the wicket. Off the front foot, picks out deep point, gets a single. 39 to win.
Well, how important was the last 2 wickets for Australia? Put on 54 runs when in the first innings they were just blown away.
Yep, and it was in part the way England chose to try to approach that, and Travis Head taking it on so well, mirroring really what Ben Stokes did at the back end of England's innings.
Yeah, England's last 2 wickets added 70, the last 3 95. That was after the 7th wicket, which was Wokes in the first innings at 142.
Marsh, and he's got Brook to bowl at. 212 for 6, 39 to win. Marsh is in. And Brook goes for a big ball and misses it. He misses it completely. No edge through to the keeper. There's a certain simplicity to the way that Harry Brook is playing. He's a temperamentally simple person, I think. A good man to have in this situation, perhaps.
I saw him looking out there before that ball. It was like he was targeting that area.
There's no deep mid-wicket. This could be tactically smart from Australia, luring him into that shot. 2 in the slip cordon, wide apart from each other. This is full and just played back to the bowler by Brook. It's a deep point, a deep third, deep fine leg, deep square leg. 3 in the ring, saving 1 at mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover. The tension is unbearable because of the stakes, in so many ways. This feels, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were at Edgbaston, we had a really tight game there. But it didn't seem to matter quite as much. There were 4 games still to come. Now, with the series right on the line, Marsh comes into Brook, and Brook defends into the offside, but it's picked up in the gully region. They can't take the run. You want some more bouncers, do you?
Probably from Pat Cummins' end a little bit more. There's more room off there.
It's a bigger boundary, isn't it?
From the Western Terrace on the opposite side. There's a little bit more room.
That's where Stuart Broad was caught in the first innings when he was in partnership with Ben Stokes.
But I want a good bouncer, not one down leg side or one sort of chest high. It's got to be a good quality bouncer.
Here comes Marsh, and Brook just works this into the onside. He'll get at least a run. There may be a couple. Boland's after. They will get back for 2. 37 needed to win. Do you know, every time a 2 is scored, at least a few people stand up in the Western Terrace, almost standing ovation for a 2.
Well, you're getting a big cheer and a clap for a forward defence as well. 37. There's something about the number 37 today.
Oh, no.
I was thinking.
What were you thinking?
I don't know. I just had it in my mind. It's like
you had the number 37 in your mind, did you?
So something's happening this ball.
You think it could strike? Marsh is into Brook. Brook flashes at one outside the off stump. Wide of the off stump with a horizontal bat, and it whistles through to Carey. End of the over. 37 needed for England. 2:14 for 6. Brook 64. Wokes 21. And we're having drinks. Phew.
We can breathe and relax.
Chance to breathe. Well, yes. What an exceptional game of cricket this one's been, and I love it because of the pitch. The pitch has caused problems, not because it's a bad pitch, but because it's a pacey pitch. Anything that's happened has happened at pace. And the very best batters, you might say, on each side, Steve Smith, Joe Root, have not prospered at all. In fact, the guys who have prospered have been people like Crawley, Mitch Marsh, and now in this innings, Harry Brook, people with a slightly uncompromising front foot style.
Not to mention Ben Stokes in the first innings as well. So the pitch, I've been happy with the pitch. There's a few runs, but it's quick, it's bouncy, offers something for the bowlers. Yeah, it's been an exciting game.
Well, you're going to want to watch the highlights, whatever happens, and they are on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock. And clips, of course, in-play clips and highlights are available on the BBC Sport website and app on this Sunday. It's another Sunday at Headingley. And, there's no more crazy and exciting sporting event than an Ashes Test that goes right to the wire. Everybody tense, everybody pacing up and down, various people not leaving their seats. Charlotte Swift gone up to make a cup of tea 2 doors down, and there was just screams in the box, sit down. If they lose a wicket now, we're coming for you.
Yeah, you're not allowed to move in between overs, are you?
Did you have that when you were playing?
A little bit. I've heard a lot of the partners and wives as well, they have to sit there and not move. But yes, it happens in the change rooms as well, and sort of watching, got to sit there, not move at all.
What sort of score? I mean, looking ahead, if England were to lose wickets, you sort of saw that when a target's 70 or so away, someone like Ollie Robinson or Stuart Broad's probably going to have a dart. What sort of score do you get down to where you think, I'm going to play in inverted commas properly, which might actually give your opponent more balls to get you out.
Yeah,
is it sort of like 20 away, 25 away?
Yeah, probably sort of maybe 15. It's when there's still a lot of runs away, it's like, oh, you can still play a few shots. I remember last...
Well, Edgbaston in 05. I'm thinking with Australia, you know, they had a go, didn't they? Warney was having a go.
Yeah, well, there was nothing to lose in that match, so Australia was so far behind. But you think here, Edgbaston as well, 4 years ago, when there was nothing to lose, Ben Stokes was smoking them everywhere. Then all of a sudden it got down to 15, 20 runs. All of a sudden the pressure went through the roof, whereas before that the pressure was less because there was no expectation. All of a sudden it's close. Okay, the expectation to win is back. So, as this score gets closer and closer, it's going to be... I'll be keen to see who's going to hold their nerve.
I mean, look, it's a great privilege to be here doing this. It really is. It's also absolutely nerve-wracking. You're looking quite calm, though, Andy.
There's sanctuary in numbers.
He's like a duck on the water.
He's bathing in a warm
Sitting
pool
looks
of
comfortable
stats.
on top, but underneath he 100 mile an hour.
Up now. Here we go. We have got people sent all over the place. Forward short leg, a forward square leg, deep mid wicket, deep forward square leg, long leg, and a fine leg. And so this goes down the leg side as Wokes moves across his stumps. It wasn't far away from the stumps, taken by Carey.
So I don't think it went down the leg side. I think it went over middle off.
But yes, it looked like it was a leg side because he'd moved so far outside off stump, and that's what he's doing. He's trying to access a leg side field that's completely packed. There are 4 on the leg side boundary and 2 further fielders on the leg side at short leg and forward square leg. There's a pretty deep gully. There's a deep backward point and a fly slip. So nobody in front of square on the offside. Cummins into Wokes. Short, very short, flies through to Carey.
Or do you give yourself room and look to open up the offside, slap it through there?
You could almost play the overhead smash to this because who's going to catch it?
Yeah, but if you start playing the numbers game, they might target the stumps one time and you've got to be in the right position. But yeah, I think this is... Australia knows they need to make something happen shortly. There's still 4 wickets in the shed for England.
Here comes Cummins into Wokes. Wokes moves across his stumps again and then evades a bouncer. He thinks about having a go. Passes through to Carey.
Yeah, no, he's going right across, isn't he?
Yep.
Wonder if I see him go, I'm just going to target that middle leg stump Yorker.
Yes, fire it in.
You've got to have that in the back of your mind. I wonder if Pat Cummins is thinking that.
Was that one for over shoulder as well? It was very high. Was that not given?
No, just under.
From the football stand end, Cummins is into Wokes. Wokes moves across his stumps and flicks it away for a single to the long leg as opposed to the fine leg, so the wider of the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. He moves to 22, 36 needed to win. Jasprit Bumrah, of course, hit pretty much 35 off and over from Stuart Broad. I don't think we're seeing that. He didn't get them all off his own bat, did he? But
got most of them. There were a few extras, I think.
Anyway, so there were no balls, weren't there? I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Now, it's a field changing here for Brook. We've got a wider, deep third, deep backward point, and what was gully is now 4th slip. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on.
I did want a good bounce, didn't I?
You did. Here's Cummins. Brook pulls firmly
not a good
out through mid-wicket. It's really well fielded. They might get back for a second. They're going to get back for a second. A slight misfield, but to be fair to the fielder out there, he had a bit of distance to make Marnus Labuschagne. He's sprawled to it. It bounced off him. 2 more to the total, 34 to win. It's a fine shot from Brook.
He got it out of screws. It was like a tracer bullet out there.
217 for 6. Brook to 66. Here's Cummins once more. And Brook cuts. Out through backward point for 4. A bit too wide. Brook threw his hands at it and he's found the gap between the 2 fielders just behind square on the offside, and that target is now 30. And Brook moves to 70.
Yeah, not a good shot. Not a good ball, I should say there. Short and wide. You can hear the noise here at Headingley. They're on their feet. This number's getting less and less.
And finally, we have a 50 partnership for England in this match. The first of the match. It's taken 10 overs and 1 ball.
That's the first 50-over partnership.
Yeah, for England.
One too many. I don't think there'll be another.
No, there won't. Hang on. What am I seeing now? Is this Todd Murphy coming to the attack?
Oh.
Dave Hayes is enjoying the cricket call while he's camping from somewhere in the bush between Broome and Sandfire in Western Australia. We've had a great evening by the campfire after driving from Marble Bar, the hottest town in Australia. I presume that means in terms of heat. Go the Aussies. Is that, That'll be hot, won't it?
It's pretty warm, yeah. It's
pretty
up,
warm. You're very good at understatement, Glenn.
It's up the sort of northwest of Australia, top of Western Australia.
What sort of critters are you encountering there if you're going to go camping?
Oh, they're not too many. It might be a few snakes, a few maybe taipans, browns.
Cassowaries?
No, not up there. A little bit too dry.
Man-eating emu?
No, don't know. No,
they're
more in the water. Go for a swim. You might get a few sharks and a few other things. But
the Great Emu War was in Western Australia, wasn't it? That one.
You like that, don't you?
I love the Great Emu
Talking about that a bit.
Yeah, go and check it out. Now then, Todd Murphy is in the attack. Spin. What do we think of this? Is this an admission that the other plans haven't worked? Is it because the other bowlers have had too many milestone legs? Let's see how he gets on. He's bowling from this end, the Kirkstall Lane end. His first delivery is full and driven back to him along the ground by Wokes. Intriguing manoeuvre this. Forward short leg and a slip, short fine leg.
No ball.
A no ball, another run. Has there been, apart from when a wicket's taken off a no ball? A noise quite like that for a standard regulation no ball. It's a big one as well.
One too. Spinners, while no bowler should really bowl a no ball.
Top button done up, Todd Murphy. Glasses on. He's in. Tosses this up forward. Comes Wokes and defends solidly off the front foot. Straight back to the bowler. 2-2-2 for 6 for the superstitious among you. Wherever you are.
Richie Benno would have liked that number.
If you're of an English persuasion, you need to get those feet off the ground. If you're Australian, keep them firmly down. Murphy in. Forward comes Wokes, slightly feeling for the ball outside off stump and stabs it into the ground. Carey just picks up. Moving 2 or 3 yards to his right.
We said it's been a good cricket wicket. The only one's probably not for was spinners. Not a great deal of spin.
Although how important are Moeen Ali's 2 wickets looking?
Exactly.
Murphy in. That's full. Pushed out into the offside. Slight hesitation, but they'll get through. Wokes picks up the single as he just pushed it into the offside square of the wicket. England are off. Double Nelson. 28 more needed to win. 223 for 6.
How's Brook going to play this?
Well, that's the issue, isn't it? There's a long on back. And this is very much saying to Brook, go on then if you think you're hard enough. Can he resist? Should he resist? Time will tell. Fine leg has gone back, so that's a long fine leg rather than a short fine leg, almost a long leg. Deep backward point, round the wicket. Change of angle from Murphy. Back into his as goes Brook, and that's cut away for 4. Through the covers. Short, dragged down. Brook to 74, 24.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gift there. We can't afford to be short and wide on this pitch with this field.
And now, whoever comes in next, or if there's a couple of wickets, will still believe that playing properly, they can get over the line here. 24 needed to win. Brook goes again, cuts and misses. Through to the keeper, Carey. Australia desperate for a wicket now. England almost comfortable, almost, but not quite. We had 2 more wickets to this. And they're back in the danger zone. Murphy in round the wicket, and that's dabbed into the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Winviz says well, it's done and dusted. It says England are 95%. It doesn't feel like that. End of the over. 2:27 for 6. 24 more needed to win for England. 4 more wickets for Australia. Woakes 23, Brooks 74. And this partnership now 56.
So Winviz, what are they saying a draw's worth? Still not 1%. Can't be 1% now.
Oh, it's gone. Yeah, it's 95.5 now. Because the suggested rain, I don't think is going to come before this game is done now.
Yeah, Simon, what'd they say? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
We had a 3 o'clock, a 4 o'clock and a 5 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I think the game might be over today.
Stark. Is this the last throw of the dice? Stark back. He's taken 4 for 59. He's looked the most threatening bowler. And he's back in the attack for one last charge.
Yeah, no, I think it probably is. Yeah, Mitchell Stark, I thought this morning that he was the danger one. If he could bowl well for Australia, Australia was a chance. He'd picked up 4 wickets. Like dearly love to get 5.
Well, it will only take one more to prise open that door, and then you're down to the England bowlers, Wood, Broad and Robinson. They can all bat, but they don't necessarily hint at permanence. Woakes on strike, and Stark runs in from the football stand end. And Woakes just clips this past, short leg, out to deep backward square leg for a single. 23 needed. Brook back on strike. Every run rapturously applauded. 2:28 for 6. Oh, it was not far away at all. He needed to be about another 1.5 foot taller, the short leg there. The field will change for Brook. They're trying different plans for the two. It was at the back end of the last over that Brook managed to slash that 4 through backward point. Eased a lot of tension. There's going to be a lot of time spent changing this field. The over rate, irrelevant on a day like today, but slow. Field spreads, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. A square leg. Gully's coming out to backward point. Oh, I say they're going to have 2, 3 fielders behind square on the offside. Stark into Brook, and he pulls it round the corner. But there's a fielder down here, David Warner. He just keeps the scoring to 1. 22 more to win. Brook 75. 2:29 for 6. A lot of people sat in exactly the same seat for quite some time now, I should think. Andy, what do you got?
Well, just since the start of this partnership, Australia haven't managed to bowl more than 4 dot balls in a row. That's one of the contrasts between the teams we've seen throughout the series, the dot ball.
Stark, left arm over the wicket. He's into Woakes. This will almost certainly be short. He's in. It is short and edged. One bounce. Down to Boland at deep third. He's basically at fly slip, really. He's not at third or backward point. 1 more to the total. 21 more to win. You can take the Ashes with you this summer on BBC Sounds, as well as a live commentary on the men's and women's series, which you can pause or rewind. We have podcasts like the Ashes Daily and Tailenders. And whatever happens in this game, you're going to want to get all the reaction. So either it's going to be a famous Australian comeback win from here, or it's going to be a famous English comeback win at various points in this Test match. They look buried. Brook on strike. Stark into him. And he whacks this high in the air. He's going to be out here. Fielders underneath it. They bounce into each other, and that's it. Brook has gone. Cummins takes the catch. A horrible shot. It was short and wide outside the off stump. He's just spooned it in the air. And we have a twist. England have lost their 7th. A terrific knock from Brook comes to an end on 75, and the tension is back, just as it looked like England were going to get over the line. Brook's going to get a huge applause from his home ground. They're all standing around this ground. It was short. He went to cut it, but all he did was get up in the air. Stark and Cummins came together. They didn't call. Two big men, but Cummins clung on. It could so easily have been a mix-up. Stark has got 5. And this match is back in the balance. More from Glenn McGrath, and then to take you through to the end of what has been a pulsating encounter. I don't envy him. It's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Wow. Another twist, isn't it? Mitchell Starc picks up his 5th wicket. 14 times he's done it at Test level. But when that ball went up, watching the two fast bowlers come together, I thought if they collide and the ball falls safely. Oof. But
it was on, wasn't it?
Hung on to it, so.
Yeah, he just saw them there. A collision seemed very likely. Anyway, well, here we go. 230 for 7. 21 more to win, and Mark Wood has arrived. And he's being briefed there by Chris Wokes. What a partnership that was of.
It was a partnership of 59 in 11.5 overs. Harry Brooks 75 from 93 with 9 fours, as Glenn said. Stark's 14th 5-wicket haul in Tests, his 4th against England, his 3rd in England, and that was his 50th wicket in this country in 12 Tests.
Well, Mark Wood's on strike.
Well, I think we know what he's going to get, and the field's set for it, and he took the short ball on in the first innings to some effect. In fact, if he does that again, he'll get England over the line in about half a dozen balls. 21 to win. Australia want 3 wickets. And Stark is on his way, and he bowls to Wood, who tucks it into the leg side. They've got a single. Deep set field there. 20 to win. Stark pitching up there with the field set for short, so Wood was up to that.
The old, what we call the reverse Malachi. Out of happy days, set him up for one thing and do the opposite.
Now, what are they going to do with Wokes? Short leg, mid wicket. 3 out in the deep. It looks as if it's going to be short again. But will it be? There's big gaps through the offside. 231 for 7. 20 to win for England. 3 wickets for Australia. In comes Stark, bowls short, paddled round the corner very well by Wokes, actually. He's played that shot very well today. He's just got inside the line of the ball and tucked it round the corner. There's the applause for Mitch Stark, who's taken 5 for 64. He's got power to add to that, and he remains, I think, England's greatest threat. 19 to win.
Todd Murphy only had the 1 over, but the captain has to bring himself back on now, which he is. So this is the final throw for both teams, I think.
Robinson and Broad to come.
Strap yourself in, Aggers.
Oh yes, we've been here before. Well, what a finish. It was never going to be an easy knock-off, was it? Did I really say that it was going to be? I think I did early this morning. I think I said 3:45. England to breeze home.
Well, you might get the time right, Aggers.
How does the time right, but... Right, Cummins is back. Wokes is checking his guard, and there's lots of arm waving here. In fact, 3 Australians are waving to 3 different fielders there, pointing in different directions. Smith, and now Cummins is having a point as well. They're like the old traffic policemen, waving here and there and everywhere.
Yeah, you've got to get the right fieldsman in the right spot.
They're booing down there. I think that's Steve Smith who's gone down to long leg, right in front of the Western Terrace. Very hostile there, and he's used to that. 232 for 7, 19 more to win. Absolutely electric atmosphere. Sun shining, there's blue sky, and there's blue sky on its way too, so no interruption from the weather, surely. As Wokes on 26 twiddles his bat, and now settles in for Cummins, and he bowls short, has a swipe and misses. Well, Carey there raises his arms in an appeal, and Cummins says, I'm not sure about that. Maybe just to wind the crowd up a little bit more, if that's possible.
Well, there you go. I think they've shown their hand, England.
They're going to go for it. It's risky. Smith's coming in a bit, I think, there at long leg. He can't make himself heard. He's trying to get Carey's attention, I think, who's only 30, 40 yards from him, I guess, maybe a little bit more. But he can't hear him. It's so noisy out there.
232 for 7. 19 more runs for England. Cummins on his way. Bowls short. He's gone for it. Out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders there. Well, now, let's have a look at that. It's a brilliant piece of fielding. It's not a catch. Ball's flying around everywhere. It's gone way out to the left now. Did the fielder running round there, who parried the ball back inside, did he have his foot over the boundary when he did so? That's the question. Was it grounded?
No.
The answer probably is no. I think they'll have a look at it. They are going to have a look at it. Was that foot grounded? It was a brilliant piece of fielding. It went hard in between 2 fielders. Now, is his foot on the ground? Where's watching it? No, it's not. Brilliant piece of fielding. Has kept that ball absolutely in play. So it's only 1 run. It might have been 4.
Okay, what Mark Wood going to do? He hit it out of the middle from ball 1. Has he got the same?
Cummins going round the wicket to him. In he goes now. Bowls to Wood. It's short. He goes for it. A top edge. Flies in the air for 6. Way down over Steve Smith's head, beyond the policeman, and the ball still hasn't come back. 12 to win. Can't say it was controlled, but it didn't matter. It was just a thrashing top edge.
Swing hard, get anything on it, and it's going to fly.
The ball's come back, and Cummins has it in his hand. Does he do it again? Does he?
Does he get out outside off stump a bit more? Or does he go full at the stumps?
12 to win. Australia want 3 wickets. In goes Cummins. Bowls to Wood. It is a short one, but Wood just actually lets that go by outside the off stump.
Yeah,
played that well.
Better ball. A little bit outside off stump. If you hit that, an edge would have flown over third for 6s, but the chances it goes straight up in the air probably high.
I'd say for a number 9, who is largely just nominating what he's going to do, predetermining. That was a good leave from Wood, and Wokes has come down to say something to him. The field is just all out on the boundary, really, all out there for the catch. Cummins on his way. 12 to win. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls to Wood, who's skied this into the leg side. It dribbles along out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it didn't come out of the middle of the bat. And they take a run. Rather an uncontrolled hack, that one, if I'm honest. Didn't really get very much on it, but it's gone through for a single. Fielded by Murphy. 11 to win. 10 for a tie. Just lob that in there.
You don't want a tie, though.
Oh, really?
11. Well, 11's my lucky number.
Did we take a tie now?
Are you 11? Do you like 11? You betted 11, didn't you?
Not very well. 240 for 7. Wokes on strike. Cummins bowls a ball fired down the leg side, intentionally so to keep Wood on strike, I suggest. Round the wicket, fired down the leg side. Wokes couldn't possibly reach it, and he's done his job. It's kept Wood to face Stark, who's coming up now, taking his cap off, handing it to the umpire. 11 more needed. The batsmen have a conversation. Chanting gets louder and louder. Army trumpeter in on the action as well. I can hear him there in the distance, just above the raucous crowd. Sun shining. It is just so like 4 years ago. It's this same atmosphere. It's wonderful to relive it. Agreed, Glenn?
Yeah, it was an incredible time last year. Or last 4 years ago, I should say. Yeah. Just the...
But it's just so similar, isn't it? Even down to the sunshine.
Yeah. Did England bowl with the sun out at all this series?
I can't remember. Once or twice. Now, a long conversation down there. Do they bowl bouncers to Wood? He'll take it on, and he's got a pretty good record at the moment of hitting them for 6.
He did get out in the first innings from the short ball too.
He did.
So.
What a tempter it is. Now, He's going to come round the wicket. Cummins there gave Mitchell Starc a bit of a tap on the back to say, good luck, mate.
Good luck.
He's going to come round the wicket, which makes, I would suggest, the short ball a little easier for Wood to hit. He's going to hit it with the angle. Not that hitting Mitchell Starc for 6 is easy in anyone's language, but
Mitchell Starc likes to see the stumps as well coming around the wicket.
11 to win. In comes Starc. Bowls. It's a good ball too. It's pitched up but driven through the offside. It's going for 4. It's gone for 4. He went for the bluff. And Wood was alert to it. And he's driven it through the covers. There's no one there. They're predominantly back for the bouncer. You take the risk. And now it's 7 needed. Oof. He was set so deep in his crease.
He was expecting it, I reckon. Yeah. What now, slower ball or just go the bouncer?
7 to win. Here's Starc and he bowls the bouncer. That must be a wide. That has to be a wide. Whoa.
Well, he is very tall, Mark Wood.
Well, we've seen... I think the umpire... Yes, it is a wide. Umpire Darnasina consulted his colleague, who did signal a wide. I mean, it felt a wide from here. And that means it's now 6 to win. And Pat Cummins, I think, has expressed his disappointment to the umpire, but it did feel wide from here.
It was a wide. There has been a few others in this game that haven't been called, but that one was quite short.
6 to win, then 1 blow will do it. 245 for 7. England needs 6 to win. Starc comes in, pitches it up, and Wood guides it into the offside. They'll get 2. 2 runs completed. Now it's just a 4 to win. Noise you feel coming through our window. Almost knocks you off your seat. $247 for 7. Australia need 3 wickets. England 4 runs to keep the Ashes alive.
One more twist, Eggers. One more twist.
No, you've had your twist.
Bring everyone up. Regulation field.
Yeah, got to try and just knock him over here. I don't think they dare go for the short one.
Maybe they will.
He's gone back over the wicket. 247 for 7. Wood waits now. 4 to win for England. Starc comes in, bowls to Wood, who's heaved that in the air. It's gone miles up. Carey's after it, drops it.
What were they doing there?
And they've taken a single. Boland surely should have taken that.
That was Boland's catch. He should have ran in. I know Carey was going for it, but Boland could have easily come in and taken that.
Yeah, Boland's catch. No mistake. 3 to win. There's a huge skid mark down there where Carey went for that. But that was Boland's running towards the ball rather than away from it. It was only...
He was coming in, but Carey was calling and coming. Yeah, if he took it, he would have got taken out.
Just a few yards, really, from Boland, that was. 3 to win. Woakes on strike, and how well he's played. 27. He's checking his guard again. Yep, you've got it, says the umpire. He looks around the field, twiddles his bat. And Starc comes cruising in from the far end. 3 to win for England. He bowls to Woakes to defend and pushes it away for 1. An easy single there at point. We'll do it in singles, was the famous saying.
Well, there's 2 balls left. I think Mark Wood's going to get the chance to finish it with the boundary or a 6. I can't see this being full.
Another conversation between the 2 batsmen. Punch of the gloves. What a noise. They surely can't hear themselves think out there. England need 2. Wood waits, bat raised. Stark's on his way, left arm over the wicket, he bowls to him. That's guided away just for 1. Scores a level. And I think even Phil Tufnell might think, and anybody I think, that England should do it from here.
You're not up for a hat-trick?
Possible. You can't rule anything out. Cummins, I think, is going to bring the field in. He's keeping 1 or 2 out. Maybe they are going to go for the short ball here and see if they can persuade him to hold out. But no, Smith's coming up now. 1 to win. What a gripping afternoon we've enjoyed here. Field goes semi-deep. They're not exactly saving the single. There are plenty of gaps around.
Shot ball.
England need 1 to win. Stark comes in, bowls to Oakes, who steps away and slashes it for 4. And England have won. It's 2-1 with 2 to play. They've won by 3 wickets. And this is so like the scene of 4 years ago. Another brilliant finish, a full house. So much noise. This is Test cricket. Test cricket at its very best.
Well, the Australians are quite cold, quite reserved and probably a little disappointed in the crowd, but they've seen another amazing Test match. That's 3 out of 3 down to the wire. England held their nerve. There was some iffy moments there.
Yep.
But they got there. Keeps this series alive. Mark Wood chances his arm there. Great innings by Chris Woakes. 32 valuable runs. And we've seen another nail-biter here at Headingley.
We really have. You just couldn't ask for any more than this, really. The series rolls on. And it's already caught up so many people in its wake. And now more too. We'll be counting down until the 4th Test starts at Old Trafford. Got a bit to wait for that. It's not next week, it's the week after.
I think we all need a break, don't we? Not just the players, Zaggers.
Chris Woakes has got his helmet off. He's waving his bat. Mark Wood's behind him as Pat Cummins leads his team. Looking disappointed. His team from the field. Brilliant afternoon. And again, you have to say that whoever would have won here, there's been another sort of excruciating game of cricket. Just playing with your nerves. Wonderful. Right, Glenn, I'm going to go downstairs, I think. And Dan Norcross is coming in here with some more thoughts from you.
Yeah, good luck, Eggers. But what a game. I think everyone's got their money's worth today. Both teams are in the game right down to the end. England held their nerve to keep this series live. Dan, how are your nerves?
Well, I was calm throughout. No,
You're having a rest.
My nerves are frayed beyond belief. What a fantastic spectacle that was. An incredible game of cricket, our 3rd incredible game of cricket. We started the series saying, wondering if it might rival 2005 for drama. Well, I think the first 3 Test matches, you'd have to say, have done it.
They definitely have. They have. Edgbaston was a nail biter. And I also think the results could have gone either way in all 3 Test matches as well, which makes it even more...
Could be 3-0 to either side.
Could be 3-0, it could be 2-1 to either side. It's just been the best Test cricket that I've seen for a while. Competitive, entertaining, and there's so many twists and turns around every corner. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Well, the miracle is back on. No England side has come back in the Ashes from 2-0 down. An Australian side did do in 1936-37 when England were captained by Gubby Allen. It was a sort of friendship tour after the rancorous atmosphere of Bodyline 4 years before. And England won the first 2 Tests and Australia came back to win the last 3. Well, look, one swallow doesn't make a summer, but as you've just said, Alex Harley, England could easily have won either of the first or both of the first 2 Test matches. And really, they've won this one when they were behind for various parts of the game. That incredible innings from Ben Stokes, so important on getting England up close to Australia's first innings score. But at various points today, I thought they were behind. A terrific partnership between Harry Brook and Chris Woakes. What a game. The 2 newbies, newbies have been the side. in and out a long time. But Woakes and Wood weren't in the first 2 matches. They were England's best bowlers, you might argue, most effective.
Yeah.
And with the bat, they've both contributed. I mean, Wood with that extraordinary 24 at 8 balls, and then here at the end, when things could have got scary, he just goes and smacks the ball at the Western Terrace for 6.
I love it.
Incredible stuff.
And that shot to win the game through the covers, it was almost a repeat of 2019. Through the covers, arms in the air, the Western Terrace goes up, the crowd goes wild. It was an absolute picture. But I think rightly so that Wood and Woakes were out there because, like you say, they've been England's best bowlers. Wood with 5 for Woakes, consistent with the bat and with the ball.
Just to remind you, at the end there, Woakes 32 not out of 47. Mark Wood came in with England needing 21 to win, having just lost their last proper main batter in Harry Brook, gone for 75. He hit 16 off 8. You want to know what Bazball is? That's Bazball.
Ice in his veins, that is.
Oh, take the positive option. 2 right. Poor old Mitchell Stark, 5 for 78. Pat Cummins, 1 for 77 in 15 overs. Surprisingly, it wasn't really his day today at all. Scott Boland, none for 49 off 11. The other wicket taker, Mitchell Marsh, with 1 for 23. That's the story of the bowling figures. Let's go down to the ground and join Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, wow. Again, we talked about 4 years ago. It just feels exactly the same. Just a packed house, sun shining, warm. Michael Vaughan's down here, just finishing off on the telly for the highlights tonight. Well, they've done it to us again.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, this England side and both teams, they've drawn up 3 games of cricket that, you know, you only dream of kind of commentating on, watching. The England fans that were at Edgbaston, and they didn't get to feel what the Headingley fans are feeling now. The Lord's crowd exactly the same, but you know, that was incredible. When you think about the 2 players that were out there at the end, these are players that haven't played any cricket.
Yeah.
You know, they've not been playing any 4-day stuff. Mark Wood's last Test match was pre-Christmas. Chris Woakes' last Test match was last March of 22. But they just held the nerve, and there was more drama in that the last moment. Stuart Broad this morning, he said that England were going to treat it like a 50-over chase.
Right.
They won in the 50th over.
Well, there you go. So it was sort of planned. I'm not sure the roller coaster route was tough as if you calmed down.
Oh, amazing. What a finish. What another great finish to a test match between these 2 sides. Great knock from Harry Brook, and then also big shout out to Chris Woakes as well. Really held his nerve, and England just managed to hold their nerve and get across the line. Fantastic scenes here at Headingley. It's been amazing.
Yeah. Glenn, have you enjoyed it? I mean, you know, you never like to see Australia lose, of course, but a great game of cricket.
Oh, without a doubt, this whole series has been amazing, and Test cricket's still the ultimate to me, and we need to look after it and keep it alive and people coming to it. And if you've got series like this, people are going to flock through the gates to watch. And credit to both teams. They put on a show out here, and again, right down to the wire. That's 3 years or 3 Ashes that I've been here in 2001. When Butch played incredible innings last year, when Stokes, he played an amazing innings, and here it's hard to single out one player, but another incredible game.
I just wish you could bring cricket administrators here and stand them here and say, this is what you can do with Test cricket. You know, it would be just such a wonderful thing to do. I'm just looking behind me, so I can see Pat Cummins standing here, and I'm just wondering if we're going to get him now. No, we're going to have Harry Brook, I think, instead. There are actually, to be fair, there are a lot of cricketers around being interviewed. It's just a case of who arrives first, really. But here's someone who we really want to talk to. Harry Brook. Wow. You all right? Yeah. Well, you're all right. Get the handshakes. I can't shake your hand. I'm holding things. Well played.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How do you reflect on that?
I don't think I can quite yet, but obviously to have done it here in front of my home crowd, the crowd were buzzing as well. So it's it was a phenomenal win, and it sets it up excitingly for the rest of the series.
It does. Was there a point when you really thought actually we might not quite get there?
Not really. I always had belief, but obviously when we lost Stokes and Bairstow there was a little bit more doubt in my head. But obviously I just had to try back through with Wokesy at the end there and try and get us down to as few as possible.
Yeah, you do like to play your shots. We've seen that in the past. Were you slightly trying to rein yourself in there and be a bit more cautious, or what was your game plan?
I feel like they were trying to get me off strike as much as possible, really. Obviously, I got a couple of bad balls and I put them away, which is always nice, but I was just trying to get Wokesy on strike. He's a good enough batter to be able to face anything that they bowl at him anyway. So I was just trying to rotate strike really.
What was it like when he went into the dressing room, having just got out? I mean, what was the atmosphere like in there?
There was nobody in there. I had a little bit of a blow up. I don't usually blow up, but I friggin' hate it when I don't get the team over the line like that there. So. But no, I'm so happy that we've won that game there.
Yeah. So what does it mean? I mean, obviously it means that the Ashes are still alive. And what will that mean to all of you in the England dressing room?
Well, we got a week and a bit off now, so I think it'll be downtime, rest up, and come back harder than next week in Manchester.
Remember this. Look around and remember it, Harry. Yeah. It's incredible.
Phenomenal. And I'll probably know quite a few people in there, and they might be getting dragged off the pavement later. But there'll be a fair few drunk people out there today. But no, they were phenomenal, and they always are when we play here. You just remember the 2019 Ashes where Stokesy won that game, and they're always unbelievable here.
Enjoy it, and well played.
Thank you.
There we go. Because you do as a player, you've got to remember these things, haven't you? You know, you get swept away, you've got to interview here, an interview there. I mean, just look round. Just look round at this.
Well, this ground's special. You know, you don't have to look at the history. You go 81, 2019, the Test match against New Zealand last year. The skipper's here.
The skipper's here with a smile on his face. Well played, Ben. Wow, that's another. You've put us all through the ringer again.
Yeah, no good. No good for the old ageless stuff, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
This time you couldn't control it. So how are you feeling sitting on there?
Yeah, it's completely different feelings. Obviously, being out of your control. I was just sat out there going, sort of having my own, like, what would I be doing in this situation if I was out there? To, like, obviously, Brookie, I thought, controlled the game very, very well. And, you know, just, gosh, I'm just tired, mate. Honestly, it's a bit draining. It's a bit draining. Yeah,
I'm sure it is. I mean, it's easy to forget how young he is and how inexperienced he is to go out and play like that.
And I think, look, that knock was just under the pressure and the circumstance of where we are at the series to be out there to obviously have the contribution that got us over the line. There was obviously some smaller ones, you know. Wokesy, I think, just had a fantastic game back into the side for the first time in a while, and you know, Woody just going down in that sort of blaze of glory, which just massively put us on the front foot there with that couple of boundaries. So Brookie he's got a very good head on his shoulders. He's a very, very talented boy, and you know, I think we've managed to really let him propel his talent with the bat in hand.
And it felt like a good decision to put him back down to 5 again. I mean, that was, well, you tell me why you did that.
Look, to be honest, it was last night. Mo came up to Baz and said, let me have a go at 3.
Oh, really?
I want to have a go at these guys. And then when we thought about it, 3 hits not the right word, but we felt that he could have a much bigger influence on the game batting at 3 this innings than he would down at 8. But anyway, Wokesy coming down the order anyway sort of did allow us to do that, and look, didn't work, but I love the fact that Mo sort of took the responsibility on his shoulders and then came in and said to Baz that he wants to go and take the Aussies on in the run chase.
Does this take you back to 4 years ago? I mean, I remember standing almost in the same place interviewing you in the same crowd, the sun shining and all of that.
Honestly, it does. Headingley, day 4, yet again, just some place to play cricket, isn't it? Don't know what it is about the place. It just happens, seems to bring out great games and unbelievable, unforgettable moments as well for the fans who come and watch.
And now you're winning, 2 to go. Can you win the Ashes?
Yeah.
No hesitation.
No.
See you at Manchester. Thank you, Ben. There we go. There. And I mean, that's the question, isn't it? You know, I mean, look at those. Look into his eyes there.
Yeah, but he said something there about mowing at 3. I love that player's gone to the coach said I'll do it, but then he said, it didn't work, but it did work. It absolutely worked because it got Harry to number 5, and you know, Harry for me at the minute isn't a number 3. England moved that, whether it was mowing that saw that Harry wasn't quite comfortable at 3 and thought by being a senior pro, him batting there would help the young kid. Well, it certainly worked. Headingley day 4, bit of deja vu this. England like coming here. There's lots of, I mean, I must mention the groundsman, Richard Robinson. That is a fantastic Test match wicket. If we had more wickets like that bring, you know, all different kind of aspects of the game into the equation, Test cricket would be in a better place than it is. It's still, in my opinion, in a good place, but you want pitches like this on a more common basis.
That was something of Moeen, isn't it? I mean, he's only just come back into Test cricket again. That's quite something for Moeen to volunteer. You go to the captain and say, I want to bat at number 3. I want to do it.
He's a team man, isn't he? He'll do whatever the skipper asks, and you just get that feeling with this England team that they will. They're all so far, but they're right behind Ben Stokes, right behind what they're trying to achieve here, and it's just a great atmosphere when that happens. Just look at Harry Brooks, a cool customer, isn't he? Just cruised up. Hello, John. All right, mate. I mean, it's like he's got ice in his veins. It wasn't a bead of sweat on him. Amazing knock from the young fella to get, at his home ground, to get England across the line. I mean, that's just going to be the best feeling in the world for him.
Seems to have great clarity of thought, doesn't he? I mean, he just doesn't seem to be bothered about anything.
Yeah, I mean, I saw, when he got to his 1,000th run, the quickest ever in terms of ball he's faced, to get that 1,058 balls. He's a destructive player. He's very much a modern player, but to do and produce an innings like that at your home venue in a must-win Ashes match at such an early stage of your career is only going to give him more belief going forward. I mean, Ben Stokes has done it many, many times over the years, but to see a young chap out there doing it under that amount of pressure can only bode well for the future for him.
All the noise is because the man of the match has just received his award, and it could have been one or two people, but it's Mark Wood, particularly for the way, of course, that he bowled and batted, by the way, in the first innings, and also, I guess, the way he hung on there at the end as well. So hopefully we'll get a chat with him as well, which is always an interesting experience. So Ben Stokes there, Glenn, was quite adamant. We'll win from here. It will be quite challenging for Australia, I think, with this sort of atmosphere. I mean, Old Trafford will be similar. England have won a match. It'll challenge them.
Oh, without a doubt. This England team, they're a quality team. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's the first time since Bazball's come around there was a lot of nerves on that balcony. So, but you look at this match in context. I know England missed some early chances which really cost them. But again, Australia batted under clouds and bowled in sunlight. You saw yesterday how that ball moved around. It didn't move around. So, it's an incredible win for England. I think Australia really fought hard today. So, the rest of this series is going to come down to the wire. The first two games have as well. So, I'm still confident Australia can win. But, the captain of England, if he comes out and he's not sure, then you've got no chance, have you? So they've got to believe that they can get out there and win these last two games and win the Ashes. And, they've got the team to do it. And, hopefully they're learning. Bazball's learning and a bit more sort of smarts around it. And I think it's the way to go.
I think there were signs today. I mean, the field set deep. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Let's get the singles. And that, in no time, England have scored, 11 in 2 overs this morning, just with picking it off rather than going for the big extravagant shots, which is why the men were out there in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but there were still some expansive shots in and amongst that. I think the bowlers deserve a huge amount of credit. In the last 3 innings that they bowled to Australia, they bowled them out for under 300. And particularly here, when they were a bowler light, Ollie Robinson had that injury. Mark Wood, who's, I'm delighted he's got man of the match. He made a massive difference. Yeah. And when you've got that amount of pace, the Australian tail in the last few Ashes series has always been a pest for England. They've always hung around. When someone's bowling 95 miles an hour, that's not going to be the case. So it does put so much more pressure on that top order of Australia. Warner's struggling. Yeah. Will he keep his place in the side? And their 2 best players at 3 and 4 have struggled as well. So, England are in a great place. I think we all need a week off, though. Like all the players, everyone needs a breather. And let's see how both teams kind of arrive in Old Trafford in a week's time. It'll all be a team selection issues, I guess. What Australia are going to do, what England are going to do. Will Josh Tongue come back into the side? Tongue and Wood together, 2 pace merchants. That could be quite an exciting prospect for the skipper at Old Trafford.
I think we're going to hear from the man of the match, who's I'm not sure what he's going to do with that champagne because because he doesn't drink it. But there you go, Woody. We've come down to see you. So
you can have a drink if you want. You can have it. I'm not going to use it.
I was wondering what you're going to do with it because you don't drink it. Well done.
Thanks.
That's something, eh?
Yeah, no, delighted. Like I said, just on an interview there, it's the first time I've won a game with the back for England. There's been a couple of times I've gotten out right at the end, so to be there at the end was special. Chris Woakes, my good mate, we've car shared all week. And we've said that we're trying to get plenty of runs and wickets in that car space that we've got. So that's a lucky one. We'll be in that time every time we turn up here now. So I'm delighted.
What was it like out there in those last 10, 15 runs?
Honestly, it was better out there than it was in the dressing room. I was so nervous, and actually I was to and from what I was going to do if Wookesy got out, because obviously Brookie's the in batsman. How am I going to play? But then when he got out, it became a lot clearer to me that I was just going to, back what I'd done in the first innings. If I think it's there to hit it, and Wookesy was very clear with that as well. So if Brookie was in, I think would have gotten caught between a rock and a hard place. I'm not quite sure, but when he got out, it made it a lot easier for us.
Yeah, I mean that hook for 6. That really kind of made an easier proposition.
Well, I've been dying to play for 2 weeks, and I've not had a ball pitched up in the nets yet. So all I've done in the nets is practice yellow ball work, which is these sort of like soft yellow balls, and you get collie like off 18 yards and throw them at your head, and just trying to get in a position where I can practice the pull shot. Maybe Vonnie can give some tips here, like getting that knee up and whacking it into the stand. But
you don't need any tips.
Mate, I come off, but it doesn't always happen like that. I'm just glad that it's managed to happen today. Get we're back in the series.
And your bowling made a difference. I mean, a real difference. To have some proper pace like that.
Yeah, but we bowled in partnerships well. I think me and Mo bowled well together, although he rushes to his overs far too quick. But I think in general, all game we've done well with each other at each end. There was a point in the game where Australia didn't really go anywhere, and we felt that if they'd put the pressure on us there with the bowler down, we might have struggled. But we tried to keep the hammer down, keep running in, keep charging in, working together, and eventually, we bowled enough good balls to get the wickets.
What are you going to do for the next few days?
Nothing, probably, play with dinosaurs and...
back to the kids.
Yeah, stuff like that. So, but it'll be, time to reflect on a great match and learn from things. At the end of the Australia innings, Travis Head got a hold of me a little bit. So, learn from that experience and try and, if it happens again next match, try and do better.
Have a great time. Enjoy your week off.
Thanks,
Bye, Mark. Mark Wood, who's the man of the match, had a chat with Pat Cummins. You've been through the ringer again here, Pat. What another finish.
Yeah, that's it. Another one right down the wire. But yeah, great test match. Unfortunately, weren't on the right side of this one.
Yeah, where do you look back? You probably hadn't had time to look back, but where would you look back and look at areas that you think you let it go in this game?
I don't think it was any one moment. I think there was a few. Times where the game was really there to be taken, and just let the other team back into it. So, bit with the ball, bit with the bat, but again, a great test match.
Yeah. When you had Ben Stokes out in that second innings there, did you think that was the moment that perhaps you could come in?
There's probably a few moments. Johnny Bairstow was a big wicket. Even this morning turned out with 200 on the board. You feel like it's achievable. So, not to be. I thought Harry Brook played well at the end there, and Woakesy as well.
Yeah. What does it do to the series? I know you want to win, of course, but when you sense an atmosphere like this and you feel the Ashes are still alive and the series is still alive, and is there part of you that kind of thinks, this is going to be something special?
That's one way to look at it. No, but it's awesome. I think every day's been a sellout so far of the 14 days. The crowd have been amazing. I know how many people back home are watching here in the street. So, what a wonderful advertisement for Test cricket.
It is, and it just shows that Test cricket has a future, doesn't it?
Oh, of course, yeah. Here you feel it. In Australia, we certainly feel as well how much people love it. And if you keep throwing up contests like the last few, it'll be around for a long time.
Few days off coming up?
Yeah, 4 or 5 days off, which will be enjoyable, and then we'll get back together in Manchester in 5 days.
We'll see you there. Thanks for talking to us, Pat. Cheers. There we go. Pat Cummins, Australia's captain, of course, still sporting that bit of a shiner. But again, relishing the atmosphere. Who are Chris Woakes, the Brummie Botham. And I'll tell you, he played like Ian Botham today. Well, what a game you've had, just quietly. Wickets, runs.
Yeah, amazing game to be a part of. Obviously, watching the first 2 tests from the sidelines, it's been an exciting series. Obviously, we didn't want to be 2-0 down, but found ourselves in a bit of a tricky position. So we knew we had to turn up here and put in a good performance, and we've done that, ups and downs as we do. But to get over the line and still be part of this series, 2-1 with a chance to obviously get to Old Trafford and try and square it is a great place to be.
And it's remarkable, Chris, isn't it, that you and Mark Wood, obviously man of the match, you played such little cricket. How do you walk out and play in a cauldron like this in such an important game without those overs in your legs?
Yeah, it's tricky actually. I felt coming up the hill here at Headingley, I don't particularly enjoy it either. So I knew I was going to have to bowl some overs from that end with our attack. And it took a few overs to find my rhythm, but actually found I got into a rhythm pretty quickly. The body's pretty sore, as you can imagine, having not bowled many overs, particularly in a match situation. But Yeah, I think, early wicket of Marnus settled me down. It's always nice to get a big scalp like that, and then just found a good length, I think, and tried to do a bit with the ball, and thankfully went all right.
Tell us about Harry Brook. He just seems to be such a clear thinker. He just seems to just shrug his shoulders and get on. I mean, what was he like out there? I mean, he's so young, so inexperienced to play in innings like that.
Yeah. What you see is what you get with Harry, to be honest. So what you're exactly seeing is what you get. Yeah. Not much in the middle, to be honest. He's just laughing and joking around. I think that's his way of staying clear. He's got his plan in his head. He's a very good player, isn't he?
Yes.
Regardless of his experience, he's a very good player. He's got a calm head on his shoulders, which you obviously need at this level. So, an amazing knock from him. I know he would have liked to have been there at the end to see it home, but his 75 there is the difference in that run chase. And I wish he was there at the end, but thankfully we got over the line.
Yeah. Can you remember the point where you thought, we've nailed this? I mean, was it Mark Wood's 6, or was it? Was there a point where you thought, we're going to do this now?
Probably not until we needed 4, to be honest. I know we've got a crazy spell in us. So when me and Harry were there and we were getting it down to down to 25, I felt like their heads probably just dropped a little bit and thought, it's probably done and dusted. But there's always a twist in Ashes cricket, isn't there? And I think a tricky moment, but the way Woody came in and went 6-4, settled the nerves again, and then just go over the line.
Yeah. And what are you going to do over these next few days? I mean, you're sort of counting down to Old Trafford. You just want more of this, don't you? This incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, the fans have been fantastic. They really have. Very similar to 2019 when in terms of noise. But the fans have been great for us. So I'm sure it'll be the same at Old Trafford, and the next few days I'm sure the guys will rest their bodies, enjoy tonight. Absolutely. Yeah. We've obviously lost two on the spin, so to win a game with our backs against the wall is really big for the team, and will push us towards Old Trafford. But we'll enjoy tonight and then regroup to go again.
Okay, have a good time. Congratulations, Chris, on the really good game. Cheers. Right. I'm not sure if we've got people coming up all over the place, but Tuppers, I think it looks like it's just you and me left now. How do you reflect on that? I wonder who to bat at 3 for England at Old Trafford. I mean, that probably will be something. If you think of the narrative between now and then, that'll be a talking point, won't it? I mean, if they continue with Moeen up there, I mean, Brook didn't seem right to be number 3 for me, and I think he proved it today with the way he played.
No, absolutely. I think that's a waste getting Harry up at 3. Yeah, there will be a few selection sort of concerns, I suppose, but let the dust settle for 2 or 3 days. I mean, the one thing that struck me about this England side is 2-0 down, backs against the wall, as Chris Wokes has just said there. They had to pull it out, and they did. By hook or by Brook.
Yes. Pretty good stuff. You're working on that.
Yes. And, that takes a lot for a side. That shows that there is a real belief and a real sort of like togetherness that, whatever comes our way, we have got to win this Test match. Sometimes that can sort of crumble you as a side. Yeah. But this side, it seemed to make them stand up. And, Old Trafford is absolutely going to be rocking.
Yeah, it will be. I'll be very interested to see how the Australians do come back. It's been a pretty tight series so far. There's Mark Wood going past again.
He's a good lad.
It is. It has been a very tight series so far. Yeah. But they have now lost, and there's 2 matches left. There's a number of this team who won't be coming back again. They know what they want to do. They want to win the Ashes here. You could see a wobble or 2.
Absolutely, and no Nathan Lyon as well. Let's not forget that he's ended very sadly. But he won't be taking part as well. They're front running now, Australia, isn't there? And they're the hunted, and I think this England side like being the hunters. They want to sort of run them down and chase them down. It's the way they like to perform. So there will be a few wobbles, and if England go up to Old Trafford and can get that first blow in, a couple of early wickets if they bowl, or a great partnership if they bat, who knows? I mean, it could unravel for the Australians. We'll wait and see. It's beautifully teed up.
Yes. Yeah, it is. Andy Zoltz went up there in the box, I think, with some statistical input. Andy?
Yes, well, another gripping match. 3 extremely close games in a row, 3 close first innings, 3 close finishes. In terms of fourth innings chases, there have been 7 successful fourth innings chases of 250 or more, scored at a run rate of 4.5 and over or more, and 4 of them have been by this England side since the start of last summer. So more evidence that they're doing things that haven't really been done in Test cricket before. They made slightly harder work of this one than they did of the ones last year, but that's another highly successful fourth innings chase for England. Chris Woakes, 2 3-wicket hauls and a 30 for England in the Ashes since 1985. Only Andrew Flintoff and Graham Swan have done that. Flintoff at Edgbaston in 05, Swan at the Oval in 2009. 2 other thrilling England victories. And Woakes, unbeaten, 32 today. He had the 84 not out against Pakistan, batting at 7. There's only one other player in the history of Test cricket who has 2 innings of over 30, batting 7 or lower in successful fourth innings chases. That was Dominic Cork, who had 2 for England, one in 97 in New Zealand, one in 2000 against West Indies. So, yeah, it's been a great personal triumph for Woakes. Mark Wood, his best performance at home. He'd never taken more than 3 in an innings at home, 5 wickets in the first innings, 7 in the match, and that skittling of the tail for Australia in the first innings ended up being one of the key differences between the sides. England never had a clatter of wickets. Looking at the partnerships that England had in this match, the only 50 partnership was Brook and Woakes right at the end, 59. But England only had a couple of single-figure partnerships, so they just kept chipping away at Australia with the bat, not losing too many wickets too quickly. So yeah, it's been gripping. Because Mark Wood, 40 off 16 balls with the bat, and right. Pat Cummins bowled superb in the first innings, but ended up going over 5 and over in this test for the first time in his career. No wickets for Scott Boland in the game either. So yeah, some of the threats that we thought would be, well, certainly Boland in England we thought might be a big threat, not really had traditional English conditions, but England have dealt with him very well.
Lovely. Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. Last thought from you, Tuffers, before we hand back upstairs. Well, it's going to be a jangler, isn't it? Waiting now, counting down the days until we go to Old Trafford.
Well, they've got a bit of time off, haven't they? Everyone can have a breath, everyone can regroup, a few little niggles can be sort of ironed out and what have you, and then they're going to go again, and just keeps producing, doesn't it, this series? I mean, I can't tell you what's going to happen at Old Trafford. All I know is it's going to be fantastic.
Looking forward to it. I'll see you there, Tuffers. That's where we're going to finish down here. We've kind of been abandoned here, really, haven't we? There's no one else around. But thanks to all the players for coming out so quickly and allowing us to interview them like that. Yep, likewise, like Tuffers. I also will be counting down till next week, Philip. Until we finish here, which is another 5 minutes or so, I'll hand back to Dan Norcross upstairs.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, there's more Ashes action between now and the men's Test at Old Trafford, because England's women, who have bounced back themselves in style, they've won their last 2 games. The last 3 Ashes contests in this summer have all been won by England. After the first 4 were all won by Australia. So
we're bouncing back.
Bouncing back. The first game's on Wednesday. This is an ODI, so England must win. They're in a must-win. Both the men and the women are in must-win situations, and you've seen all 3 of those T20s. I've watched them and commentated on one, and England have got the Aussies running scared. They've got the women running scared. Have they got the men running scared as well?
Well, I think the Aussies have been rattled, haven't they? And the women definitely have. You know, Henry Moran asked Alyssa Healy yesterday after the game how she feels, and she just said, ouch. I've got nothing more but ouch. And that's because the Australian side, they're not used to losing. I guess the men, they'll have a bit more confidence about them. They're 2-1 up in this series now. But as we say, the results could have gone either way in every test match that's been played.
Well, of course, her husband was instrumental today. He took 5 for 78 and nearly got Australia the Ashes. I was in bits when Johnny Bairstow was out and 80 runs were needed. And really, it's because, just to reiterate this point, you feel that actually both in the men's Ashes and the women's Ashes, these sides are so close together that you really want to keep the tension going, because this is such a great opportunity for cricket this summer, isn't it? We've built up both series. We probably thought that the Australian women were a bit further ahead of the English women than the Australian men were of the English men, but England have home advantage, and that helps to just sort of equalise things a little bit. And now, yeah, we know we've got humdingers to come this week at sold-out venues for the women's Ashes, and for the men's Ashes next week when they play at Old Trafford. Wow, what a spectacle that's going to be, because they feel like they're 50-50, and in a 50-50 game, England could be winning that and going to the Oval with a decider on our hands. Ooh.
Yeah, the women's will be done by the time Old Trafford starts, so we'll know the result of one Ashes series by the time we come round to Manchester. But yeah, Manchester, we know, will be a humdinger.
Andy, what have you got for us there?
Just on the way that England have dealt with Australia's top order, Smith and Labuschagne between them have reached 50 just once in this series. So far, that was Smith's 100 at Lords. We talked a lot about Broad and Warner. But in this game, Australia had their top order didn't function and their tail didn't function. Australia's 1-4 and 7-11 combined. Had their second worst game against England since 1912. Less than 200 runs between them across the two innings combined in 18 innings between them. So that's been a key factor for England. If they can keep undermining that Australian top order, then they've definitely got a good, strong chance in this series.
Well, they're going to... I imagine they will make changes, Alex, for the Old Trafford Test match. I don't know whether they'll change the batting order. It looked to me like... I thought it made a very good point, did Michael Vaughan, about how Moeen may not have actually contributed so many runs, but as a plan, it kind of worked. Look, for the most part, England's batting top 7 is going to stay the same, isn't it? But their bowling attack, they've looked to rejig.
Yeah, I'm going Anderson for Robinson. That's it. That's
the only change you're making. No Tongue in for extra pace.
No, I'm keeping.
Who does he come in for? And
yeah.
You know, Wokes has rather proved the point, hasn't he? That it helps that tail.
Yeah, and I think Moeen Ali can bat 3. Yes, he didn't score the runs that a number 3 would have wanted. He would have wanted, but as you say, it helps strengthen the rest of that batting lineup. There's going to be talk about Bairstow. Of course, there's going to be talk about Bairstow. We can't shy away from it, but I think England they can't back away from the plan that they've started with.
What is the problem for Bairstow at the moment? Not recreating his form in the first innings of the series at Edgbaston. He went fine. Unfortunately, I've chosen this moment to ask Andy something while he's stuffing his face with his breakfast.
He hadn't kept before then, had he?
He hadn't kept, and that's the thing that we keep on coming back to. Have you finished?
I have. Yes, well, this is something that we've talked about a lot with Bairstow when selected as keeper. Generally done well, first innings batting first, less well innings 2, 3, 4 of games, and that's been the case this series. His recent record as keeper, not great, his last 14 tests, averaging below 20 when selected as keeper, having done so brilliantly not as keeper last year.